So, all right, little technical getting, this is our first time back in person since, oh gosh, March 11th of 2020. So you'll please excuse any technical difficulties that we are having this morning. So good to be able to see everyone in person. I'm just very happy. As I said, I'm Lynn Ensroth. I'm the Dean of the College of Law, and I want to welcome you to the Tulsa Law Review's Symposium commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. It is truly a privilege, really a privilege, for the University of Tulsa College of Law and for the Tulsa Law Review to be able to honor the tragedy and memory of the Tulsa Race Massacre through this symposium. The entire law school community, faculty, students, staff, and alumni have joined together to honor, reflect, and remember this tragedy. The program we are presenting today includes diverse and distinguished speakers, guests, and panelists who will invite important conversations for all of us as a community to reflect upon on our history and our future. I also want to mention some other activities and programs at the College of Law that have commemorated the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. In addition to today's important symposium being presented by the Tulsa Law Review, the College of Law Alumni Board established the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre Centennial Coalition, dedicated to finding ways that the alumni and the law school community could remember and commemorate the massacre. Many members of the alumni board were actively involved in those efforts. I do just want to mention a couple people. Dwayne Midgett and Stephanie Jackson served as co-chairs of this important coalition. And Tim Rogers, who is the president of our alumni board, provided leadership throughout this process. Through the work of this coalition, the alumni established the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre Commemorative Scholarship in Law. This endowed fund will be awarded to a student in next year's class. Moreover, with the support of the coalition and others in the Tulsa community, the College of Law will soon offer the Buck Colbert Franklin Legal Clinic that will provide legal services in Tulsa communities that were impacted by the massacre and its legacy. Professor Mimi Martin, Professor Ronnie Ammett, Cynthia Shin, and Genesis Garcia in our clinics have dedicated time and creativity to the creation of this clinic. In addition, our clinical faculty and students have hosted pop-up clinics during the pandemic, including at the Vernon AME Church and the First Baptist Church in North Tulsa. The following students participated in these pop-ups providing legal services: Ethan Klockenkamper, Preston Bennett, Ashley Ailey, Sherrod Donnelly, Rachel Johnson, Austin Canfield, Jenny Hickman, Caitlin Barrett, and Edward Park. Today, we as a law school and as a community come together for this symposium for discussion and presentation on the race massacre. Once again, the law school and university communities have worked together for this effort. Many, many people were involved. If I thanked personally now every person who worked on this, we would be here for a long time. I will save you from doing that, but I do want to mention a few people. First, Kelly McLeod-Shingen, our Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the University of Tulsa, provided wise counsel and financial support for today's symposium. In addition, Professor Mimi Martin, Professor Ronnie Ammett, Cynthia Shin, Adam Haven, Sage Martin, Professor Betsy Rosenblatt, Professor Karen Grundy, Kim Wise, Professor Kelsey Holder, and Mona Chamberlain were instrumental in making today happen. I want to thank those who have provided financial support for this symposium, including Professor Johnny Parker, Michael Manning, Stephanie Jackson, Jason Parker, Lashandra People Johnson, Cordell Seifus, Ryan Gassaway, Danny Williams, and Kevin Matthews. I would especially like to thank and recognize Tamara Piety, Professor Tamara Piety, who is the faculty advisor to the Tulsa Law Review. And under her incredible leadership, This issue, this symposium, was created and is happening. In addition, this past year, the Tulsa Law Review dedicated one of their other issues to the McGirt versus Oklahoma case, which is an instrumental case affecting Indian sovereignty. And under Tamara's leadership, they have done that. Tamara, would you please stand? Thank you. And most important, I want to recognize and applaud Professor Warrigia Bowman. Today's event could not have happened without her vision, her leadership, and incredible hard work. She was working late last night and very early this morning to put this all together. She has been instrumental and a leading force in making sure that our commemoration of the Tulsa Race Massacre included this important event and this issue today. So Warrigia, thank you very much. It is now my honor to welcome Reverend Robert Turner of the historic Vernon AME Church, which is located on the historic Greenwood Avenue and which was part of Black Wall Street in 1921. The Vernon AME Church is one of the only structures remaining from that tragic period. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Turner to the podium.
Thank you, Dean Lynn, and to the faculty here at the University of Tulsa School of Law, faculty members that I know personally, such as Professor Mimi and Ronnie and several others of you, and a distinguished alum. I'll be remiss if I did not mention a dear friend and colleague in working in North Tulsa, one of your alums, Attorney Kevin Matthews as well. And I bring you greetings from the grandmother of Greenwood, historic Vernon African Methodist Episcopal Church. But before I begin, I also must start at my origin, because I wasn't born at Vernon. I wasn't born in Oklahoma. I am a native of Tuskegee, Alabama. And my parents met there at the school. And I was born in John Andrew Hospital, same hospital that from 1932 to 1972, the US government gave syphilis to Black men, simply because they were Black. And even after the penicillin for syphilis came out, they did not treat those men whom they had infected. Over 300 men infected with syphilis. And the only reason it stopped was because somebody leaked it to the Washington Post. Otherwise, who knows if it could still be going on today. In 1972 is not that long ago, but it just shows you how a society, if some within it are allowed to do acts with no threat of consequence, what they would be willing to do. Now I come here to Tulsa after being a student at Alabama, Roll Tide, by the way, and having met Professor Al Brophy when I was a student in Alabama. I was actually, before I went into ministry, I was in law school. And Professor Brophy, in talking to me before I went to go into ministry, was telling me about this case he was working on with Professor Charles Ogletree out of Harvard, because he knew even as a college student, I was always an advocate for reparations. And he told me about this case in Tulsa. And as he spoke to me about it, he said, you know, Robert, with your skills, you could really help advance the cause as a lawyer. And never in a million years would I have thought that I would be able to advance the cause reparations of Tulsa as a pastor. And who knows, I may still be interested in doing something as a lawyer. We don't know. But I am here to give brief remarks, and that's why when I heard that you all were having Professor Malveaux here, and I didn't get the luxury of taking her class, but I had heard some wonderful things about her, and I said I would love to be in her midst. She probably don't remember who I am, but I'm just thankful to be in her midst. Because this story is very important. And when you have somebody like Professor Malveaux, who is of an international renown, it shows you just how important this story is. From May 31st to June the 1st, over 37 square blocks, over 10,000 people, over 300 dead, bodies dumped in mass graves, 21 plus churches, 600 businesses, 1,256 homes destroyed in less than 18 hours. In less than 18 hours, we took out an entire community of people and made over 10,000 folks homeless. And this was not in pre-statehood Oklahoma. This was in the United States of America. This was in civilized, quote unquote, society. And we had a functioning municipal government. We had a police department. We had a fire department. We had a district attorney's office. We had a sheriff's office. And what they did not do is criminal. And what the sheriff's department did was criminal. Deputizing members of the racist white mob. The fire department, dereliction of duty, refused to put out one fire. Police in the aftermath arrested not one of those white perpetrators. And so today, when I stand out at City Hall with people such as Shelley, and I'm thankful who is here today, and I call this city to recognize what she did as a massacre. Because when I first came here in 2017, they referred to it as a riot. And when I call this city and the state to repent, right? And that's more than saying I'm sorry. We've had a whole lot of ceremonies with folks that I'm sorry. We've had a whole lot of ceremonies with folks that apologize. I apologize for what we did in 1921. An apology is not repentance. Repentance is when you truly turn from what you are apologizing about. And I'm sick and tired of hearing just apologies, but not seeing repentance. And as the Bible says, acts meet of repentance. So it's showing that you have truly changed heart. And in the city of Tulsa, we hadn't seen true repentance. We've seen several apologies. Police department apologized. We had mayors to apologize. We've not seen any repentance. Their legal stance in 2021 is the same stance they had in 1921. Not our fault. We didn't do it. And now I'm on, as I pressured and have pressed and continue to about the mass grave excavation. We were recently informed, by a retired judge, whom I respect, that you cannot criminally charge a city. You can't criminally charge the government. Well, you can try, but you can't put the city of Tulsa in jail, right? You can't put the city of Tulsa in jail. But you can look at ways that they can be considered conspirators and have fines levied against them. And I've always said from the very beginning, even before I heard from the judge, the former judge, that Tulsa was complicit at best, a co-conspirator at worst. And let's just entertain that notion that a nation of laws cannot prosecute criminals if they happen to be the government. What do we do in the UN? We prosecute governments all the time. We went to a sovereign nation, and I'm not saying I'm in love with this man, but we killed Saddam Hussein. He was a sovereign elected leader, whether you agree with the democracy or not. The man had the position. What if Germany had said, America, because you had 16 presidents that presided over slavery? What if France had said, I'm from Alabama. Alabama, you had 50-some governors that were elected during Jim Crow, where a vast majority of your citizens couldn't even vote. They could have called our government illegitimate. They could have said, you all are a dictatorship. You are ruling people that have no voice in your government. We had 16 presidents that preside over slavery. We've had countless governors that preside over states when a large percentage of their population could not vote. And in Alabama, we had things like the white Southern primaries, where you couldn't vote if you weren't white. So this whole notion that government can't do wrong criminally is only something we have applied to America. Because we don't mind prosecuting other nations and other nations' heads of states and taking them out. But let's just entertain that notion. And as I know legally, it's been stated that statute of limitations run its course. I know legally it's been stated that it's basically a waste of time. And I'm the one that encouraged. I was looking for a lawyer when I first came here to pursue, because Vernon still had standing. And I was able, thankfully, to find one who's representing us now. And let's just entertain the notion that legally it's just statute of limitations run. And let's entertain the notion that because we know in 2001, there was a commission, and it wasn't this ultra liberal commission, the Race Riot Commission of 1921 that was done in 2001 had 9 people on it. 6 of them were appointed by Republican Governor Keating, not a bleeding heart liberal, right? He's not known for his progressiveness. He appointed 6 people on the commission, some Democrats, some Republicans. The mayor of Tulsa, at the time, Susan Savage, appointed 3 people. She's never been accused of being a bleeding liberal, moderate, but not a bleeding liberal. They appointed 3 people. And these 9 people came up with the 5 recommendations. So for people to assume the reparations is some leftist socialist ideal, is perception, is not reality. We had 9 people, 6 appointed by Republican governor, 3 appointed by Mayor Susan Savage, and they came up with 5 recommendations. And the recommendations were direct payments to the survivors. Second, direct payments in the absence of survivors to the descendants. The third is scholarships for the descendants. Fourth is economic incubators for business to come back to Greenwood, Black-owned business. The fifth being a memorial place for bodies who were dumped in mass graves to be interned. Nearly now 20 years after that report, 0 of those recommendations have been done. And this commission was paid for by the state legislature. And when they came back with their report, Governor Keating at first said he supported it. Then he got pressure from the press. He changed his mind, and the legislature has yet to do anything about it. The courts have yet to do anything about it. We have documentation that some of the businesses that were involved in the race massacre, according to the report, people like Sinclair Oil, that's still in Tulsa, the Green Dinosaur. I will never spend a penny of my money there. Their airplanes were used to drop bombs on Greenwood. The first time America was bombed by air, the planes were flown from an American business that is yet to have to answer to anybody. 9/11 wasn't our first time being attacked by air. Pearl Harbor wasn't our first time. It was right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You all are notorious being the first site of bombings in America. You all did in Tulsa what Robert E. Lee couldn't even do. You all have done what Stalin couldn't do. You all have done what Putin couldn't even do. You dropped bombs on American soil and you got away with it. Hitler wished he could have been that bold. And every day we allow that to happen, we continue in that gross miscarriage of justice. You put a stain on our United States Constitution. And you look like a hypocrite to the world. Because after the last two times, after 9/11, we went to Afghanistan and we blew them to smithereens. Shock and all. We destroyed the Saddam Hussein and his sons. We could have someone bin Laden too. Dumped his body in the river, in the ocean. After the Pearl Harbor, we went to Japan, dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. In fact, you can still feel the radioactivity in Chernobyl today. And in fact, the Japanese government does not have a standing military today. Because the last time they did, they used it to drop bombs on us. So for the last two times, we went to war and we rooted out every possible remnant of what destroyed or what attacked America. But for the first time, airplanes used to terrorize, drop bombs on American soil, not one person even goes to jail. Not one white person ever gets even arrested. It shows you that America doesn't mind terrorism if it's done by white people. And America is willing to go after Arabs. America is willing to go after Japanese, but America is yet willing to go after white people for attacking Black folk. I'm an AME. Mother Emanuel, Charleston, South Carolina. Dylan Roof goes into a Bible study, kills a colleague of mine in ministry, Reverend Clemente Pigney. When the police finally apprehends him, they take him to Burger King. Burger King. He was armed and dangerous. Took him to Burger King before they took him to jail. You as law students, you as people who love law and order, anybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent, Black, white, Jew, Christian, whatever, ought to be offended by the gross miscarriage of justice. Every day that goes on and we have yet to have an investigation is a day that we spit on our Constitution. We were blessed recently at Vernon to have a guest, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, come. His first public appearance since he was confirmed by the United States Senate. I have great faith that America's best days are here. I wouldn't be doing what I do if I didn't believe in, first of all, God and the people in this nation to do what is right. I don't subscribe to the belief that America is broken. Some of my friends do. I don't subscribe to the belief that America is broken. I just believe America is not finished. I believe our Constitution is what we make it. It is a living document, and we have to bring life to it. And we have to finish the job. We didn't even finish Reconstruction after the Civil War. We haven't finished the last leg of the Civil Rights Movement. We are not broken. We're just not finished. And it's incumbent upon every generation to make us that much more of a perfect union. Our parents did their job. The great generation did their job. The mantle has been passed to us. The baton is ours. We determine if America is a hypocrite. We determine if the Constitution is a lie. We determine if we are a country of law and order or recklessness and racism. What would you decide for her to be? God bless you and God keep you is my prayer.
Well, this is a hard act to follow. So I won't attempt to follow it, but I wanted us to think, we have a lot of legal scholars assembled here today. And so I wanted us to think today, as you're listening to the talks, about what is the law and what does it mean to have a society that is governed by law. And you know, there's 100 different possible viewpoints on this. One that I would like to suggest today is the idea that law is a dialogue between the government and the governed about how we want to run our society. And also it gives us an opportunity to, this sense of dialogue gives us an opportunity to change and modify and amend. And as Reverend Turner said, it isn't finished. So thank goodness we're no longer under Dred Scott, but we still have plenty of work to do. And so I want us to think about, where do we need to take the dialogue? And in particular, Reverend Turner has raised the issue of reparations, which I'm sure will be touched on by a variety of our panelists. We're going to hear a lot of different reflections today on the race massacre. So I just wanted to give some basic facts for people in the audience who didn't know much about it before they came here. And Reverend Turner has given us some initial facts, so I'm just going to elaborate on what he said. So the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921 was one of the most severe incidents of racial violence in US history. As we know, it occurred here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, beginning on May 31st, 1921, and lasted for 2 days. So Professor Piety and I felt that since the University of Tulsa is an anchor institution of the city of Tulsa, it was important for us, with the assistance of Dean Enseroth, to make a statement and to show that we understood our role as an anchor institution. And also because so many of the issues, assault, property destruction, insurance, police violence, murder, lynching, so many of these are legal issues. It was particularly appropriate for us as a law school to consider the role of law in the race massacre. So Booker T. Washington was the person who came to Greenwood and called it Negro Wall Street. So this is where the idea of Black Wall Street comes from. And it's hard to understand how amazing Black Wall Street was. There were multiple hotels, there were multiple theaters, there were more doctors in Greenwood at the time of the race massacre. There were more Black doctors in Greenwood than there are in Tulsa now. So this was a place where not just Black people shopped, but white people shopped. They would get off the railroad train and they would come conduct their business before they went on to do whatever else they needed to do in Tulsa. So it was vibrant, it was thriving. There were attorneys, there were medical doctors, there were businessmen, and we as a city lost that richness. So imagine, it's an obvious question is, what would Black Tulsa look like if we had all of that wealth and if it had not been destroyed? A topic which will be explored by many of our panels today. But imagine what Tulsa would look like. Imagine what this city could have been if this act of racial destruction had not occurred. So as Reverend Turner mentioned, more than 1,400 homes and businesses were burned, and nearly 10,000 people were left homeless. However, there was a conspiracy of silence, and the Tulsa Race Massacre was barely mentioned in history books in the state of Oklahoma until the late 1990s, when a state commission was formed to document the incident. So 70 years passed before anybody wanted to have a conversation about it. It's also interesting to see the race massacre in the context of lynching in the time, because part of what happened was the maintenance of order under segregation, under Jim Crow, required the absolute subjugation of African American men. And there was an allegation that Dick Rowland, a young African American shoe shiner, had assaulted a white elevator operator named Sarah Page. So the next day, the Tulsa Tribune printed a story suggesting that this individual had tried to rape Page, and placed an accompanying editorial stating that a lynching was planned that night. So not only were the sheriffs involved, not only were the police involved, not only was Sinclair involved, the media was involved. So this was just pervasive, the maintenance of racial order. So that evening, mobs of whites descended on the courthouse where Rowland was being held, and there was a confrontation between African American men who were there to protect Rowland and a white protester. So the white mob was incensed and the massacre was ignited. So mobs of white people looted and set fire to African American businesses and homes throughout the city. And I'm sure we'll hear about this in our Black Wall Street panel. And we're so lucky to have some descendants here today on our Black Wall Street business panel. But it's hard to understand how big Greenwood was. Like, we think now of Black Wall Street or Greenwood as like a few small streets, but really it reached all the way over to where the railroads are, way past the Oneok Field, all the way to the railroad tracks, kind of where the tavern is now. So it was a very big area. It had a large footprint. So what we think of now as Black Wall Street in Tulsa is just a shadow of this thriving business area in Tulsa in the 1920s. Another interesting aspect of the race massacre is that many of the white mob members were recently returned World War I veterans who were trained in the use of firearms and just shot African Americans on sight. And as Reverend Turner has mentioned, people in airplanes dropped incendiary bombs on civilians in violation of, might I note, the Geneva Convention. But so when the massacre ended on June 1, the official death toll was very low. It was recorded as 10 whites and 26 African Americans. But now we believe that at least, and maybe more than 300 people were killed. There was a brief official inquiry after the massacre, but documents disappeared soon afterwards. As Reverend Turner mentioned, there was a race right commission formed by the state of Oklahoma in 1997, which gathered many documents, gathered accounts of survivors and various historical evidence. And this very moderate or possibly conservative commission recommended, so this is the recommendation of the Tulsa Commission that Reverend Turner told us about. This commission, not Bernie Sanders, not Ocasio-Cortez, this commission of Republicans recommended that the state of Oklahoma pay $33 million in restitution. That's the number they came up with, to the survivors and the descendants, but no legislative action was ever taken on the recommendation. But we aren't finished. So I ask you, Oklahoma State Legislature, will you take up the mantle? Can you pass this overdue legislation? Because we know that justice delayed is justice denied. A few facts you may not know about the race massacre. To the extent that Black Wall Street was rebuilt, survivors had to rebuild using bricks from out of state. No one in the state of Oklahoma would sell bricks to those trying to rebuild. And there's one building on Black Wall Street where actually the building has some of the bricks that were molten in the fire, and they worked those molten bricks into the facade. The city of Tulsa has never paid any reparations at all to victims or descendants. Hundreds of insurance claims were filed, yet not one victim ever received compensation for their claim. Not one. So many, many, many Black businesses filed insurance claims. None of them received 1 cent. I also just want to reemphasize what Dean Enseroth said. You know, we have a very special clinic coming here at the law school. It's the Buck Colbert Franklin Clinic. And Buck Colbert Franklin, in the midst of the destruction, ashes, stench of the burns still around him, set up a tent and started to provide free legal services for the victims. And our law school, and thank you so much to all the donors, has raised the money to set up a legal clinic in his name and honor that legacy. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that Governor Kevin Stitt last week signed a controversial bill into law which restricts the teaching of certain critical race theories in Oklahoma. And in particular, Stitt mentioned it's House Bill 1775. It was authored by Representative Kevin West, a Republican and Moore. And the bill says it's intended to keep schools from teaching racial stereotypes. And Kevin Stitt, in his remarks, said we should not teach race in a way that makes people feel uncomfortable. Okay, so you know what we're going to do here today? We are going to have a conversation, and we are all going to feel very uncomfortable. And we are so I feel as though I am certainly not a racial justice scholar, and we have so many here today. We're so blessed by the presence of Professor Malveaux from the University of Colorado, but we have a variety of scholars from all over the country, including Howard University and many other historically Black institutions like Southern University. We have a really amazing array of presenters, but I think we cannot heal if we do not acknowledge what happened. And so I hope that we can be part of the healing process here at the law school, that we can re-envision law as a way where we all participate and where all our rights are recognized, not just the rights of a small and privileged few. And so I hope, again, that the legislature will reconsider this Kafka-esque bill and overturn it. So with that, I hope that our technology is working and that we can have our first amazing presenter. I'm really honored and excited to introduce you to Professor Alicia Odewale from our own TU Anthropology Department.
Hi, can everyone see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for creating this opportunity for us to speak. And I am happy to be starting this off, but I wanted to just preface this by saying that, you know, none of us would be here without the people who survived the massacre and lived to share their stories. A lot of people did not listen at the time, but we're in a space now where we can listen. So I want to start off with a reading. Quickly. And if you could just be silent for a moment while we're reading a survivor testimony. On the morning of June 1st, I met the mob of whites at the door where I was. They marched me to Convention Hall with my hands up. From there, I was taken to the ballpark and saw many men and women who were homeless. There I slept on 2 benches. I left the park the next morning and looked up my wife, who was stopping with some friends. Then I purchased a folding chair, a strop, and razor, and went down on Greenwood amidst the ashes and ruins and started a barbershop. From the 10-room basement modern brick home, I am now living in what was my coal barn. From a 5-chair white enamel barbershop, 4 baths, electric clippers, electric fan, 2 lavatories, and shampoo stands, 4 workmen, double marble shine stand and porter, and an income of over $500 to $600 per month, to a razor, strop, and folding chair on the sidewalk. BC Netherlands, proprietor of a barbershop. So it's testimonies like this that make us sit and realize the impact that this massacre has had. And whenever I talk about this, you'll typically hear me phrase this as an attack or a war, because I do want to acknowledge all the people who fought back and fought with everything they had, and not just label this as something that passively happened to them. So talking about the archaeology that's happened in Tulsa, there are actually 2 separate archaeology projects. A lot of people think of them as like one, but they're 2 separate projects. One is the Mapping Historical Trauma Project that I'm leading, and the other is the City of Tulsa Search for Mass Graves. Both are vital, but they are accomplishing 2 different goals. The Mapping Historical Trauma Project, we're more of a restorative justice healing process to acknowledge the trauma that's happened over a 100-year period, and the resilience and the contributions of people who built up Greenwood, and highlight all that with archaeology. While the City of Tulsa Search for Mass Graves is an investigation, and the mayor has chosen to treat this as a homicide investigation, so that has a more retributive justice focus, where we're focused on the who, what, when, where, why of a murder, and this is several murders. So this is a two different processes, but they're both a search for truth, and using archaeology as the vehicle to search for truth. So they have some overlap, but I'm sure most of you have only heard about the search for mass graves. So I do want to acknowledge that there's two separate projects. I'm involved in both, so it is confusing, but there's a lot happening in Tulsa where archaeology is actually being used to support that, in addition to the law. So with our mapping historical trauma process, this is a 4-year project that we started and partly funded by the commission, and now partly funded by TU and Brown. So we've got a lot more support, but this is the first systematic archaeological investigation of historic Greenwood District. We have a lot more to do, a lot more to go, but this is the first kind of step to just opening things up and having this be more than a conversation. And when we're talking about autoarchaeology, this is an archaeology of self. So Parker and I, as 2 Tulsans, are able to take what we've done in other areas, and most of my research has been in the Virgin Islands, take what we've done and our training from other areas and bring it back home and do something for our own community. So we're really happy about that. But this is really a grassroots effort. It's led by, funded, and is really just garnered with support from the Tulsa community. So we are Tulsans doing this for Tulsans. It's not, any sort of external or governing body above us that we report to. Like, we are just acting as really servants for the community. So our communities, our stakeholders, our fundraisers, and they're the ones that are governing this work, driving it forward. So we are just happy to be in that space of mutual support with the community. So what we're doing with the project is to, 1, document all the collections that we know about related to Tulsa Race Massacre. And so we've couched all that into the Greenwood Centennial Resource Collection, GCRC. So that'll be launched on our website, mappinggreenwood.org, pretty soon. And then these are out of order. So the second is to actually map the footprint of the district through time. So from 1921 to 2021, when you see this on a landscape, you can visualize not only the trauma, but the rebuilding. So the rebuildings, these periods of rebuilding, they happen over time, but you can literally see the footprint of the district be shifting and unfortunately shrinking through time to where we have this now the small iteration of what was left that we still need to protect. And then once we are mapping this footprint, we can actually embed the map with primary documents. So you can take the things that we're collecting in the GCRC and embed them in this map so people can actually engage with primary documents all at the same time while they're looking at layers of landscapes as they're changing. And our third goal is to create what's called critical sites of memory. So a real problem for Tulsans right now, and I should say Greenwood, is that the story keeps changing depending on who's telling it. And we have a real issue with a lack of local control of the story. And when you have critical sites of memory, that means you can actually anchor the story with specific landmarks, structures, and time periods that cement the story, and it's less able to be changed and malleable and co-opted because you have these sort of critical landmarks that can talk and bear witness to the story, bear witness to the trauma that no one else can change. So overall, what we're wanting to do is see this be developed into what we're calling meaningful communities of practice. So meaningful communities of practice, it means that your community is able to and really in charge of their own history and their own story. So they are the ones in the driver's seat when it comes to retelling. So for our community, what we'd love to see is that the tools we're developing and all the knowledge that's going to be generated from these tools be able to be passed down from generation to generation, and they're the ones that are controlling the narrative from here on out. So what this looks like, several people have already mentioned the report that was written back in 2000 by the commission. And so the report at the end had 10 maps. And Scott Ellsworth, he worked with a graphic designer to create these maps. And they were basically 10 isolated, like standalone maps that gave you a play-by-play of what's happening in Tulsa hour by hour over that 16-hour period. And gives you an idea of how much movement is happening around the city at the time of this attack. But you could actually take that a step further. When you have an interactive map, you can show what's happening simultaneously and it not just be a chronological sort of series of events that seem separate. You can actually put the Drexel building on a map with the courthouse, on a map with the armory, and talk about how simultaneously things are shifting and hour by hour things are happening, but they're happening all over the city at the same time. So when the initial event happens in the Drexel building, and there's still a lot of testimony as to what exactly happened in the elevator. What we do know is that Dick Rowland is accused and imprisoned in the courthouse, and there are hundreds at the start, but then thousands of white Tulsans that are clamoring to lynch him around this courthouse. And at the same time, there are reports of people breaking into the armory to arm themselves. That is when a lot of people in Greenwood start moving south to meet this mob. And so when this fight breaks out, First Street becomes the first battle line, the last line of defense before they attack and infiltrate Greenwood. So this is a real sort of marking point for the story and one of those sites of critical memory. But on the other side of the map, we could talk about what's happening on the northern side, where we have people that are still sitting in the Dixie Theater. Mr. Cotton, around 10 p.m., he's the house manager, cuts on the lights and tells people to clear out because they're shooting. There are still people that are stranded on a train at the Katy Railroad Station coming in from Muskogee. So they were stranded on this train until 6:45 a.m. the next morning. We don't know anything about their story. So all this is happening simultaneously. You can use digital maps to illustrate that and visualize that on a new level. But that's a micro lens. You could also take a macro lens, take it back in time and talk about, okay, with our Sanborn maps, we can look at a map from 1911, count the number of buildings and structures that are connected to labeled on the map Negro property, that's over 42 blocks. Right now, the historic business district of Greenwood is down to this small triangle imprint of the map that is basically just a few blocks. So if we were able to not only talk about what's happening simultaneously, but what the original boundaries were and that shift, that moving footprint, we could actually protect more of what should be labeled Greenwood right now that people treat as downtown. But we have a long way to go to get that level of protection. So for our project, what we're trying to do is just document what's there, but also layer this with the search for mass graves so that we have both sides of the story. We have this search for survival in Greenwood and the structures that were built, but we also have this search for our lost loved ones, murdered loved ones that we're still searching for today. So with the mass graves, there's been a whole bunch of attention attached to this now, especially with the HBO series Watchmen. So people are like just becoming aware of all this, but we still don't know anything about the death toll. The estimates that have been there are wide ranging. 36 was the initial one that was clung to for way too long. But the contemporary landscape with the newspapers were shifting right at the time. And then the report is where we get the number 300, but there are actual testimonies, oral testimonies that could be talking about thousands. So, I mean, we've kind of clung to this 300 number, but I really believe that there could be more. And we need to like be open to that possibility, especially if oral testimony is suggesting such. So the search for mass graves has 3 committees on it, 42 different people that are involved in this. The other project that I mentioned just has me and Parker. So the scale at which this archaeology project is much larger. And I mentioned that they're treating it like a homicide investigation. So the focus is different. It's an investigation. It's not a research project. And they are now, thankfully, we just got permission to go into Booker T. Washington, Rolling Oaks. So we have a lot more work to do, but this is phase 1. We need to keep searching. The search is what's really important here. And so the preliminary results showed that with New Block Park, there was no, and I should say, no anomalies detected in the areas they tested. So that doesn't mean that, nothing is there completely, but in the areas they tested, they didn't find anything. And in the Cairns area, there was possibly something, but most of the attention has been drawn to Oaklawn because this is where the strongest evidence lived. And now we know that we've already found 12 individuals, but there's still so much more searching that needs to happen. So with the results, this is just an example of some output from the GPR, but showing you that strength of that signal with this large pit, basically, at Oaklawn. So making comparisons, there's a lot of differences between the mass grave search and my project mapping historical trauma. The fact that we are looking in the business district and we're in Greenwood digging versus the search for burial sites that's happening around the city. It's not necessarily inside of Greenwood. And the project size, much larger when it comes to mass graves. Funding sources are different, city-led versus a privately led initiative. And then the leaders of the Map Historical Trauma Project, myself and Parker, I mean, I am definitely a minor team member of the Search for Mass Graves. So I am always quick to acknowledge Phoebe Silverfield, Carrie Stuckelbeck, and everyone else has been leading those initiatives and being on the front lines. Now the similarities though, they're both community-led. So I love to see this power shift where we don't have this sort of artificial boundary between archaeologists and the community, but there are people who occupy both spaces, take on both hats, like myself. So it's lovely to see the community being at the forefront, being the ones driving the work forward, and not just being all about, quote unquote, the experts. So this slow multi-phase process is what we need to have that more restorative and retributive justice conversation and be focused on the next generation so we can have things, answers, something to pass down to our youth. So I want to just say a special thank you to our institutional partners, but all the people who have supported this work and continue to support this work, and acknowledge that all we're doing right now is just trying to have action around what's been talked about for 100 years. So we have a lot of work to do, but thank you so much for listening. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Our next speaker is Angela Ade from the University of Oregon School of Law. And Angela, can you remind me the new change title of your talk?
Greenwood 2.0.
Greenwood 2.0. So thank you so much. We're so excited, Professor Odewale, for your remarks, and we're really looking forward to hearing from Professor Ade. And Professor Ade, we're having some tech problems on our side, so if you could speak as loudly as possible, that would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Ade, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Oregon School of Law. My presentation segues nicely from Professor Odewale's presentation because I like to share a little bit about Black business districts, particularly the legacies of exclusion for Black business districts and some of the contemporary harms facing these economic centers of Black communities. So when I talk about Black business districts, I'm referring to the different organizations that make up a neighborhood. The businesses such as restaurants or retail shops, hair salons, barbershops, as well as some of the nonprofit organizations such as churches or community centers or even fraternal lodges, for example. And so in addition to their economic impact, Black business districts tend to serve as cultural vehicles that reinforce community norms and community social values. So the reason why we're talking about Black business districts and the reason why Black business districts are important spaces for Black people is because they are spaces that allow Black residents to simply be, right? To be present, to exist, to belong in a space. And that's especially important in today's racial climate. So historically, Black business districts have really confronted or have been confronted with a lot of state-sanctioned violence and destruction, just as we saw and have heard about on those hours 100 years ago. But today I'd like to discuss how Black business districts are confronting a more modern, advanced wave of that same racial violence and destruction. So the Greenwood 2.0 or the Tulsa Race Massacre 2.0, because this time it's manifesting again in a new form, and that's through gentrification and urban redevelopment. Black business districts across the nation are experiencing the same phenomenon. Black businesses are closing down at rapid rates. Residents are being displaced from historically Black neighborhoods. And all of this tends to be a result of city-led or government-led revitalization efforts. So I'll start with a little bit of background about some of the historical legacies of violence and exclusion. I'll talk about how this destruction emerged in a new form in the 1950s and 1960s, and then how the systemic destruction of Black business districts again adopted a new form through gentrification, which we see today. So over the past 2 centuries, Black entrepreneurship and Black business districts have really been targeted, again, for state-sanctioned violence, for exclusion, for displacement. If we go way back or further back to the Civil War, for example, in many states, persons that were enslaved were frankly prohibited from either owning property or establishing businesses. You had a lot of informal business or people that were sort of establishing business in a clandestine way, but for the most part, persons that were enslaved were prohibited from owning property or from establishing businesses. And a lot of the 19th century ideologies around Black economic exclusion really manifested in that way. They manifested as formal exclusions or formal prohibitions on labor. So you had state laws that pretty much banned any economic activity or any independent economic activity of enslaved persons. There's a Maryland statute, for example, that specified that no person shall trade or barter or commerce with enslaved persons without the owner's permission. Or even in Charleston, South Carolina, there was another ordinance that deemed it unlawful for persons that were enslaved to carry on any type of trade, whether it be a mechanical trade or a handicraft trade, carry on any trade for their direct personal benefit. And they also couldn't buy or sell or trade goods, again, unless they had the owner's permission. So it wasn't really until during Reconstruction that we started to see the public emergence of Black businesses. You had about 4,000 Black businesses in 1867, which is right after the Civil War, to about 50,000 Black-owned businesses in 1917. So it was that period of Reconstruction that we really started to see the emergence of Black-owned businesses. But with this emergence, Black businesses and Black churches as well were largely targets of racial terrorism. And we heard about that a little bit today in the modern form, as Reverend Turner described earlier. So even churches, Black churches, were also targets of racial terrorism and tend to be today. So throughout Reconstruction, states routinely, they kind of stymied Black self-employment. They enacted a lot of formal measures to suppress Black economic activity. And as we see today, even during Reconstruction, there were a lot of discriminatory laws and policies that tended to serve as deliberate or proven strategies to disenfranchise Black Americans. So just as the Black economic activity sort of evolved throughout the Reconstruction era, so too did the way in which that economic activity was suppressed, right, or formally suppressed. So you had Black codes, right, the discriminatory laws that tended to restrict certain activities by Black people, and I think you'll hear a little bit more about that today from some of the other panelists. You had laws that restricted Black participation in certain industries outside of farming or agriculture and domestic work. You had state labor agencies requiring certain licenses for Black applicants, or they had certain licenses were only administered to Black applicants if a white person would endorse their character, for example, or affirm the character of the applicant, the Black applicant. And then in some states, Black entrepreneurs were excluded from participating in specific industries altogether. You had some laws that prohibited Black people from owning distilleries, from selling liquor, from renting or leasing urban property. And all of this was to ensure that Black entrepreneurs wouldn't benefit from what could be lucrative business ventures. So again, with the emergence of Black businesses, we also saw the formation of Black business districts, not just in Tulsa, though Tulsa is one very prominent example. Another prominent example was in Durham, North Carolina. And then you had Black business districts in lesser known areas like Portland or Birmingham, DC, Seattle, Atlanta, Mount Bayou, Mississippi, and Rosewood, Florida. So as we saw and heard about in terms of the fatal events of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, Black business districts were oftentimes targets for those seeking to dismantle racial progress. So from Black code laws to vigilantes, right, through violence, discriminatory policies, and racial terrorism has really always been invoked to suppress Black entrepreneurship. And because so many of these massacres have gone undocumented, the frequency of the known massacres is quite startling. 1866, Memphis, Tennessee. 1868, St. Landry's Parish in Louisiana. 1883, Danville, Virginia. 1888, Thibodaux, Louisiana. 1896, Polk County, Arkansas. 1898, Wilmington, North Carolina. 1908, Springfield, Illinois. That's the hometown of Abraham Lincoln. 1919, Elaine, Arkansas, which I think some of our panelists today will be talking about. So on these and many more countless occasions, the blood of Black citizens has really been shed in the pursuit of economic self-determination. And later, right, even throughout the civil rights movement, even as the courts confirmed the unconstitutionality of de jure segregation, you had other principles, whether it be redlining or restrictive covenants or the lack of access to capital that created barriers for Black residents, and it assured that Black residents would remain in segregated neighborhoods and be denied wealth accumulation through home ownership. So even while the civil rights legal frameworks substantially evolved, you still have these vestiges of slavery and segregation that adopted more implicit forms, right? They constantly acted to disrupt or even prevent Black economic advancement. And though the Tulsa Race Massacre occurred less than a decade after that first Black business structure was established, as we've heard today, the Tulsa Race Massacre was not the final chapter of Greenwood's history. A lot of people don't talk about this part, but after the riots, by the 1930s, Black Tulsans had largely restored Greenwood, only to later then confront additional forms of discrimination and displacement by the state. It was the 1970s that Greenwood really became like a mere skeleton of its revival, as we saw in some of those maps earlier, right? In terms of how Greenwood is merely a skeleton of its original prominent form. And a lot of this is because of the highway that is cutting through the center. And that highway is that same dagger that has destroyed so many Black business districts across the nation. So because many of us are familiar with what happened in Tulsa, less of us are familiar with that part of Greenwood's story, that urban renewal. And that urban renewal hasn't just transpired in Greenwood, but it has transpired in Boston, in Providence, in New York, in Philly, Atlanta, Detroit, LA, Miami, several other cities. So as Scott Ellsworth put it, the story of Tulsa is very much a story of America. And I think that that's one thing that's important to think about, that Tulsa wasn't an isolated incident, but rather it was a representative case of the circumstances and context in which it's been happening in different cities across the nation. So in terms of urban renewal, despite some of the gains during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, the 1950s and 1960s brought another wave of urban renewal that issued a huge blow to a lot of Black business districts. A lot of it started with the Housing Act of 1949. So from 1949 to about 1974, the federal government provided funding for cities to revitalize slum and blighted neighborhoods, right? And so these initiatives were really veiled as efforts to stimulate economic development. But in reality, the urban renewal programs tended to displace thousands of Black families and businesses. And this resulted again, excuse me, in the economic retrenchment of Black business districts. So by the mid-1960s, urban renewal initiatives displaced approximately 50,000 to 70,000 Black families each year, a majority of whom were Black. So this displacement was so prominent that urban renewal became known as Negro removal. And not only did these efforts of slum clearance or blight removal destroy Black business districts in large cities, but they really also destabilized economic centers in smaller towns like Tupelo, Mississippi, or Rome, Georgia. Similarly, the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 was also another major federal initiative that resulted in the destruction of Black business districts. And in enacting that legislation, Congress committed to funding about 90% of interstate construction, which effectively made highways free for state governments. So construction of interstate highway interchanges, as well as surface lots, and all of these things tended to displace Black homes and Black businesses. And a lot of Black business districts across the nation were largely demolished or deteriorated by the interstate highway system. And again, we kind of saw on the map that yellow dotted line, the highway coming straight through what was previously Greenwood in the Greenwood district. We also see this in the Black Bottom and Paradise Valley district in in Detroit, the Albina district in Portland, Overtown in Miami. We see it in North Nashville. We see it in the Brooklyn area of Charlotte. All of these districts were among the plethora of Black business areas that were, ultimately divided by a highway of some sorts. And so urban renewal, though it was purported to be about economic stimulation, it wasn't about the reclamation of urban space. It was more so a process that reinforced notions of white control of Black space. So urban renewal really demonstrated the lack of value that's attributed to Black people, to Black communities, to Black culture. It reflected some of the racist ideologies that precluded the state from recognizing the value in which Black people use and occupy spaces, especially if those uses and occupations of space are distinct from white uses of space. And so the justifications of blight removal, for example, were really just more so euphemisms to denounce the way in which Black people used spaces in manners that were inconsistent or that did not adhere to mainstream white expectations. And so today, in terms of urban redevelopment, or gentrification is a common term that's used to describe it, that's the latest iteration of Black policies that are threatening or harming Black business districts. You have cities that are really aiming to revitalize the urban core, and Black business districts, I've been calling them the unnamed casualties, similar to those unnamed victims that we saw earlier of the race massacres, those unnamed victims. And so Black business districts are those unnamed casualties as well here. And we're seeing, again, the same thing, the erosion of the foundations of Black business districts in a very systemic and cohesive manner. And so what's happening in Tulsa is happening in Portland and happening in DC and Harlem, et cetera. And these urban redevelopment efforts are really exacerbating existing vulnerabilities and leaving Black business districts largely susceptible to decline, especially after this traumatic economic event through the pandemic. So just to kind of wrap up, this all highlights the importance of a larger narrative about social attitudes towards Black-owned businesses and the disenfranchisement or exclusion of Black-owned businesses, especially in the local landscapes. And so I just encourage you, as we commemorate the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, that we're also reminded of the need to protect Black businesses and Black business districts. Not only do Black business districts have the capacity and the potential to fortify Black neighborhoods, as we have seen in the past through Tulsa, through Durham, but we also see that they represent a lot of community values, a lot of Black empowerment and self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And hi.
Okay. We're getting some feedback here. Can you talk to the IT people?
I wanted to
There we go.
Read it and I'll just talk without the.
okay.
So I talk, we still have an echo. Okay. I did not do the best job of introducing Professor Malveaux or Professor Ade, so I wanted to fix that now as Uber will let me. I also want to say, I know during the pandemic, we've all had to become IT experts, so please forgive us that as we try to do a hybrid event, there are technology glitches. Realize that's part of the lovely story. So I did want to mention that So I did want to mention that Professor Bono, who is our first speaker, she's an assistant professor in anthropology at the University of Tulsa, and she researches both urban and rural sites of enslavement in law, but she also works in Oklahoma analyzing historical evidence and working on archaeological investigations in the Greenwood district. And then we heard from Angela Ade. We heard from Angela Ade, and okay, so Angela Ade, she's an assistant professor at the University of Oregon School of Law on civil rights law, so enterprise law, and race and the law. So her research explores the race and organization. And she's been working on how municipal redevelopment policies affect Black-owned businesses. And I think she really provided a nice context of how the Tulsa Race Massacre was part of a much larger national phenomenon. And I just want to re-emphasize her point about the highways through the middle of cities, because our next speakers who are from Little Rock, that has also happened in Little Rock, and that has been a really problematic aspect of segregation, and it's like really aggravated segregation in a lot of towns. So I just are from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, Bowen School of Law. We have Dre Douglas Pond Cummings, who holds a JD cum laude from Howard University. He is, as I mentioned, a professor of law at the University of Arkansas Little Rock, William H. Bowen School of Law, where he teaches business organizations, contracts, corporate justice, and hip hop in the American Constitution, which is a class I wish I had in law school but did not. And then he's written extensively on issues regarding investor protection, racial and social justice, and sports and entertainment law, and is widely published. And he's also published 3 books. And then Calvin Graham is in his 3rd year at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock Bowen School, and he will graduate May 2022. So he also has studied at Harding University in Little Rock and completed a master's degree in English education. And he currently works as an MEP designer for an engineering consulting firm and is a researcher for the National Center for State Courts. So with that, I bring you Calvin Graham and Dre Cummings.
I am very literally elated to be here with all of you today, not just because it's the first live conference in a year and a half, but because I can't think of a more incredible group of scholars, poets, historians, business people to commemorate this tragic event with than those that have been gathered today. So I'm very, very grateful to Professor Warigia Bowman, who a year ago reached out to me and asked me to write something for this symposium, which I was delighted to do. I've been very impressed with Adam Haven and Sage Martin, who have helped organize this event. It's great to see. It's great to see friends here to commemorate this event together. And I should just mention that I love the remarks of our fellow panelists. And just yesterday, Angela Adai and I were together on a board meeting for an organization that we serve together on called Abolish Private Prisons. It's a small world. It's great for Angela's material that she shared with us because it segues perfectly into the few comments that I wanted to make today. And then finally, a quick word on my co-author, Calvin Graham, who has worked not only as my research assistant for the past 2 years, but Calvin and I go to a local HBCU in Little Rock called Philander College, and we teach an LSAT prep class together. And the reason that we do that is because I took the LSAT 20-something years ago, and when they asked me to teach an LSAT prep class, I said, only if I can take someone with me that smoked the LSAT. And he did. And we teach an LSAT prep class together because this is all part of what happened at Greenwood, sort of segues, and it's important into the fact that we need many more lawyers of color. And I'm very proud to announce that some of Calvin's, mostly Calvin's, but Calvin's and my students in the LSAT prep class are currently at Berkeley Law School and at SMU Law School and at the University of Arkansas Law School because it matters. So here are my here are my few remarks that I wanted to make today in the time that Calvin and I have. Our article is called Racial Capitalism and Race Massacres, Tulsa's Black Wall Street and Elaine's Sharecroppers. So I wanted to anchor my remarks today in something that the great grandson of J.B. Stratford said, and you'll know J.B. Stratford is the owner of the Stratford Hotel here that was burnt down with Black Wall Street. This is something John Rogers, who was a successful hedge fund manager, had to say about Tulsa. Quote, when Black Americans are left alone without a knee to the neck, extraordinary achievements follow. Tulsa proves that African Americans can build great businesses and be extraordinarily successful. On the other hand, it shows you that unfortunately, so many times in our history, when Black folks get a few steps ahead, we get pulled back down. It's why the wealth gap in this country is so dramatically worse than it was 25 or 40 years ago, close quote. And that's exactly what Angela was just talking about. The fact that when African Americans play by the capitalistic rules of this country and find success, we as a country find a way to eviscerate those successes. And our paper discusses how that continues to this day. I wanted to conclude in a few minutes with how those echoes reverberate from Greenwood through the Capitol insurrection on January 6th. But here's a couple of things that I wanted to focus on. First, J.B. Stratford and his hotel were worth $75,000 in 1920. That translates to $2.5 million today. J.B. Stratford was a millionaire. O.W. Gurley, one of the founding fathers of Greenwood and Black Wall Street, was worth $150,000 in 1920. That translates to $5 million today. O.W. Gurley, J.B. Stratford, and an assortment of other entrepreneurs in Greenwood were millionaires. And I posit today that Black Wall Street minted Black millionaires and then eviscerated that important Black wealth. The Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Mellons that would have emerged from Black Wall Street were destroyed. And that's the wealth gap problem that John Rogers is talking about today. In 2019, the white medium household wealth is $188,000. The median Black wealth of a Black family in 2019 is $24,000. That massive wealth gap is attributable. That's time for me to wrap up and hand it over to Calvin. So that is attributable. That is attributable to the destruction that occurred on Black Wall Street in the tragic ways that we've heard about today. And it wasn't just Tulsa, right? Calvin is going to, in a moment, talk about Elaine, Arkansas, and the sharecroppers there that were eviscerated in the same way that Black Wall Street was wiped out. So what should be celebrated, and I wanted to conclude by saying what should be celebrated in Black achievement is torn down. Greenwood, wiped out. Stacey Abrams, the magisterial Stacey Abrams, that figured out a way to flip the state of Georgia. What are we doing? What is not we, but what is happening in Georgia in response to what should be celebrated? She figured out a way to get so many people in that state to vote. And our efforts in this country are to destroy that effort. The Capitol insurrection, one of the sort of, I don't know if it's last gasps, I can only pray that it is, of white supremacy, is an echo of what happened in Greenwood and in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when we find success, economic empowerment, voting empowerment of African Americans, we have a violent insurrection. And so if what the Reverend said today, Reverend Turner said today is true, that we are not finished, then what is our work? What must we do in order to eliminate the vestiges of this white supremacy? I suggest one thing is that we must be unbowed. Our spines must be steeled. We must be unbowed because that backlash is coming and it is real. I gave an interview to Real Clear Politics about 2 weeks ago. And I thought I gave some very benign comments on critical race theory. What it is, what it stands for, what it means. I described it as sort of the true historical view of this country from the view of the oppressed. After that Real Clear Politics story came out, I've received dozens of threats of physical violence. And I've turned several of the most egregious ones over to the Little Rock Police Department for simply saying we must be unbowed, steel our backs and say this backlash, we must defeat it, because at the end of the day, what must be celebrated are the achievements of Black entrepreneurs, Black voting rights, and white supremacy is rearing its ugly head. And it's got to be, I think, up to people like us and commemorations like this that figure out a way to prevail. Thank you.
Good morning. Like Professor Cummings said, my name is Calvin. I'm going to attempt to cover about 400 years of history in 5 minutes. So I'm just going to jump right in. We'll see what happens. But in 1539, Hernando de Soto, with papal authority to find gold and silver to fund the Holy Roman Empire and its myriad wars, lands and sets foot in the Mississippi Delta. Begins massacring the indigenous there, left and right, and really laying a very interesting beginning to the foundations of what would later grow to be an empire of cotton in the region. By 1790, there were over 1 million white settlers and 500,000 slaves in the South, what is today the South. And by 1860, the Delta alone is producing a quarter of all of the country's cotton, most of it being shipped back to Manchester in the UK for processing. Phillips County in Arkansas, very, very, very small county in the Delta region. In 1860, 60% of its residents are slaves. And it is one of the wealthiest counties in the country at that time. Following the Civil War and the failure of Reconstruction to redistribute land to the enslaved or provide them any economic footing from which to grow and prosper in the region, the planter class and plantations in the South continue to be the predominant political power in the region. This continues throughout the rest of the 19th century and into the early 20th. Taking a brief aside to, and I'm actually just going to read from this to lay the framework or the groundwork rather for what is going on ideologically in the region at the time. As the nature of the plantation changed to accommodate its recently freed workforce, so too did its efforts to normalize the new Jim Crow institutions its political leaders were busy legislating. The earlier logics of white supremacy had to adapt and stretch themselves into new forms to justify the continued exploitation of allegedly free people. To do so, they began using the burgeoning social sciences and growing mass media to reinforce the glorious destiny of the white race inscribed in the plantation structure since its earliest days. And in doing so, they formalized whiteness, the whiteness of the European settlers and their ancestors through narratives like the Lost Cause and the revival and popularization of the mythic religious origin story of the Caucasian, which this is quoting from Charles King's book, Gods of the Upper Air. The concept of race was central to the social sciences. Humans had races in the same way that other animals had stocks or pedigrees. You had only to open your eyes to have a look, say, at someone's lips, hair texture, nose, shape, and skin tone to confirm this fact. In his treatise on the natural variety of humankind, published in 1775, Blumenbach sorted human beings into boxes based on their geographic location, as well as the visible characteristics that seemed to define them. There were the peoples of Africa, whom he called Ethiopians, those native to the Americas and the Arctic, whom he called Americans, those residing in Asia, whom he called Mongolians, the peoples of the Pacific, whom he grouped as Malay, and a final category that encompassed the nations of Europe and their diasporas overseas, to which he gave the name Caucasians. The first four categories were already in wide use, but this last label was Blumenbach's own invention. And he had created his list based on a private collection of human skulls. Great scientist. One skull in particular had caught his eye, the remains of a young girl from Georgia, the country, not the state, in the Caucasus Mountains at the southern edge of the Russian Empire. Blumenbach reckoned that her skull, with its graceful lines and modest proportions, was especially beautiful, the kind of head that must have been created in the image of God, as the earliest human beings had been. He proposed the label Caucasian not only because the girl was from the Caucasus, but also because the mountain range was located near where some at the time had placed the biblical Garden of Eden. God had created perfection. This Georgian girl proved it. For Blumenbach, Caucasians were the source from which all subsequent varieties of humans had devolved. This view was repeated in textbooks, traveling museum exhibits, and even Christian Sunday school songs, red, brown, yellow, black, and white. They are precious in his sight. This enabled political supporters of the ever-evolving racial capitalism to argue that, quote, Jim Crow and racial case law were based on the latest findings of racial science. In court, whiteness became a legal category. At the same time, hundreds of films, radio programs, books, advertisements, all pined for a return to the pre-war plantations, and D.W. Griffith's technologically groundbreaking 1915 film, Birth of a Nation, awed audiences with its color-tinted cinematography and extolled the virtues of the heroic Ku Klux Klan, which by 1925 had over 8.9 million members, most of them in the North. These works, alongside museums, magazines, newspaper articles, biographies, studies, playing cards, and roaming minstrel shows, traveled across the country celebrating the domination of Blacks, the denial of their human rights, and the destruction of their families, institutions, culture, and communities. In the South, and increasingly in the North, the message was the same. And this is a quote from the Vicksburg Commercial Herald at the time: "Don't monkey with white supremacy. It is loaded with determination, gunpowder, and dynamite." In Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, a group of sharecroppers come together to attempt to form a union because cotton prices post-war are at an all-time high, and they want to make more than $50 a year, especially when a Ford Model T costs $300 at the time. They come together in a small church in September to begin discussing that, as well as discussing hiring a lawyer from Little Rock to come out in an attempt to sue the planters in the region who are unfairly garnishing their wages and charging them exorbitant prices for the tools and land use rights. No one knows who fired the first shot that night. Similar to Tulsa, it just erupts. But the next day, the Arkansas Gazette, Arkansas Democrat, newspapers in the region are publishing papers saying that there is a race war. So hundreds and hundreds of white men all through the region come to the defense of the plantation system and plantation agriculture. Not only that, but a machine gun battalion from France comes up from Little Rock, led by the governor, to put down the insurrection. Similar to Tulsa, this is, I think, a very interesting instance of what we see even to this day with a lot of policing in modern America, and that's this idea of the war coming home. In Tulsa, you have bombs being dropped from planes just like they were in France. You have a machine gun battalion, an actual machine gun battalion fought in France, coming and gunning down sharecroppers in the fields in Elaine. And to this day, we continue to see military vehicles and military arms deployed in against peaceful protesters all throughout the country. That's kind of where I wanted to go with the paper, and with my brief remarks today is just kind of laying that structural foundation. And it's not that history is repeating itself so much as we're just continuing to live, continuing to develop, and continuing to reckon with the foundations that were laid hundreds of years before us. And it's, in the case of the Delta, a region that when the first white people set foot there, when Hernando de Soto arrived, literally bathed the region in blood, and blood continued to be spilled in the region ever since. So thank you for your time.
So I would just invite everybody to take a break now and go enjoy some coffee, and we have some people have brought some of their Greenwood related wares to share with you. So we will see you in 15 minutes. You know where they're at.
Yes, okay, that's great.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to do it from back there and share my screen.
Okay.
And then give you permission. Because
So do I need to say?
Hey, everybody, it looks like the tech has been removed. Thanks for your patience. And thanks for the patience of our speakers who have been sitting in their remote locations. We are really happy for this next panel, which again covers the theme, and I'll let you find that theme. But we begin with Guha Krishnamurthy and Peter Salim on reparations, constitutionality, and the model of civil damages. Guha is joined the faculty of South Texas College of Law, Houston in 2020 as an assistant professor of law. Before that, he was a Flamenco Fellow at Harvard Law School, and he'll be joining the faculty of the University of Oklahoma in the fall. Peter Salim is currently a Flamenco Fellow at Harvard Law School. He'll join the University of Houston faculty, where he'll be an assistant professor there at the law school, as well as the Hobby School of Public Affairs. And together, their paper is Reparations, Constitutionality, and the Model of Civil Damages. They will be joining us via Zoom.
Hi, thanks so much for having us.
And I think I've done all I need to do to make that happen.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
But we'll see.
Good.
Sorry, Molly, if I could just ask a quick question. You mentioned
Guha, you're
that the
muted.
fastest
You're
route-
not muted, and you're
Yeah.
still not audible.
Not audible. Okay.
Guha, you can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you, Peter.
Okay, no one else can.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, God, not what you thought.
Do you get feedback?
I think you're good now.
How's that? Great. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having us. Thanks to the students, thanks to the faculty and the organizers. We're delighted to be here today. And yeah, our paper is about reparations, and it's what did we call it? Reparations, civil damages, or reparations, constitutionality, and the model of civil damages. And the paper basically starts with this this problem, which is that the thing that we usually talk about when we talk about oh, sorry, I should hold on.
That's because we can barely hear you. You're muted.
How's that? Is that better?
Is it better now? Peter, do you want to try again?
And we have you speak. Guha and Peter. Because our tech is not working, would you be angry at me if we started with the in-person speakers while we figure this out?
Sure.
Sorry.
Hey, sorry, my feed is frozen. I'm going to log off and back on.
That did something.
Thank you earlier.
We love our tech folk. Okay, change of plans. We will hear from them in a moment, but in the meantime, we're very pleased to have Davis Jones here. He's a super lawyers rated attorney who, among many other accomplishments, is the founder of the African American Trust for Historic Preservation in Lexington, Kentucky. He's an adjunct professor of First Amendment law at Trinity Washington University, and principal of the Amos Jones Law Firm. He'll be speaking on juridical intimidation from Greenwood onward, systemic racism, economic terror, and court reform.
I think it's still muted, actually. If you go back and click on mute. I think it's still muted.
I just unmuted.
Can you hear it? 'Cause let me-
I just unmuted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rosenblatt. Just a little bit of feedback, but we're going to try anyway. It's so good to be here. Maybe we can repair. There we go. Thank you. And I also would like to thank Andre Cummings and Calvin Graham, in an earlier version of what I'm about to present, offered some very constructive feedback. I want to also thank the Director of Administration of the African American Trust for Historic Preservation, Holly Clark, who's here and providing excellent service on behalf of that Lexington, Kentucky-based organization. I want to thank the Dean here, Dean Enser Roth, doing an excellent job, and certainly Professor Bowman, Professor Piety, Adam, even. It's been a great day. I came to talk for just a little while about an aspect of this crisis that I believe today is the day to pull out into the open, because really the Greenwood story, as we have seen from all presenters today, especially from Reverend Turner, is the story of a beatdown of Black people who sought to advance their economic circumstances, even in the face of what I call a dormant 14th Amendment. That is no formal equality at all, but nevertheless, that enduring human idea of improvement, enhancement, growth, and flourishing in spite of apartheid. And I want to start from the failure over the last 100 years of every piece of litigation that has been brought to what I think it would be simply to activate traditional notions of tort law and damages and equitable tolling to bring some kind of correction and some kind of remedy to this situation. Now, I'm very sensitive to the fact that every community has its own local customs, colors, and legal customs, culture, and legal frameworks. I had never set foot in Oklahoma until the day before yesterday when I came here for this symposium. I wanted to come in person, and I wanted to bring a staffer from the African American Trust for Historic Preservation to get a real feel for how it's experienced. And I want to commend Tulsa and Oklahoma for the commission, for the record, for the historical work. John Hope Franklin had a personal interest in this because his father's law office was a casualty of it. He would tell you that he chose Durham in part because the Black Wall Street of Durham, about which I've written, was a great place, just like Greenwood, only Durham had big business. A couple of those major institutions in Durham, like North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance and Mechanics and Farmers Bank, are still there and very successful. But these suits have come and gone. One of them came out last year in state court, and they have left us with very little satisfaction at all. And we have to step back and wonder why. How did this happen? How does it happen that we have had, by some counts, 5 lawsuits? There have been other administrative proceedings and all kinds of investigations. And yet here we are in the 100th year unfulfilled. And I would like to suggest that we have a problem of court malfunctions, if you will, paradoxically functioning in the right manner. If you understand the way the Constitution has been grown over the last couple of 100 years or so, you know that Black people in America never were supposed to have any real recourse to anything, particularly slaves. And I think that we're stuck in a culture that has been so accustomed to expelling Blacks who dare to seek justice in a civil forum, like those first approximately however many insurance claims there were for about $1.8 million when Greenwood burned, all of them denied. There's this evasion of responsibility, but it's a very cruel evasion because the Black litigants, as with the Tulsa survivors who are going away one by one from the scene, are told, you don't even belong in court. This is not for you. This is for somebody else, some other interest, some other kind of lawyers who look a different way. And that is not unique to the Tulsa predicament in court. I came as a practicing attorney to this symposium for this law review in this year to bring forth a new data set that I have developed from the last 10 years of very diverse types of civil cases wherein Black American litigants have asserted a right to be paid back money that was stolen by white people in one way or another, often in the employment context. And when this data set is fully coded and presented, there are some patterns that emerge. And what we find is that, number one, it's an appropriate unit of analysis, federal civil cases brought by Black victims of alleged discrimination. It's an apt unit of analysis because these days, 30% of the federal civil docket is employment cases, mostly African Americans, and 20% of federal civil litigants are pro se. So we have this court system with all these people who have shown up, often under statutes that didn't come about until the legal edifice of the civil rights movement came forth, and things like the Civil Rights Act of 64, and a court system and a juridical reality that was designed for a completely different set of people. And it's not just race. You can look at the first female graduates of the Harvard Law School and read the accounts of what they have to go through in order to be recognized as something other than a secretary or a legal assistant. So I think that our system has not adapted, and I'm somebody who tries to make the system work. As a practicing attorney in this space, 95% of my clientele are Black people who have accused some white institution or some white person or something white of owing them money based on race discrimination. And it's like pulling teeth, trying to. So what we found in the data set, which will be fully presented in chart form in the Tulsa Law Review this September, is that we have a problem of harassment in the courts that's going on. It is costly now to bring these cases. You have to, number one, you have to find an attorney who's diligent. That is extremely hard for regular people. And that's why I'm glad that this law school and this university are supporting the Buck Hopper Franklin Clinic. Good for you. If you can find a good lawyer, it's going to cost quite a bit of money. And if it costs quite a bit of money, you're almost always going to be outmatched by the state of Oklahoma or by the company that provided the air power for the assault or whatever it is. Then you're going to go through a series of long-winded procedural things. The average length of a simple, discrete textbook case of discrimination in this data set is about 4.5 years of process. In fact, it's better when the cases get dismissed for lack of jurisdiction right away because appeals can be much faster than discovery and summary judgment. Law students and professors will know what I'm talking about. So there's a duration problem that emerges. That's just like the Tulsa survivor. There's a dismissal problem where courts are almost designed to throw you out. Most of these discrimination cases get dismissed one way or the other. And I have granularly gone through and analyzed grounds for dismissal and compared those to briefs in opposition to dismissal. And it's almost like courts are just lying about what's going on in these cases and then publishing these opinions on half of the information and giving an impression that Black litigants are not on point. And often it's simply not the case. There's an inverse effectiveness problem that's come forth in the data. And what that means is the least consequential of the Black litigant, the faster they get paid their remedy. So the more important people, and these are anonymized data sets, because some of these cases have been settled, often for a pittance. The more powerful the African American, like Greenwood was powerful because it's economic self-sufficiency. In capitalism, if you're undercapitalized, you're still a slave. The more power people get, the lower settlements and work the hardest and pay the most to make the system work when they're not dismissed. And that's going to be proven, at least in these 50 cases. And what all this does is serve to, it just hit me 2 weeks ago in the case. Dr. King got shot dead in the face at 39 precisely because he was that powerful. A bunch of other people were just left to go on into whatever, and here we are still trying to get reparations, or we have to come with the John Lewis Voting Protection Act after the Voting Rights Act of 65, or whatever it is. So there's an incentive to go after the most powerful. So even as we, in some ways, condemn Oklahoma, at least the ground was fertile for the flourishing of a Black Wall Street like that in the first place. And as Reverend Turner said, it's about the promise of a continuing story. Finally, though, the financial abuse of the system, it becomes very cruel to have lost everything, like a job, in the case of the people in this data set in 50% of the cases, and then to go into court and to be told, basically to be gaslighted. So there's that data set that you can read more closely later. As we move on, there are some conclusions. If you look at Greenwood and what has happened in court with these failed suits over the years, and what still happens in cases that are not famous on behalf of discrete victims, the juridical reality, that is the legal pattern in practice in these courts with respect to Blacks who don't have a lot of fame on their stories, is to make the courts intimidating and deterrent. And I must say, as successful as I am as an advocate, I am far more mortified going into any court before a judge on behalf of a Black victim than in a police stop, ever. And I am a Black civil rights attorney in Washington, D.C. The chances of being treated fairly by a police officer, in my experience and that of my clients, is far higher than the average judge, including Black judges and Hispanic judges and Asian American judges or whatever. And that's why I have come up with, based on these fundamentals, which I won't read to you. These are very texty slides on purpose. I have come up with some court reforms that I think we should just think about if we can accept some of what has been adduced from the Greenwood example of what went on in court, which was complete loss, all the way to the present, with the possible exception of this new one from last year that's in state court, and to identify what we can do to overcome what I believe is fairly established juridical intimidation from Greenwood onward. And the proposals are centered largely in federal courts, because that's where most of these rights are potentially actualized. That's where the data happens to come from. In that regard, these are modest proposals because they're limited to the federal judicial context and process, but they're informed by things that are working throughout the country. And I talk here about the Durham example. I just want to drop a footnote here. Durham, North Carolina's Black Wall Street was not eviscerated. It was damaged by urban renewal. But W.E. Du Bois found that the reason that it worked in Durham is that there was a laissez-faire approach among the white establishment. You don't even have to celebrate diversity. You can just leave the blacks alone, as Professor Andre Cummings has pointed out. Black people can flourish. Just leaving them alone to their own resources can be sufficient not to have economic disparity enduring. So part of here are some of the reforms, just some of them. I don't even read everything on the boxes so that you can read the post on the stream. But I think the biggest problem is that of accountability. So much of what's going on in court is happening in secret in this respect. For laypersons, for non-lawyers, it is a mystery how process works. You tell the average person the statute of limitations ran, and they think that's the end of the story. They don't know that the whole of equity, the whole of civil procedure is designed to empower every court to operate as a court of equity at one level or another. If you tell people that the contractual terms are here, you signed it, it's over, most people accept that, not understanding that we spend a year teaching contracts precisely to tell you about the infirmities or the supervening requirements of justice or the countervailing requirements of that unjust enrichment doctrine provides. There's a way to get to where you should go. And that's the way things tend to work for people who are not Greenwood survivors demanding a check that's long overdue. So if you can bring some transparency to the process, the biggest way to do that for me is by never having a court with just one person on it. If you talk to the SNCC folks who organize the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, like Timothy Jenkins, who's still around, he'll tell you, we wanted 3 judge panels for the Voting Rights Act pre-clearance provisions. Why? Because so many judges were racist. If you could have 3 of them, it's much harder for people to just lie. There's more accountability, like at the Court of Appeals. And then if you bring in television, I used to think that that was not dignified enough. Then until I found out so much of what goes on in federal court is not dignified at all, it just looks dignified. So you bring in the cameras like C-SPAN, you add the 3 judge panels, and then you'd be surprised how all stuff starts to work the way it works in the case books. That's what I found. I was on a losing streak at various courts of appeal, like 3 in a row. How does it happen? And I didn't put those cases in the media. The ones that I won are ones that I pressed what was happening to these people, and that's how we got where we needed to go in the way of justice. I believe that American people, American justice, Oklahoma, everybody's in a convictable posture. But sometimes you have to bring a little light to it. Those are the 2 major points of reform. The other thing you do when you make it a 3-judge proposition, yes, that takes away a lot of power of an individual judge. But the big thing you do as well is you inherently will diversify. Lonnie Guinier has said that when she was winning all those cases for the NAACP, every time someone else worked on a brief with her, the brief got better. And if you put multiple people, you're more likely to have a woman or 2 or 3. And ethnic diversity, other kinds of diversity can come in. These are matters of impression. We are all deeply raced. We're all deeply informed by or limited by certain experiences or non-experiences. So if we can bring it together, then we can look at the problem more comprehensively. Those are the 2 big ones. More people, more exposure. Everything else derives from that. I will save these, as Professor Cummings said, aggressive forms of reform maybe for a discussion later on. But I think my time is up. But I thank you all for inviting this conversation and for allowing me to stand here and offer an unusual critique of federal courts and judges, and unusual because you have to go before these people all the time, and the judiciary can be quite imperial. I think that if we can implement some of these reforms, then we can prevent another 100-year travesty of injustice times 4 that we've all seen in this state, in these courts that have failed these victims. Thank you.
Do I dare? Do I dare? Let's see if it works with Guha and Peter.
All right, how's that? You can hear, oh, wonderful news. All right, so thank you so much for having us. Thanks to the students and the faculty organizers. We're delighted to be here. I'll just start back at the beginning from last time. So yeah, Guha and I wrote this short piece about reparations and about potential legal difficulties to implementing them. The basic problem or puzzle of the piece is the kind of thing that we often talk about in this country when we talk about reparations are these kinds of quite broad-based monetary restitution to Black people or other people of color for a whole myriad of atrocities committed against them over the entire history of our country. One difficulty with that kind of reparations policy is it faces some constitutional challenges. Like it or not, the court that we have now and the law we have now, as we see in, for example, its jurisprudence in the last 30 years on things like affirmative action, are relatively hostile to this kind of broad-based and racially conscious recovery or restitution. And Guha and I's paper just suggests that this kind of problem might be sort of rearing its head for certain kinds of reparations policies, but maybe not for others, and maybe not for the kind of reparations you might want to give to restore some modicum of recovery for a particularized event, something like the Tulsa Massacre. And that's just because we have this other model for basically giving money to people who were harmed because of discrimination based on their race that no one really thinks is constitutionally problematic at all. And that model is just civil damages. So in a Title VII suit, an equal protection suit, in various other statutory suits, if you were discriminated against, harmed, injured, killed because of your race, you can get monetary recovery because of your race, and that's not a constitutional problem. And so Guha and I kind of propose that for a discrete event like the Tulsa Massacre, you actually maybe could institute a fairly broad-based reparations program that would in many ways look much more like civil recovery than it would like the kinds of reparations programs that raise these constitutional arguments. And in fact, you might be able to impose something that is broader than you think, that gives more money to more people than you might think, and still maintain that analogy to civil damages. And so we envision a reparations program that would give recovery not just to the individuals who were sort of directly harmed in the massacre, people who were injured, killed, had their businesses and livelihood burned, not just those people's individual descendants, but indeed all Black Tulsans who were in Tulsa at the time, who moved to Tulsa within some defined period after, and were thus sort of affected by the specter of racialized terror, and indeed maybe their descendants as well. And now it seems kind of broad, but the rest of the paper kind of tries to show that maybe it's not so broad or not so different from what we do in various civil contexts. And that's just because of all kinds of, or at least a handful of kind of old-fashioned, well accepted legal doctrines that allow civil recovery to extend to these kinds of broader groups of people. So I think Guha is going to talk about two of those doctrines, and I'm going to talk about one.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to start before I talk about a couple of these by saying, I'm from Tulsa myself, and we had heard from the Reverend and other speakers about the sort of legacy of forgetting about the Tulsa Race Massacre, and until the late 90s, and in my schooling, I never heard about it, and it just never came up. So it's great that we're doing this, and it's great that we are remembering this horrible pogrom. So the two doctrines I'm going to talk about are the lost chance doctrine and joint and several liability. And so you might think that there are these two problems. One about the broadness of a reparations program. And the objection might go like this. It may say, well, there were victims in the Tulsa Race Massacre, and they're finite in number, they're fairly limited, and they have a right to seek reparations, but we know many of them are dead or extremely old, right? And so you could say, well, we should limit recovery to those people. And then the other kind of objection you might hear is, well, insofar as you're thinking about reparations coming from the government's role was very limited, right? People will try and cabin the government's role in many ways, but they would say, well, it's really, there were private parties really enacting all of the harm. Maybe the government turned a blind eye, but really didn't participate as much as those other private parties. And for that, I think we can look to joint and several liability. So I'll go through both lost chance and joint and several. So the lost chance doctrine essentially says that one can recover for a lost chance of having a normal life, right? Having a sort of good situation. And the prototypical example of the lost chance doctrine is a person who is a medical patient. And so the idea is the medical patient maybe was mistreated, was treated improperly, negligently by a doctor. And, the medical patient then, let's say, suffers some grievous harm, dies, suffers some injury. But it's unclear that the doctor's misdiagnosis, mistreatment led, had the doctor not done that, it's not clear that the patient would have been, cured. Rather, it seems though the patient had some chance of, reaching a, beneficial situation, but, maybe it's only 30% likely that the patient would have fully recovered. It's maybe they were afflicted with some very serious condition. So even had the doctor done everything right, they may still have had a, medical injury. Well, lost chance doctrine recognizes that a patient may be able to recover for that 30% of a chance of, recovery. And similarly here, Peter and I think that, there are a whole host, so many people that were affected by the Tulsa Race Massacre beyond the people that experienced the terror themselves, that were killed or maimed or injured, or their businesses were burned, but rather, there are certainly those people who should have recovery, but there are their descendants who were affected by the legacy of racial terror. And there are, other people who did not have the chance of obtaining, a good life of material success and wealth that that Black Wall Street promised so many people, but the Tulsa Race Massacre stole. And so the lost chance doctrine tells us that we may be able to expand, who gets recovery and reparation, based on their chance of having a normal life that was so disrupted by the Tulsa Race Massacre. And to the second objection is the notion that that the government's role was rather small in comparison to other parties, and therefore that the government should not really be so liable. And there we can look to the doctrine of joint and several liability, which says that when there are multiple tortfeasors, right, when multiple people who might be the cause and of a harm and liable for such harm, that all of them are liable, and all of them may be liable for the whole of the harm. So, if there's one tortfeasor who's very solvent and another one who is insolvent, doesn't have very much money, well, you can seek full harm from the solvent tortfeasor, right? And you can seek full recovery from them. So this is another kind of doctrine that may answer this problem, that says, well, the government wasn't that responsible. Well, in fact, joint and several liability, which is a long-standing doctrine, says, well, these victims can seek full recovery from the government. And there are at least two things that, justifications for joint and several liability. First is we might think, actually all the sort of tortfeasors are fully morally liable for what harm was befallen, and we can seek recovery from them. The other is that the tortfeasors themselves have the best ability to apportion blame amongst themselves. And so we can, we don't have to shift that burden to the victims. Rather, the victims should be made whole. And then in this case, the government can seek to hold anybody else responsible as it should have. And as we know, as the Reverend told us, they didn't, right? The government really did, shirk its duty to find those, find and hold those responsible. And in that sense, they're morally blameworthy and should be held responsible in this joint and several way. So with that, I'll pass it back to Peter to talk about this third doctrine.
Yeah, so the third objection you might have to the kind of broad-based reparations program Guha and I are sort of contemplating for the Tulsa Race Massacre, in terms of trying to disanalogize it to civil recoveries, you might say, well, look, in a civil lawsuit, what you have to do is you have to show up and you have to prove that you in particular have an injury that's compensable by the law, and that you should therefore get recovery. And I think the thing that we don't want in the reparations program is to place the kind of burden on folks who might be entitled to recovery to come and show that I don't know, say they moved to Tulsa shortly in the aftermath of the massacre and had great business prospects, and yet were, say, denied the ability to found and grow their business because of the sort of lingering overt racialized threat that came from the massacre itself. So what we don't want to do is put that kind of burden on individuals to show that, because it's quite difficult, right? It's hard to know 100 years on how many, if anyone, could readily produce that kind of individualized evidence. To which we respond essentially, well, in fact, that's not what's required in many civil lawsuits, in civil recovery for discriminatory harm. And in particular, you can think of the disparate impact approach to proving entitlement to recovery in, say, a Title VII lawsuit, but there are others as well. And under a disparate impact approach, what you don't do is bring evidence of sort of the story of every single individual litigant. These are often class actions. What instead you do is you point to an act or a policy that the defendant enacted, and then you do statistical analysis. You ask, sort of on average, did this act or this policy leave, say, Black Tulsans in this instance, worse off? And there are a lot of ways you can imagine doing that. You can compare the lives of people who were living in Tulsa at the time of the massacre, say, Oklahoma City, probably relevantly similar in most of the important ways. And similarly, you can run those comparisons for people who were directly affected, injured, businesses burned, for people who were in Tulsa at the time but not directly affected in that way, and perhaps for people who moved there afterward. And using that kind of analysis, you can get a good estimate of how much worse off those different kinds of people ended up for having been in Tulsa at the time. And that's a sort of perfectly acceptable way to establish entitlement to recover in civil suits. And we think it's similarly perfectly adequate way to do it for purposes of a reparations program. Now, there are other wrinkles in a civil suit. Of course, in a civil suit, the defendant has the option to rebut this sort of presumption of liability, right? Once the plaintiff has showed a statistical disparate impact, the defendant can show actually what we did was justified, or actually some individuals weren't harmed. Now, of course, there's really no argument, even colorable, that what was done was justified here. You can imagine if the government were sued in this kind of suit, the government of Tulsa, it might try to disprove that certain individual Tulsans were harmed. But even if it could do that in a civil suit, it wouldn't have to, right? There's no obligation in a civil suit for the defendant to do this kind of thing, nor would there be an obligation for a government that wanted to sort of voluntarily impose a reparation scheme to try and do this kind of individualized rebuttal of this presumption of harm. It's perfectly acceptable for a defendant to pay the restitution once it's been sort of facially established. And we think that's exactly what would be kind of going on in the kind of reparation scheme we have in mind. So that's kind of the argument. I guess just to close, I mean, and sort of what we're trying to do here is to start from this example, this case study of Tulsa, and show that, at least in certain cases, reparations really doesn't look constitutionally problematic at all, insofar as it's tied to a particularized instance of violence or racism, insofar as it sort of fused to traditional principles of trying to establish harms, even where those harms might be kind of broader than we might first expect, as Guha talked about in the context of lost chance. And so then the question we can ask is, how far do these analogies extend? To how many different kinds of reparations programs might we be able to draw these analogies, and where do those analogies run out? And so, our paper doesn't answer that question, but that's the kind of sort of gesture we have in mind to sort of think about reparations more broadly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is here with us live, and I think the screen will switch over to showing our room as a spotlight in a moment. But I'm very pleased to introduce Mary Louise Frampton from UC Davis. She's the director of the Aoki Center for Critical Race and Nation Studies at UC Davis. She's a civil rights litigator for 30 years before joining the academy, and she teaches in the areas of restorative justice, structural inequality, critical race theory, tribal justice, and policy advocacy. I will return.
Thank you so much, and I'm very conscious of the time, so I'm going to be short. But I wanted to say, Mr. Jones, thank you so much for that, for very accurate critique. As a civil rights lawyer for 30 years, you're right on. And as we know from all the empirical studies, actually judges have a higher implicit bias than the general population. So I applaud your report. I also want to say that I know as legal academics, we're supposed to approach these issues, with calm and reason. But when I heard a few days ago that the reaction of the Oklahoma legislature to the centennial was to say, we cannot teach the next generation the truth of structural racism, the truth of implicit bias. We're just going to cover this up. My reaction was rage. And I am continuing, as I think about this massacre and about what's happening now, my reaction is not one of calm and reason, but of anger. So I see red when I think about this. So I'm not, this is difficult. So again, I know we want to hear mostly from our renowned speaker, keynote speaker. So I'm just going to talk for about 2 minutes about this article about the law's failure. So in my view, the hope for greater racial justice in the future rests on an understanding of the injustices of the past. Yet the peculiar historical amnesia that seems to afflict so many Americans, particularly on the issues of race, places obstacles on that path to knowledge. I think it's a moral imperative for the legal profession to examine those instances in which our legal system, often purported to be the model for the world, has proved to be a fatal failure. As we contemplate the breakdown in our legal system arising out of the Tulsa Race Massacre and its aftermath a century ago, it can be easy to dismiss the lessons it teaches us as ancient history, as irrelevant to today. The story that this country tells itself is that the civil rights movement and its accompanying legislative and policy prescriptions fundamentally changed the racial landscape in this country. The Greensboro Massacre of 1979, a half century after the Tulsa Race Massacre and after the civil rights movement, belies that myth. The stark similarities between the two tragedies and the repeat performance of the law's failures illustrate the tenacity of white supremacy within our legal system. Indeed, our current racial calamities today demonstrate the line that can be drawn directly from Tulsa to Greensboro to the present. In both Tulsa and Greensboro, the law failed in a myriad of ways. It failed to prevent or even mitigate the damage caused by the massacres themselves. Indeed, law enforcement deputies and informants paved the way for the violence and were directly responsible for much of it. Afterward, the legal system failed to hold the guilty to account or to accord justice to the victims. What may be even more damning, it allowed a false narrative of the tragedies to be constructed because the law's failure has impacts far beyond the legal system itself. The story of civil rights mythology is that racial discrimination is a problem to be both defined and solved by the law. In this tale, white people in general need not be overly concerned about the vestiges of white supremacy, because that is the job of the law. If the law fails to do its job, then it becomes easier for society as a whole to ignore the reality of white supremacy. Fortunately, in the wake of the traditional legal system's failures in Tulsa and Greensboro, truth commissions were established decades after the massacres to expose the harms, document the facts, seek accountability, and foster healing. In addition, these efforts sought to change the dominant narrative of these events and to craft a more accurate story. Their success in this regard is illustrated by the increasing numbers of people who now refer correctly to the Tulsa Race Massacre rather than the Tulsa Race Riot, and the Greensboro Massacre rather than the Greensboro shootout. So I'm going to stop there so that we can move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was. Tech people will come back out here and fix this. While they do that, please take a moment, 5 minutes or less, to head out and get your box lunch, and we can come back and hear a presentation from Professor Malveaux. Thank you so much.
I was making sure it was you because last year I could never.
We have requested,
Yeah, so like I can have eyes and a hair, I think it's just, I'm not gonna like, there's a lot of students who have dark hair, you know. How are you?
Dr. Olivia Hooker was just a little girl, but vividly recalls when the invading whites came to her home.
The morning of the riot, I heard this noise. The house. How can we hail? I remember vividly.
Well,
yeah, I just okay, so this is where they're going to.
Not literally. Yeah.
That is coming up. I know. How is it? It's just like, it's gonna grab you summer school. Yeah.
Girl, but vividly recalls when the invading whites came to
Well, she really enjoyed learning. Hopefully just temporarily. Yeah.
No, we're awesome.
Right.
Nina was we have three, my son. Pages and Seal here, and the three grandsons. So I had lived here.
His stage was here. Yeah. That's everything I heard when I was seeing him.
Yeah.
I think it is, you know, like Austin was. Yeah, I see a lot of the same growth patterns. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's my Tulsa to know people. Yeah. Well, we moved up here. Masters and right, and then thankfully she moved back up here. So now we're leaving. Hopefully briefly planning on settling in Midland. I know, I think she probably does that. Yeah. Right. We're just body.
Yeah, exactly. remember this.
Dr. John Hope Franklin is B.C. Franklin's son.
He was establishing his law office in a tent. The Black Partisan had been.
Dr. John Hope Franklin. The survivors who were
Okay, I hope everybody in the live audience now has something resembling lunch. Focus up, people. That's a Girl Scout sign or the Boy Scout sign. I have some of each, so I get confused. But at any rate, we are now so lucky and grateful to have a truly distinguished scholar in our midst. Suzette Malveaux is Provost Professor of Civil Rights Law and Director of the Byron R. White Study for the Study of American Constitutional Law at the University of Colorado Law School. She is a graduate of Harvard University undergraduate, and she earned her law degree from NYU Law School, where she was an associate editor of the Law Review, a Ruth Tilden Scholar, and a fellow of the Center for International Law. While studying law at NYU, she was awarded the NAACP Legal Defense Fund Earl Warren Scholarship, as well as the Vanderbilt Medal for extraordinary contributions to the law school. There's a lot here, so I'm going to skip to the juicy parts. At any rate, Professor Malveaux worked as a litigator specializing in class actions and complex litigation. So she teaches and writes on civil procedure and related scholarship. So I would like her at the reception to hang out with Amos Jones and they can talk shop. But most importantly for our purposes, Professor Malveaux has been committed to furthering civil rights, which is the major focus of her work. She's participated in a number of high-profile cases, including Walmart versus Dukes, in which she and her colleagues represented over 1 million women in the largest employment discrimination case to date. Her commitment to civil rights and civil justice brought her to Tulsa. She served as pro bono counsel with a team of lawyers representing the plaintiffs in Alexander versus the state of Oklahoma, which was a lawsuit filed against the city of Tulsa by the victims of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre for constitutional violations. During those 6 years, Professor Malveaux represented the survivors in the federal courts, again, pro bono. So she did this as a labor of love. And she also represented them before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and before the US House of Representatives. She's described this work as one of the most important cases she's ever worked. And she said she was honored to be part of a dream team of lawyers. Her work has brought her worldwide attention and acclaim. She's provided commentary for CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, Al Jazeera English, and public broadcasting station PBS. She's been interviewed by the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Atlantic, the National Law Journal, and the Congressional Quarterly. She's also a member of the American Law Institute, a mark of high distinction in legal profession. So let's all give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. I just wanted to start off by thanking University of Tulsa College of Law and the law review for inviting me to give the keynote today. I'm honored to have been invited to share my experiences, and I look forward to your thoughts. And I really appreciate this morning all the comments and the information. This is such an interdisciplinary conversation that we're having. So I'm learning myself as this program and this day goes on. A couple of shout outs. I just want to give some thanks to the Dean, Lynn Ensara, for her generous funding of this program. Really appreciate that. I want to give a shout out to a number of professors who have made me feel so welcomed and who are spearheading this effort, Professor Piety, Professor Martin, and Professor Bowman. Thank you for that invitation. I also want to thank the law review students who have been working hard in the background to make all of this happen. So shout outs to Adam, to Sage, to Corey, and to Mason. And of course, I have to thank Crystal in the background. These IT folks are making this all happen. Fingers crossed that this is going to work. I have some embedded videos in these PowerPoints, so we're about to really test them. But I want to say it's so good to be back here in Tulsa. I was here years ago with our team. You heard there's a team of us who had worked on this litigation. And our team had congregated in the Oakland cemetery. And we had a chance just to think and to reflect and to sort of analyze what it was like to be involved in this work and our journey together. And, you know, honestly, we just allowed ourselves to cry. I don't think we had done that before. And it was such an important moment. And in some ways, this makes me feel the same way, like coming back here, just to give yourself permission to reflect and to feel that work and that journey together. I'm also pleased to mark the historic development of the Buck Colbert Franklin Legal Clinic, which is amazing. Named in honor of D.C. Franklin, one of the most preeminent Black lawyers in Greenwood at the time of the Tulsa Massacre. And honestly, while I'm here to talk about our constitutional litigation in federal court, challenging one of the worst government-sponsored race massacres in the history of our country, our case wasn't the first one. By far, our first case or our first effort to challenge what had happened was done by B.C. Franklin. And it was just extraordinary. Let me share with you. Here we are. Share with you a picture of him, and just, I'm so humbled to think that just days after the massacre, he had set up a tent, he had his typewriter, he had his law books, he had his, here it is. He had his law partner, I.H. Spears, his secretary, F.B. Thompson, who were in this tent. And this was June 6th of 1921. So literally days after the massacre, trying to bring these insurance claims for people who had suffered in the Greenwood community here. And so just shout out to that clinic and the important work that you're doing for the people in North Tulsa and in Greenwood. There's so much work to be done around housing and unemployment and small business formation. And of course, Tulsa is one of the eviction rate is one of the highest in the country. And so this work is really critical work. And I thank you guys for promoting and carrying on that incredible legacy. I want to tell you that it feels good to talk about a case that really helped shape me in many fundamental ways and really inspired my career as a civil rights lawyer. And I practiced for civil rights for 8 years. And when I left the civil rights practice and transitioned to legal academia, where I've now been for 18 years, there's only one case that I decided to bring with me, right, to hold on to, and that was that case. That was the Tulsa case. And as you heard, was able to represent the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre for 6 years in a pro bono capacity. And those were formative years. And so I'm grateful to a team of people that I had the privilege of being able to work with. And so I do want to recognize and acknowledge those people who were on our team who really made our work possible. There are some of them, their names are household names, they're famous. Something's happening here with my, gotta go back. My slide, I think my slideshow is going on its own. So that has a mind of its own. So I'm going to ask maybe the IT people to come stop the slideshow. But I'm going to continue because I want you to be aware of the legal team and the amazing people that I work with. And as I mentioned, some people were famous, they were household names. Other people you've never heard the names before, and they were working tirelessly in the background to make the book work. And that's how it goes, right? That's the norm in terms of, it takes a village to do this kind of work. And so I have the privilege of working with Professor Charles Ogletree at Harvard, spearheaded this work. John Cochran, the historian John Hope Franklin, Eddie Fay Gates, Michael Hostel, others like Nesha Friedman, Michelle Roberts, Professor Eric Miller, Ajwa Ayatura, Leslie Mansfield, James Goodman, Joe Sellers, Dennis Wheat, Sharon Jones, Rose Sanders, Billy Gary, Lorenzo Williams, Tricia Hoffler, Jim Lloyd, Professor Al Brophy, I mentioned historian John Hope Franklin, Demario Solomon Smith, Professor Lloyd Brooks, and J.L. Chestnut. These are the people that I had the privilege of working with. And I will say sort of a shout out to my friend, Professor Eric Miller, who is a preeminent scholar in the reparations area. He and I were just baby lawyers when we drafted that complaint. We didn't know what we were doing, but we were just sort of fighting and sort of shooting at the dark and doing everything that we could at the time. So I do want to acknowledge our team. So we're gathered here today to mark the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. And I've been asked to give some remarks, both professional and personal, about the efforts that our team made to bring relief to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre. And so I want to reflect on the larger context in which this has taken place and offer some lessons that I've learned. Look at that large slide. That's where I'm hoping you'll go ahead and focus. So we're gathering at a time of great challenge and profound import in American history. And this time calls for serious reflection, for critical thinking, for rigorous analysis, and ultimately for bold action. And we're living in what really feels like extraordinary times. And that's what this slide is about here. The country has been destabilized by a number of threats to our democratic norms and institutions, most recently and importantly, voter franchise. Okay, we're going to fix one PowerPoint for a second. You should have to, but it's not.
Sure, 36. Yeah. While I was trying to fix that, I don't have any jokes. But I will tell you, I love my clients, and I will give you a little humor, right? Since this is the time where to sort of fill in a little bit. And some of the, such a treasure working with the clients that I had. We had about 130 survivors that we represented. Obviously, many of them have died. I don't know if you guys saw the hearing a couple of days ago, right? We saw the last 3 survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Just really beautiful.
And it brought back for me some really wonderful memories of our own clients who are obviously not with us today. Otis Clark was the oldest one of our plaintiffs, and he was 104 years old at the time that we represented him. And he was a teenager during the massacre, and he recalls, he recalls when the massacre occurred, his home was destroyed. He lived with his mother and his grandmother, and the home was completely destroyed. It was burned to the ground. His dog was killed in that fire. He never saw from his stepfather again, and he ended up fleeing, really never coming back to Tulsa. But Otis Clark is somebody who is a beautiful person. So really a lot of fun. He was somebody who was a bootlegger back in the day in Tulsa, so he was cool whiskey, and he got a lot of that. And we laughed quite a bit. I had the pleasure of going with him. Okay, I had the pleasure of going with him on a cruise for his 105th. Is that enough? It's not. It's not time to. Great, thank you. I'll just finish this story, but I got a chance to go and celebrate his 105th birthday. My birthday cruise was the first time he had ever been on a cruise before, and when you're 105, there's a lot you can get away with. He sat in a hot tub. We love the hot tub that was on the deck of the cruise ship, and he got a little confused. He dropped his shampoo and his conditioner, and bubbles everywhere. And nobody had the gumption to correct him or to tell him, no, that's actually not your bathtub and that's not okay. So he was really a joy. I think sometimes we would go on, we've traveled around the country together and sort of educating people about the Tulsa Race Massacre. And I remember one time distinctly, we were coming into the room and he sort of grabbed my arm and proceeded as if I was his girlfriend or something going on there. I'm not sure he quite got that I was the lawyer at that moment, but just a really fun and beautiful person. So I just wanted to share that. I think we're good in terms of, okay. I'm going to go back to my presentation, but just sort of keep you up. So anyway, we're telling you before that we're really in a time where it feels like extraordinary times, right? The country's been destabilized by a number of threats to our democratic norms and institutions, most recently and importantly, the voter franchise. We know the country is in the midst of a global pandemic that has pushed people to their limits economically, socially, and mentally. The pandemic has highlighted what we know, an uncomfortable truth about the ongoing health disparities in our country, with Black Americans being three times more likely to die of COVID than their white counterparts. The country has an extreme wealth gap, and that has only grown over time. We know that the richest 1% of Americans have more wealth than the bottom 90%. That is also reflected in our racial demographics, where the average white family has 10 times more net wealth than the average Black family. And we know, of course, that the country is in the midst of a racial reckoning. There's been justifiable outrage and activism over police brutality across the country, and frustration over increased violence against marginalized groups, whether it's Black or brown people or other folks, including Asians, Muslims, and transgender persons. And so these are what feel like extraordinary times. But in many ways, these issues are actually very familiar. All right, we're not getting that PowerPoint, so I'm gonna let it go. Right? It doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to be advancing for me. So well, I'm going to continue. So today, the strange fruit that hung from trees in the 1930s lies on the ground in Ferguson for over 4 hours before being picked up. Today, the poll taxes and literacy exams that disenfranchised emancipated slaves post-Reconstruction are the voter ID laws, opposition to mail-in ballots, and other voter suppression methods. Today, the slave labor has been replaced with a school to prison pipeline and robust prison industrial complex. And today, the hooded KKK members whose terror was fed in clandestine night rallies has been replaced with proud hate groups whose tentacles reach the vulnerable worldwide on the internet and social media. The United States is in the midst of one of the largest civil rights reckonings since the 1960s, and calls for justice for Black and other marginalized communities are stronger than ever. And one of the main things that I've learned about what it takes to be involved or engaged in transformative justice is it requires a lot of creativity. And sometimes when you don't reach your goalpost, you move it and you claim victory. You have to be willing to redefine success and to keep persevering. And that's really our story in terms of our efforts to seek justice for the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre that was brought 20 years ago. I'm going to share with you a little bit about that story. So again, we go back 100 years ago at this time in Tulsa. We know that the city of Greenwood is one of the most thriving African-American communities, most prosperous ones in the country at the time, so successful that it was called the Negro Wall Street. And that conflict starts like just about so many other conflicts sort of post-Reconstruction, not just in the South, but also here in the Midwestern states as well, where you have a young African-American male, Dick Rowland, accused of assaulting a young white woman. Now, Dick Rowland was just a teenager, and he was going into a building because he had to go to the bathroom. And back then, where are you going to go to the bathroom? If you're a Black, you have to find where's the Negro bathroom, right? Because we're in a segregated system. And so he went into that building looking for the bathroom, ended up in the elevator, and in that elevator, the story is, we know that the charges were dropped against him, that there's no evidence of any kind of assault. It seems that some of the suggested stories was that he tripped and braced himself, or that he in fact embraced who was that white woman could have been his girlfriend. And so there are a couple of different theories that are out there in terms of what actually happened. Ultimately, he was thrown into jail near the local courthouse, and a white mob started to form outside of that courthouse with the rumor that he was going to be lynched. Now, this is something that Professor Bowman had referenced earlier, is that this is a really serious threat at the time, because the threat of lynching, this was the active, sort of a tool of terror that was used very often during this time period. In fact, 1921, there were 59 African Americans who were lynched in southern and border states. From 1911 to 1921, 23 Blacks were lynched in Oklahoma alone. And so during this time period, this is what they call the lynching era, right? From 1880 to 1930, during that 50-year time period. And I'm showing you this slide here, untold brutality against Black people in terms of beating, murder, rape, and lynching. Here, this is a mother and her son that had been lynched in Oklahoma. And this was, again, same sort of scenario. They were in a local jail. About 40 white men, a mob of men came and dragged them out of that jail, raped her first, and then gagged them and hung both of them. And you can see that you have gawkers here. It turns out that those pictures were in fact very popular postcards at the time, and a lot of people profited off of those postcards. And so racial hatred and unspeakable torture was sort of what was going on during that time period. And so this was a very real threat. I think what's also interesting about what happened that day is you had Black veterans who came to the defense of Dick Rowland. Again, could not get a GI Bill, right? Didn't get the benefit of that. Came back to separate but equal after they had fought for their country, and here we're trying to protect American citizens. So this is what that situation looked like. It's unclear how it started, but we know that the gunshot went off, and this was the beginning of one of the worst race massacres in the history of our country here. We know within a short period of time, less than 24 hours, the entire Greenwood is destroyed by this white mob, deputized by the city of Tulsa and the state of Oklahoma. The government literally arming its citizens and deputizing them and giving them the authority to kill those in Greenwood here. In fact, up to 500 white men were sworn in by police officers as special deputies and given instructions. Those instructions were to get a gun and get it in. That mob was unleashed on innocent men, women, and children. We heard 300, were confirmed killed. That may be, in fact, in the thousands. We know 10,000 people left homeless, and the entire community burned to the ground here, destroying schools, dozens of churches, businesses, hospitals, libraries, everything set on fire, and the community razed. We also know that machine guns were mounted on a hill, and we also know that explosives were dropped on that mob. The ratio of white to black is about 20-1 in terms of that kind of effort. And earlier today, that was called a war. I think that that's actually a really smart way of seeing it, because people were trying to defend themselves and their homes from this violence. Ultimately, people were put in internment camps, and the community was in fact decimated. I want to share with you a story. This is one of my clients, Olivia Hooker, in terms of let her tell you what happened on that day.
Oh, I remember vividly.
Dr. Olivia Hooker was just a little girl, but vividly recalls when the invading whites came to her home.
The morning of the riot, I heard this noise, pip, 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 hitting the house. So I said to my mother, how can it be hailing when the sun is shining? And my mother said, come with me. And she peeped through the shades and showed me. She said, you see that thing up there on top of the hill? I said, yes, that's a machine gun. And there's, you see the American flag on top of it. That means your government is shooting at you. Now, this was terribly distressing to a 6-year-old. And I thought, why would my government shoot at me? Then they came in the house. You see, but my mother didn't flee. Everybody else ran. My mother said, I'm gonna pour water on and keep my house from burning. So we were still in there. And they destroyed my grandmother's sewing machine. They poured oil on her bed and set fire. They broke everything they couldn't take.
Okay, I hope you could hear a little bit of that. Okay, sorry about that there. And so this is one of our clients. I think she was 96 here at the time. So many of the victims, as I mentioned here, homeless and destitute and terrorized, were in no position to seek legal recourse during the time period. They tried to seek some remedy in the court system, but soon realized its futility, despite the fact that we know B.C. Franklin did a yeoman's job trying to get insurance claims for property damage during that time period. But law enforcement, the political process was infected by the Ku Klux Klan. Blacks during that time period could not get any justice in the civil or criminal justice system here, and ultimately were left
Oh, I remember.
to rubble themselves. This is people who are picking through the rubble to try to find the belongings, and ultimately people were resorted to living in tents. Sometimes people lived in those tents up to 18 months after the massacre. So we know that the city and the state officials buried evidence and discouraged litigation, making it impossible for the victims to actually produce a record needed to prevail. The victims were buried in unmarked graves. The government failed to prosecute or investigate any of the perpetrators. Not a single criminal act has ever been prosecuted by the government on any level, whether it's murder, arson, assault, rape, and so forth. In fact, the Greenwood community was initially blamed for the massacre in the white local newspapers. Evidence was hidden and destroyed, and talk of the riot was suppressed. And that suppression was so complete that in 1996 or 1997, right around the time before the Tulsa Commission started its investigation, the mayor of Tulsa was not aware that the massacre had taken place. This was not in the history of the Oklahoma history books either. Nowhere to be found. So in that kind of environment, you can imagine that litigants were in no position to, in fact, bring litigation. So fast forward 80 years, that's when, in an effort to address that conspiracy of silence that surrounded the massacre and its aftermath, the state of Oklahoma had commissioned a study to try to figure out what was going on. It was not until 2001 that the full truth was revealed. So 20 years ago is when it really became apparent. This commission report was issued in February 28th of 2001, the result of 4 years of extensive study done by a team of experts, historians, legal scholars, forensic specialists, archaeologists, anthropologists, you name it, combing through archives, combing through libraries, documents all over the country, ultimately produced about 20,000 pages of material and interviewed hundreds of survivors and witnesses. So for the first time, the government is implicated in the massacre and its aftermath. We know that the State National Guard participated in the destruction and in the killing of African Americans, that the city had deputized and armed its citizens. And in fact, what was accepted moral culpability at the time. Despite that, the government has refused to pay any restitution to the victims of the descendants, which ultimately forced them to file this lawsuit in federal court in the Northern District of Oklahoma. So we were armed with evidence of that made it critical to our litigation, that was never available before then, representing 130 of those survivors in federal court, taking our claim against the government for violations of the Constitution and various federal statutes. And we filed our case on February 24th of 2003, literally 2 years after the commission report had come out, because that's what the statute of limitations was. So 2 years to the date from when we got that information, and we're armed with the evidence for the very first time to bring a constitutional claim against the government. Now, the district court acknowledged the complexity and the seriousness of whether those claims should be adjudicated on the merits. Nonetheless, it dismissed the case on the grounds of the statute of limitations that expired. We had 2 years from the date of the massacre, right, in terms of filing this lawsuit. You can imagine how devastating that was for our clients. Otis Clark, who was 104 years old, was told once again that despite the commission's report, where there was a conclusion of government participation and culpability, that the legal system would not provide a remedy. Too late for justice to be done. We put forward a number of theories as to why the case could be exempted from the statute of limitations. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So please forgive me for those who don't love civil procedure, but I will tell you a little bit about the rule and about equitable estoppel and equitable tolling, which were all rejected by the court. So we ultimately appealed to the 10th Circuit. And I had a chance to write a historian's brief on behalf of John Franklin, Scott Ellsworth, and others. We submitted that brief to the 10th Circuit. Again, we were rejected. We sought a rehearing en banc, which was denied. We ultimately tried to get a petition for writ of cert before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court denied that as well. So we ended up going through all the possible channels we could through the federal legal system. So by this time, I was a law professor, and I did what any self-respecting law professor does. I write a law review article about it. So I write an article about statutes of limitations, making it, and why they should be exempted in cases where we are talking about government-sanctioned violence. I'm going to share a little bit about why the court got this so wrong, and just hang in there. So when we think about statutes of limitations, what are they? Basically, it's a deadline. It's just a deadline. It is a political choice. The legislature decides what the statute of limitations is. Could make it as long as short. It's a reasonable time period in which we say that somebody needs to file their lawsuit. And so we know that not only is it a political thing that the legislature makes, we know that the courts enforce it, but the courts also have the power and authority to exempt statutes of limitations, right? They have that discretion, and they have principles of equity that give them that sort of power. So, and that happens all the time. Courts can and do make exceptions to statutes of limitations. With a couple of things to think about. One, this notion of accrual. When does the claim actually take place, right? When are you allowed and expected to file a lawsuit? Usually when you're injured, right, on the date of your injury. It might be on the date that you discover that you were injured, or it might be on the date that you should have recently discovered that you were injured, right? Those are all possible dates that which your claim accrues. The city of Tulsa. It's a conspiracy. Okay. So we know this idea of accrual, right? When does your claim accrue? So the problem here is that the court says, well, the injury, you should have known that you were injured because you were in the middle of a massacre, right? So you were injured, so the claim has accrued here. But that's misunderstanding what we mean by the injury, right? We're not talking about an individual specific tort, right, against a particular person. You're talking about participation of the government in a systemic problem and the causation issue where the government is arming a lynch mob, a white lynch mob, and enabling the white mob in that way. People hardly would have been able to understand the role of the government in the midst of a terror attack, right, in the midst of that massacre. And so we argue that it was not obvious that the claim had accrued, right, that this is the injury. We don't see the injury the same way. Not to mention, it was not obvious until the Tulsa Commission. That report came out in 2001 for the first time, right, when the government conceded culpability and we had the evidence of that. Now, you might hear, of course, well, we want people to be diligent. We want them not to sit on their rights. We want them to go ahead and proceed here. But the law is designed for normal, everyday people, right? As amazing as B.C. Franklin was to be able to set up a shop in a tent and do the work that he did, that's an extraordinary effort. And we don't expect that of people. We expect, most people are not going to be able to pull it together and bring a lawsuit within 2 years from the date of that kind of massacre and to understand the government's role in that. And I'm just going to share with you again, we have
Dr. John Hope Franklin is B.C. Franklin's son.
He was establishing his law office in a tent. The black partisan had been raised to levels. There was nothing but ashes. The place he got for us to live was gone. Everything else was gone. And he was practicing law in a tent, suing the city, suing the state, suing the insurance companies, trying to do something to get the remuneration for his client.
So obviously an extraordinary effort made by an extraordinary attorney, but not something that we expect everybody to be able to do. The law is designed for, for everyone, sort of normal kind of average person. Would they have known that the government was responsible? Would they have been able to bring their claims? All right, another idea that we hear about is equitable estoppel, right? Equitable estoppel simply meaning, okay, the clock is ticking, and the court has the power to stop the defendant from actually relying on statute of limitations because of equitable reasons, because of justice needs to be done. And if the defendant has done something wrong, like they fraudulently concealed their conduct or their behavior, making it impossible for somebody to bring their case, well, then we're not going to allow them to rely on statutes of limitations. And so here we have a total cover-up by the government, right? The government is hiding information. I mentioned for decades is concealing the information that was needed. Under those circumstances, nobody could have known the extent of the government's participation. And so the court should not allow the defendant then to rely on the statute of limitations as a defense here. We have actually seen that in other cases. So if we think about the Jewish Holocaust cases, some of the litigation that was brought there that I had the opportunity to participate in when I worked at Cohen-Milstein, sued the banks for basically operating in France around World War II. They were able to sue those banks that held their money and stole the money from the Holocaust survivors. They were able to do that 50 years after the fact, right? Why? Because the court saw equitable tolling and equitably told the statute, stopped the defendant from being able to rely on the statute of limitations because of the grand conspiracy, because of the silence, and because of the consistent misrepresentation of historical denial that occurred. So because of that fraudulent concealment, that justified that statute of limitations being told here. Not only did the government hide that information, but it affirmatively misrepresented that it was going to provide reparations at the time. So sort of lulling people then into a sense of complacency that they did not actually have to file their claims during that time period. Another concept that the court could rely on is this notion of equitable tolling, right? That the clock is running, but the court can stop the clock from running, right, for equitable reasons or for justice. And that's if there are extraordinary circumstances, right? So if the courts are not available, if there's no way that you have the information to bring your claims, the court has the power to go ahead and hold the statute of limitations. And so certainly when you think about what was going on in 1921, well, these are extraordinary circumstances, right? If there ever were some. You have your own government handing out guns to people, deputizing them, giving them the authority to arming a lynch mob, basically, to attack American citizens. You have the court system infected by the Ku Klux Klan at the time. So you're not getting any justice to the civil or criminal justice system. This is the Jim Crow. We have the Jim Crow era. We have separate but equal. We have, literally people, the law is against folks in terms of equal opportunity, depriving them of rights that we take for granted today. And so in our case, the court did acknowledge, hey, these are extraordinary circumstances. We're going to toll the statute of limitations 40 years, up to 40 years. We're going to get you to the 1960s when you had Jim Crow laws were being dismantled. We had civil rights acts that were coming in. That's a reasonable time, right? Now to toll the statute of limitations. So it gave us 40 years to do that. Why wasn't that good enough though? Because we know that overnight, we don't have the Jim Crow, having those civil rights acts on the book doesn't overnight change anything, right? We continue to see intimidation and violence and fear and trauma, which not only for the survivors, but for the descendants, right? That there's ongoing trauma, ongoing historic problems. So the analogous situations that courts look at, they don't help us when we think about extraordinary circumstances. They look at things like, well, was there a war? And the war's over, it's now peacetime. Or was there some brutal regime that was in place and now the dictator has been thrown, and so now the extraordinary circumstances are over. Doesn't work that way in terms of the, where's that line, right? That the line that we draw is not so clear and it doesn't change overnight. Not to mention people had no way, again, of knowing about the government's role and the extent to which they caused this massacre. So the question was, well, maybe we should toll it until 1984 when Scott Ellsworth comes out with this definitive book on the Tulsa Race Massacre. Would that have gotten you far enough along? We argued, no, it would not, because the Tulsa Commission report doesn't come out until 2001, right? 20,000 pages of information gives a clear sense of the government's role. Nothing else even comes close. So what did the court do wrong? The court not only failed to permit normal exceptions to the statutes of limitations, but did not use its discretion to do the right thing, right? Didn't ask itself, what are the underlying rationales for statutes of limitations? And were they served here? And it turns out, no, they weren't served here. If we think about why do we have statutes of limitations? We might say repose. We want to give a defendant sort of peace of mind. After a certain amount of time, they should sort of be left to, to carry on, right? The slate is wiped clean. We're going to give them peace of mind. But why should we give peace of mind to the government, right, which we know is guilty over innocent victims of the massacre here, right, in terms of not being able to get relief? So obviously, so it makes a mockery of the justice system when you have that kind of prioritization. All right, what about promoting accurate fact-finding? So, the statute of limitations is out there because we're concerned. We don't want the defendant not to have the opportunity to defend themselves, to sort of be ambushed by plaintiffs because the evidence has been lost, the faded memories and so forth. So that would not be fair here. But we automatically assume, I think the problem there is that evidence is going to be more unreliable over time. Which isn't necessarily true. It's not always the case. And this is a good example of that. Actually, the evidence got better over time. If we think about testimony, right, the passage of time has helped actually gather accurate testimony, people who have the courage and the fortitude and the ability to come forward after all of that, after a certain amount of time, after that sort of trauma here, and in a very different climate, right? And so you have the bipartisan commission doing this thorough investigation, clearly something very different than what was going on in the 1920s. So people who were too afraid to even tell their story felt like they could in fact tell their story. And the defendants, personally, they didn't have to take personal responsibility for what happened. They too could sort of accept that information and be in a space where that information could come out. Sometimes we think about evidence in terms of technology, right? Technology, DNA, the kinds of computers and so forth. I mean, the passage of time doesn't necessarily mean that evidence, that evidence is not going to be good. Not to mention, we don't always need the best evidence, right? Some evidence is good enough. And our system is replete with examples of justice that's good enough. Right? We have that all the time. Sort of rough justice is better than no justice. We think about settlements, it's rough justice. We think about class action representation, rough justice. We think about burdens of proof, preponderance of the evidence, rough justice, right? And that's the norm in our legal system here. So, so even that, right, is even that doesn't really serve us well when we think about protecting interests that statute of limitations are designed to do here. Certainly, there's no evidence that the plaintiffs themselves were up to misconduct. We had B.C. Franklin, who did everything he could possibly do to bring claims during that time period here. And when we think about stale claims, sometimes we assume stale claims mean that they're frivolous claims, that they're bad claims. But we know that there are reasons. that sale claims are not necessarily frivolous. When we think about it's telling me I should end.
Yeah.
Okay, you just turn it off. I can do that. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, we're just gonna keep going. All right. So sometimes we assume that sale claims mean that they are frivolous claims, but we know that that's not the case, right? If you think about many folks who don't come forward, it takes a long time to come forward for a case. If you think about sexual assault and rape, if you think about children who are devastated, and many of our clients were children during this time period. And so think about your parents shot and killed, your house burned to the ground, your community destroyed, you know, the kind of fear that you would have would be absolutely debilitating. And so just because a case is untimely does not mean that it is not a strong case here. And so ultimately you might say, hey, listen, this is what the court was. We have to impose some kind of reasonable limitation, right? This is just a deadline. It's ridiculous. We can't, at some point, we have to say it's too late. 75 years after the massacre, this is getting a little ridiculous. Why isn't this, right? Why aren't these sale claims here? And I think that makes sense if you are looking at things in a vacuum, if you don't take into perspective the context here. Why is it that they took them till 2003 to bring the first constitutional claim in federal court over this massacre? They couldn't do it beforehand. Tried everything, did everything through no fault of their own. They could not get justice in the court system. So by not allowing the plaintiffs the opportunity to seek relief in the court system really undermines the legitimacy of our court system and really our humanity when you think about it. So we did everything we could through the court system. I did what I could through the sort of scholarship route. We decided to go the legislative route, right? Next sort of thing, we go to the legislative route. And what we did was we had that's not at all. I'll wrap it up. So here we are. Okay, we actually brought this is something that's familiar because a couple of days ago, you guys got a chance to see the hearing and where they introduced legislation. We did this back in 2001. The Tulsa Greenwood Race Riot Claims Accountability Act of 2007. You'll see this is John Franklin, and you'll see this is John Ponders at the time was chair of the Judiciary Committee. And we made the argument, drafted this bill, HR 1995, basically arguing for the statute of limitations that should be told in our case, and we should get 5 years to be able to bring our claims from the date that this got enacted. This did not work. We were not able to succeed legislatively. Again, that notion of political will, that this is a decision that can be made by Congress. This is something that is a priority by the legislators. So when that didn't work, we tried more national efforts. Charles Ogletree and Gay McDougall with Global Rights appeared before the Organization of American States, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, arguing that this was a violation of human rights and that we didn't have access, that our clients couldn't get access to the court systems. The court systems here in the United States get an effective remedy. We were not successful there. Ultimately, what we ended up doing, like I said, sort of we're pivoting as much as we can and going into this notion of educational mode, right? That we have to give voice to our clients, that this is what we could do. And we started going around the country, telling the story of the race massacre of 1921, There were a number of really exciting and important documentaries that were put together. One was by Reverend Turner called Before They Die. Art Fennell put together a documentary called Terra in Tulsa, which I believe won with an Emmy Award winning documentary. And so we started to tell the story of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and just giving voice to what had happened and trying to address the ignorance around this particular issue. Here is Charles Ogletree, Professor Ogletree.
The survivors who were left travel the country telling their story at packed symposiums like this one at Temple University, where legal scholars review and discuss and debate manners of recourse even now.
I hope the students who are here at Temple and other places will pay very close attention to this, because we always read cases about decisions already made in history. And here is a case study about the opportunity to affect history.
But they know that time is not on their side. The few survivors who remain are all in their 90s and beyond, and they count their blessings each and every day.
And now we have a chance to wake up America's soul and hope we can stir up enough indignation that something will be done. It's not money that we were looking for. We were looking to have America acknowledge that this war had been waged against American citizens.
Okay, and so that's what we did. We ended up touring around the country, telling our story of the Tulsa Race Massacre, the work that we had done to try to get relief for our clients. This is a picture of myself and Dr. Olivia Hooker at Temple University. I mentioned to you before just the humor that my clients brought. This is a funny story. This is a funny photo. We were at Temple University sitting on a dais to give our remarks, and Dr. Hooker realized that she had forgotten her teeth. And so we tried to get them, and we just ran out of time. We couldn't, and so she gave a presentation without them and did a great job. We had a good laugh that day. As I mentioned, Otis Clark, we went to Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem. Again, we ended up telling our story. He had me laughing. Usually we would sort of give our presentation. I talk about statute of limitations. While I'm doing that, he's on the dais asleep, and I have to just sort of nudge him a little bit, wake him up, and he'll tell his story, and then goes right back to sleep. I don't know if it was my presentation on statute of limitations that had been the case, but we did a lot of laughing together over those kinds of things. I will say that it's really exciting that today the struggle continues. Never giving up and never forgetting. As you know, there is new litigation. So the lawyer, Mario's one of the original lawyers in our lawsuit. He, Eric Miller, and others are continuing that fight with their new litigation. So we're excited about that. New lawsuit, new legislation that has come out to try to use some different sorts of theories that might be available to get some relief for the clients here. And so I just want to end by thanking the survivors, thanking the descendants, the community of Greenwood and North Tulsa for placing their faith in us, right? And letting us hold their precious claims in our hands, the constitutional claims, whatever the types of new claims that there are today, and really support us on this journey. As you know, it is so important that the litigation and the legislation be community driven and community benefited. And so I so appreciate their support and their love. That's what really enabled us to do this work. So I'm grateful that the fight continues, and I am confident that we're going to succeed no matter how we define success. And I'm going to go ahead and close with a quote from Reverend Martin Luther King from the letter from a Birmingham jail in terms of why we will not wait. Oh, it's not going to do it. So I'm going to read it for you. We're going to end on this note because why not? So we know the quote, right? For years now, I've heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see with one of our distinguished jurors did yesterday, that justice too long delayed is justice denied. We have waited for more than 340 years for our constitutional and God-given rights. That's the end of his quote. I'll just add, we will not wait, we will not give up. Thank you.
I'll ask you to take a 5-minute break so we can try to hopefully get these problems. I'm so sorry. You would think that we hadn't yesterday. We did, and this morning. And, so Professor Malveaux couldn't have been more conscientious about running through these and our IT people as well. So I am convinced, and all of us who teach in this room, I think, are convinced that there are goblins or, like demons or something that possess this podium and the sound system in this room, because this is, an ongoing problem. But thank you so much. I'm sorry.
I'm going through.
There definitely were. So, yeah. If everybody could start kind of coming back. Okay, if folks could take their seats, and I think we'd like to get started again. Largely because of the good offices of Professor Bowman, this whole symposium has been from the beginning a multimedia, which is somewhat less successful than would have been planned, but also an interdisciplinary and very much wanted to involve the arts in this as well, because the expression of pain and grief and commemoration is oftentimes best expressed, I think, in the arts, and the arts is a place where we sometimes go for the kinds of relief that you can't get in a court, which is not to say that that's the sort of relief that is sufficient, but it is definitely necessary for the soul at all times, I think. We are very fortunate today to have with us in Tulsa, Garash Ali Lansana. He's an Enid native. My sister lives in Enid. I was like, what? He's from Enid? We're not from Enid either, but she lives there now, and so I was sort of kind of jazzed to see that. He earned his master's in fine art from New York University, where he was a Twirling Fellow. He is the author of poetry collection, A Gift from Greensboro. He is an award-winning poet, and he is now at the, what is the exact title of the?
Center for Truth, Racial Healing and Transformation.
Yes, the Center for Truth, Racial Healing and Transformation at OSU Tulsa. So without further ado.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Professor just mentioned, yes, I am from a sad little town called Enid, Oklahoma. I graduated from high school there in 1982 and went to OU, studied journalism, and then worked for a bit in Oklahoma City at Channel 9 on the news desk, and started writing poetry when I was a sophomore at OU to scream on a piece of paper as opposed to screaming at a human. The old school journalism that we were taught back in the day, which is nothing like what's happening now. It's supposed to be bias free, right? Allegedly. So, and then I moved to Chicago, and I lived in Chicago for 30 years, a couple of years in New York for grad school. I've been back in Oklahoma for almost 3 years now. And I will tell you that, I'll be very candid because that's who I am. Yesterday in a meeting with one of my vice presidents at OSU, I was told that I was advised not to make a public statement about House Bill 1775. So I hope that maybe there will be some openings at TU in the coming months, because I'm not going to be able to be silent about that. I've been studying the massacre for almost 20 years, Greenwood District and the massacre for almost 20 years. Again, most of that studying happening in Tulsa, in Chicago, and traveling back and forth to Tulsa for the research, gearing up for books and projects for the centennial. My most recent book is a children's book called A Gift from Greensboro, which is my 4th kid's book, my 23rd book in total. And this is a book about an 8-year-old girl child who lives in Greenwood, and her day on Memorial Day before the massacre occurs. It just hints at the violence to come, because this is for 3rd to 5th graders. I don't want to go too deep into the trauma. It's a wonderful sort of tour through the district and celebrating the Black excellence over Black pain, which is a part of my work and my mission as well. We often, I think, and the illustrations by Skip Hill are just amazing. We often, I think, in the scholarship, in the study, in the remembrance of the Greenwood District, I think sometimes we forget what was lost because of the enormity of the violence. And I'm sure you've heard a lot of this today, but I don't think it can be understated. You know, we're talking about hundreds of people lost. We're talking about generational wealth, right? If Simon Berry and O.W. Gurley and J.B. Stratford were millionaires in 1921, and they lost their lives, they lost their businesses, and they lost their generational wealth. We know names like Kaiser today, right? We know names like Schusterman, Fortune, Bynum. We don't know Stratford. If it hadn't been destroyed, we might know the Stratford Hotel One like we know Marriott or Wynn or Hilton. And so I think one of the things that I often like to think about when I'm teaching classes on the massacre or speaking about Greenwood is about that generational wealth that is gone, lost. When we think about North Tulsa today, the current state of North Tulsa today, and you think about that in relationship or in relation to the generational wealth that was lost. And think about what our responsibilities are as conscious woke folks. Up until 2 weeks ago, North Tulsa was a food desert. You all know this. And it's still only one grocery store for a really wide square mileage area. So it's still really a food desert. There's no hospital in North Tulsa, right? The mortality rate, the mortality rate is 11 years, 11-year difference between North Tulsans and South Tulsans. And that's 5 miles up and down Peoria. 11 years. Those are real things. That's real stuff. And those are real residuals from the destruction, from the loss of life, the loss of wealth, the loss of resources. So I think it's on us, all of us, to be about that. I'm executive producer of a show called Focus Black Oklahoma, which broadcasts on KWGS. Actually aired about an hour ago. And also airs on KOSU. And in this month's episode, we actually have a story on the legal clinic that this university, that this college started in North Tulsa. So I'm happy to share that with you. I hope that you find the show. You can find it via podcast next week at kosu.org if you don't catch it live. But I'm very happy to be here, certainly in part to share with you that story about the good work that this college is committed to North Tulsa. And I hope that you continue to do so. So I'm going to read a few poems about the massacre. And this first one was written for a piece of music called 36 Blocks that was created by a local high school music teacher named Heather Kane, and performed originally actually in the auditorium here on campus with an 80-piece brass and wind ensemble of high school students from Bixby, Oklahoma. There was not a lot of diversity in that brass and wind ensemble, but they played an excellent piece of music. So this is called Recipe for a Massacre, Tulsa, 1921. 1. Ingredients. One economically and culturally thriving Black community, the most vibrant of its kind in the world. Before Harlem renaissanced, where at sunrise a dollar journeyed from Greenwood and Archer to Pine and back at sunset through 36 blocks of Black hands, Black labor, Black love on the Black side of town. One 14-year-old state that was point of origin and repository for the nation's earliest and largest ethnic cleansing actions that named Jim Crow Attorney General in defiance of the president and the Ku Klux Klan its Supreme Court. A racism that suspends all rational judgment. A stumble in an elevator, a scream of rape from Sarah Page, a jail, Dick Rowland, for your protection, a lynch mob, a defense mob, a gunshot, hate, a gunshot, hate, a deputizing of hundreds, a machine gun on Standpipe Hill, a dropping of bombs from chartered planes, a burning, Little Africa on fire. A marching at gunpoint, 3 internment camps, 300 dead in the ruins of their own prosperity. 2. And we can't find the sun. 6,000 limping from McNulty Park, Convention Hall, and Fairgrounds. Pray on just a little while longer, past our smoldering dreamland, past Madam CJ's and Tulsa Star, past Dr. Jackson's and Vernon AME, toward the ghosts of our homes, front stairs to nowhere but charred sky. 3. Add a Terrence Crutcher, a Trayvon Martin, a Philando Castile, a bullet for your protection, a Columbine, a Sandy Hook, a Stoneman Douglas, an AR-15 for your protection, a dude in Las Vegas with an arsenal larger than the armory in Enid, a NRA for your protection, a Nobel Prize winning scientist, a bell curve, an Iowa senator's lips, a Dodge Challenger on 4th Street in Charlottesville, a Unite the Right rally for your protection, a Dylan Storm roof at prayer service, a prayer, prayer, prayer. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetrate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it, King said. 4. Stir. One of the aspects of this research that I've been doing for almost 20 years, before I ever thought I'd return to the state and be a resident of Oklahoma again. One of the things that continues to sort of haunt me in my research and in living here now is that loss, and about being marched to internment camps, being marched to prisons, and being marched at gunpoint past your wealth, your prosperity. You know, it was hot, sun, morning of June 1st, June in Oklahoma, it was stifling hot. Your hands are up. My good friend, Dr. Carlos Hill, if you haven't seen his book, Photographic History of the Massacre, you should check it out. It's amazing. It's difficult. And he posits the notion, in which I agree with, that the Tulsa Race Massacre may be the most photographed act of racial violence prior to the cell phone. To think about the fact that there are no photos of what happened on March 31st that night outside the courthouse, but there are literally thousands of photographs on June 1st. There are as many photo cameras as there are guns. Just think about that, right? What was in vogue in Oklahoma at the time, what was in vogue in many places in the South, were taking postcards, taking photographs of lynchings and making them into postcards. It was a cottage industry for some folks. So it was not out of the ordinary that there would literally be thousands of cameras, hundreds if not thousands of folks with cameras and guns taking pictures. And one of the most poignant pictures to me, photographs to me, is of folks being marched to McNulty Park, to the fairgrounds, with their hands up. So this poem is called Every Step, and parts of this poem is featured on Fire in Little Africa, the forthcoming album on Motown that I hope you all check out. It's a pretty amazing piece of work by a lot of Tulsa artists, singers, rappers, MCs, producers, and this poet. Every Step. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my hands high, white mob done shot up firemen who come to stop the burning. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my store ashes, 23 years gone and 12 hours at the hands of deputized crackers. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my rifle now, some white boy's firearm, killing defiant niggas with a wounded nigga's gun. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my uncle bloody, dead in charred black skin, lying in the street as they loot. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my head low, rage feeds blood and eyes trace cracks of sanity in the known road. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my girl and boy, sobbing mama's hips wet in stifling June, hot, heavy as redneck hate. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my wife's missus, gonna come claim us, cage coons like stray mutts at the pound. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life, my police protection. Ribbon marks me credit against the good Christian word from Maple Ridge. Marched at gunpoint down Archer, past my own smoldering home, my life. My spirit walks Greenwood to Pine and back like the grit of Black love, then, now. Imagine being interred for up to 6 days, in some cases, till martial law was set in place, right, in Tulsa. But if you were a domestic in a white home in South Tulsa, you could be released from this internment camp if your missus came to fetch you. Come to claim my Negro is the phrase. Come to claim my Negro. Actually, the sheriff's office and the National Guard actually had a concern about some of the domestic workers who were still in white folks' homes in Maple Ridge and up the South, and so sent men to go around to make sure bad Negroes didn't set South Tulsa on fire. So another interesting, to me anyway, piece of this history revolves around Ralph Ellison. a great novelist, essayist from Oklahoma City. To preface this by saying there were 3 lynchings that occurred right before the massacre. And one of the lynchings that shook Black Oklahoma, certainly Black Oklahoma City, Deep Deuce, Northeast OKC, and Black Tulsa, Greenwood, was the lynching of a white man named Roy Belt, who was accused of assaulting and murdering a girl, a young woman, a young white woman, and was in the jail. And a white vigilante mob went and got him out of the courthouse, got him out of the jailhouse, and hung him, lynched him. And Black folks in the state were shook, because if folks would come and do that to one of their own, we already know what they've been doing to us. And again, you have to remember this in the context of, what was happening at the time in the country as well as the city. From the end of World War I, where Blacks were first allowed to fight, to Red Summer, which is directly connected to white veterans killing Black veterans, and then white veterans just killing everybody Black. The first of the great migrations to fill those jobs that were vacated by the men who went off to war. The advent of unionizing, the rise of what folks call socialism in terms of unionizing Blacks, which also added a whole nother element to the national climate. And all of this happened in this very this tight sort of moment in history, this convergence, while lynchings, of course, were rampant. And so there was a lynching that occurred, a second lynching that occurred just outside of Oklahoma City. And it affected Ralph Ellison's mother, Ida. And so this is really happened. This is a true story. Ellison visits Greenwood, 1921. Oklahoma sun, an oppressive neighbor in August 1920. Churchgoers settle after dinner stomachs. Deep Deuce, a murmuring disquiet. Raid at the Chandlers. Moonshine and melanin, the news on the street. Daddy Chandler and one officer dead, and young Claude jailed with alleged murder on his shirt. The Christian Sabbath, a buzzing lynching bee. 3 white men freed Claude from his cage. 1,000 armed Black men on 2nd Street. Mayor and police allow one of 3 cars of now unarmed Black men to find Claude, to return the next sweltering midday without him. His body rotting meat 10 miles from Oklahoma City, beaten and shot. Miss Ida had had enough. Her Lewis gone years now. She frets when Ralph delivers the dispatch, and Herbert still too young to spell K, K, K. Maybe Indiana, maybe Gary, where brother works steel. A stop in Greenwood to visit family on way north. Hundreds of shops, businesses, elegant houses, hospitals, vibrant Black life in the face of Jim Crow, so unlike the Deuce. Closer to the Harlem Ralph would know. Gary was not Negro paradise. Ida jobless, the boys eating garbage from trash cans. Oklahoma City was hateful, but at least familiar. Dry heat stings Black skin, irritable, but somehow bearable with family. Highway leads them back to Tulsa before 2nd Street. Greenwood was gone. Black Wall Street now invisible. This is one of the earliest poems that I wrote many years ago in this research about Greenwood and the massacre, and it was sort of, I don't want to say inspired, but sort of motivated by something that happened in Greenwood in 2012. If some of you were living here at the time, you may remember this, that a drunken white man went on a shooting spree in the Greenwood district in 2012, killing every black person he could see. I think he ended up shooting about 5 or 6. He was disgruntled because allegedly a black man had killed his father. So he got drunk and he went to where he could find black folks and he just went on a random shooting spree. And so I thought about that again. I was in Chicago at the time, and I thought about the relationship between that shooting in 2012 and the massacre in 1921, about what commonalities did those two incidents share, right? What objects or emotions or tensions existed in 1921 that existed also in this time as well as 2012. Of course, more recently, I've been, talking about the connection between a white mob, a state-sanctioned white mob in 1921 and a state-sanctioned white mob in 2021 on January 6th. There are a lot of commonalities there as well. But, I'd written this poem before that, but there may be one coming. But anyway, this is Tulsa Blur, 1921 to 2012. Red dust simmering below skin of earth is how bullet transcends muscle. History, a howling fire, gasoline to ravenous mouth, like language, like hate. Irritable June heat in March, a trigger, fuse drawn to surface, indecisive sky. Gunpowder ageless as blood, the north side of heaven ablaze. Africans tread Atlantic on familiar limbs. 91-year-old slug lurking in elevator shaft, bell curve, the front page of a newspaper, a senator's lips, the lynching bee, no, the cries, duped into minimum wage belief we are alive, buried in piles of our own toil, prosperity's rubble. Ancestors compelled to counsel, their pull stronger than our illusion, theirs the largest mob. And I will close with this. Ironically, since I started talking about, I opened the reading talking about, I may lose my job when I speak out about House Bill 1775. The poem I'm about to read, I lost my job where I used to teach. We're doing the same thing, just talking truth. Speaking history, real history, not one-sided, one person's perspective. Any of us in this room who have been through K-12 education in this country have already been indoctrinated by one white male gaze, period. That's it, that's all. And what this bill does, House Bill 775 does, is further entrench the necessity for us to not acknowledge the truth, right? I'm motivated by a quote from Clara Luper, Oklahoma's most noted civil rights leader. She said in 2016, she said, "My biggest job now is making white people understand that Black history is white history. We cannot separate the two. There's no Greenwood without Jim Crow. There's no massacre without serious racism and economic jealousy." We didn't set it on fire ourselves, right? Our history is intertwined. The histories of all peoples are intertwined. If it's not taught that way, then it's someone's agenda and it's wrong. And that's what this bill does. In addition to, at OSU, we've already received email saying that DEI training and sexual harassment training are no longer mandatory. We've already received that email. So I hope some of you have some job openings because I'm going to be on the market in about a month. Symbolism. 1, the US is immature regarding race, an awkward teenager, a brilliant ignorance. You can't see what you don't look at. 2, I have a graduate degree from NYU, have taught at Juilliard and the best art school in the world. The cop who pulled me over for being Black, male, and nappy on 81st doesn't care about my resume. He doesn't see me. 3, fear equals ignorance. Ignorance equals lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge equals lack of respect. Lack of respect equals hate. 4, the cross has been used to burn fear and murder on front lawns and main streets, to justify humans as property and corpses of every ethnicity. The lotus flower smells of genocide for mass execution and persecution in the name of Buddha. The star and crescent has been used to co-sign conversion at gunpoint and kidnapping hundreds of girls. The 6-point star has been employed to occupy an already inhabited land and endless death. The swastika, a gas chamber, death camp, 7,000-year-old Sanskrit meaning well-being redefined for evil. The stars and stripes have been draped over internment camps, Hiroshima, and countless coffins. The Confederate flag flies in Charlottesville, Enid, a South Tulsa bedroom, bleeding a heritage of hate and division. Is this all these symbols are? Is this all we are? 5, if God is love, if Jah is love, if Obatala is love, if Jehovah is love, if Allah is love, if Buddha is love, then experience and human frailty distinguish us. Hate is lazy. Love is work.
Thank you so much. That was really powerful. It's ironic that you mentioned House Bill 1775, because I was thinking a lot about that myself. It's so interesting the ways in which the contours of the lawmakers are reflected on the law itself, so that the preoccupations they have, their fears, their concerns, their narratives are reflected in what they fear is happening in the classroom about critical race. And no one teaches this, no one teaches that anybody should be ashamed on the basis of their race. This is their idea. It's like, oh, this tells me you feel ashamed when you hear the truth. And that's, a very telling sort of psychological tell, if you will, about what's going on with the folks that don't want to talk about the truth, right? Universities are a place in where you should be able to talk about the
In theory,
truth.
right?
In theory, right?
At least in theory.
The irony of people like, that want to clamp down on the truth, or to have this nice digestible kind of little thing that they can have their, pet university or something, is that destroys the thing that makes it valuable to have a university in the first place, which is the integrity of the voice, the integrity of the communication that is not bought, that is not subject to pressure for, like you lose your job if you speak the truth, because, this is what we did not go into this for the money.
It's certainly not.
It's like, I think that there are better ways, or I don't know if there's any better way to get paid, because I really love what I do, but there are certainly more lucrative things to do.
You know what happened to Nicole Hannah-Jones yesterday, right?
No, I didn't.
Y'all know about that, right? Nicole Hannah-Jones, who's the author of the 1619 Project, she was denied tenure.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I did see that. It's just, it's really insane. Well, we have a couple of little corrections here on the schedule. In this session, we have Karen Gannett at the University of Hartford, and hopefully we can get her first. And then hopefully after that, we have a video that Nick Stewart and Odyssey Impact put together. They actually have an opening on the 26th. And so this is sort of a sneak peek. It's not the whole thing, because the whole thing is like 22 minutes, but it's about 5 minutes. So we want to show that. And then we will have our panel with Lynn Marie Combe of Regent University, and she is here with her student Peyton Farley. I see you over there. And on the phone, or not the phone, on the screen, assuming that we can get her, is Katrina Sumner. So let me see first if I can get Professor Gant.
Ha.
Are you here?
I am here.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I think.
Good.
Can you all hear? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how I can get the screen to the view to be speaker view. It's on speaker view. Okay, take it away.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad to be a part of this. I've listened to some of the wonderful speakers that came before me, and I don't want to repeat anything that they said, but there's a few things that I'll probably just add a little bit to of what they said. First of all, let me just say I am really, really grateful to Buck Franklin for his foresight in preserving these records, in addition to everything else he did. Because if you take the time to go through those records and read the lawsuits that were filed or in the courts, it's just amazing what you can see. As I looked at some of the insurance claims that were filed, you can see the struggle that people went through after 35 blocks of homes and businesses are destroyed. But you can also get a glimpse of the wealth that that the residents had. Oh, by the way, the topic of my paper is Black Wall Street, Wealth and Lessons for Today. So the first lesson that I saw was the struggle that they went through, but also we saw that we saw a glimpse of their wealth. So am I still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So one of the cases was William Redfern, who was the owner of the Dixie Theater and the Red Wing Hotel, and he was suing because his property was destroyed by the fires that took place on that night. And his property was valued at $75,000. Of course, he was, I couldn't figure out why he was only seeking $19,000 worth of insurance. But anyway, you could just see that here's a man, he owns a theater, a hotel. And of course, we all know that he recovered nothing for insurance because there was an exclusion. Every insurance policy has an exclusion for damage caused by riot. Dr. Motley, there was another case involving him, and you could see he's filing for his surgical equipment, his medicine, Chippendale bookcases, and the Steinway piano. And so it's just amazing to see, just to get a little glimpse of the wealth. I could go on and give more examples of the lawsuits, but there were at least 193 lawsuits filed trying to recover from the insurance companies, and every single claim was denied. At that time, it was estimated that the damages were $2 million, which in today's terms is more like $16 million. So after the destruction, we see people who were, there was hindrances placed at every turn, but we also saw the perseverance. one day after the massacre, just one day after, the new building code is put in place, saying that, well, if you want to rebuild, you're going to have to use fireproof materials. They have to be brick or steel or concrete, which of course are cost prohibitive. So a lot of people wouldn't be able to rebuild. But as you read some of the complaints that were filed seeking, reimbursement, insurance reimbursement, there was one in particular, there was several, but there was one in particular where she's talking about living in the tent outdoors. And, you hear it, yeah, she's living outdoors, but she says, I'm in the rain, it's raining, and I'm humiliated. There were stories about, people would come by and they would laugh. The impact on our health, my children and myself, the impact on our health and the destruction of our property, my piano, the books, the furnishings, everything just gone. One victory though, as we know, was, I think it was Lockhart case where he sued saying that to get a restraining order against the building code requirements, and the restraining order was granted, and eventually the Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled that the building code ordinance was unconstitutional. So we see a people with determination and with the strength to rebuild. They never taught us up here in the North that Black Wall Street was rebuilt. Never heard of that. And I asked people, later after when I found out, did you know it was rebuilt? Nope, didn't know. And so just the pride that you can feel knowing that all that they went through, that determination to rebuild, and they did, think of the Williams Dreamland Theater rebuilt. And there were even more buildings after the destruction. When they rebuilt, they had even more buildings. And so really, if you look at it, it serves as quite a model for African-American communities nationwide. It did then, and it should now. And it wasn't until, say, the 1950s and 1960s when urban renewal came through that really Greenwood and other communities throughout the United States, both large and small. I come from a small area, and I remember, Poughkeepsie, New York, and Beacon, New York, small towns, which also experienced the same thing, and they still have not been rebuilt. Well, one's been rebuilt, one has not. So someone earlier spoke about the urban renewal, but I just want to add that a lot of the properties were not really blighted, right? Kilo versus New London, the case, what's that, 2005, was really a lot like that, in that, the officials, if they merely labeled a community as blighted, they could target that area for demolition and get the funding to demolish those buildings and the funding to rebuild. But they didn't have to rebuild for the people that were displaced. And that's what happened. So it's estimated that there were 1 million people displaced through urban renewal. And more than 50% of all the people displaced were African American. And now, mind you, African Americans were only 10% of the population, but they made up 50% or more of the people displaced. So because of the urban renewal programs, we saw, and the building of the highways through communities, we see the devastation of areas. We also see the wealth gap widening when FHA and VA loan programs come into existence, and some people are able to move into home ownership. As a matter of fact, home ownership among white Americans grew to, believe it was over 60%. However, remember at this time we had, we're talking about the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, we had segregation, and it was not legal for Black families to live in certain areas, or then, they had covenants in the deeds that would exclude African Americans from living in a certain community. And also, in order to get the FHA and VA loans, there was language in the in the underwriting manual saying that you could not put African Americans in these communities, or you wouldn't be able to get loans. So African Americans could not live in the areas where they were able to buy decent property. They could not get a loan in the areas where they could live because those were considered too risky. Meanwhile, white families are able to get these loans, and they're able to build equity such that when the 70s and 80s came along, they had that wealth built up. And because of that wealth, they could they could move into a bigger home. They could transfer money to their children for college, send our children to private schools, and our children have the ability to accumulate wealth, right? And so for these reasons, this gap in wealth can persist from generation to generation. As a matter of fact, earlier this year, Earlier this year, yes, in Evanston, Illinois, we saw this first city announcing the payment of reparations to Black residents or their descendants that were impacted by these discriminatory housing policies and the city's inaction. So we can see how these housing policies impact wealth accumulation. So, anyway, that's one of the reasons for the wealth gap, and there's others, but I don't get that much time. And so the question now is, where do we go from here? How do we build strong businesses, and how do we get the support of communities to get rid of this wealth gap? During the 1960s, when there still was segregation, you saw Blacks shopping in Black business districts. But during the 1960s, you also saw, in addition to the urban renewal, you also saw a decrease in shopping in Black areas, because now African Americans could go to other areas to shop, and that's what they did. One example that I could give would be African American insurance companies. We had many Black-owned companies. My background is in insurance, and so I think of North Carolina Mutual, which we still have, and Atlanta Life Insurance Company, which, by the way, was founded by a former slave, and how they were involved in the community, including they served during the civil rights era. They bailed out students who were protesting. Atlanta Life Insurance wrote the insurance policy for Martin Luther King Jr. And so these companies were an integral part of the community. Not only, did they provide insurance, but they provided, just as I'm in Connecticut now, Travelers Insurance Company, the Hartford, they pay for the theaters, and they, things like that. They do community service. And so that's what these large companies were able to do. Same in the banking industry. We had here in New York, we had Freedom National Bank, started by Jackie Robinson and a few others. And he was quoted as saying, he said, when it came to mortgages to buy homes or business loans to enable Blacks to become entrepreneurs, Blacks were discriminated against, yet they still faithfully and religiously deposited their savings into white banks. So when Freedom National Bank came along, they were able to provide loans for small businesses to keep these businesses operational, and also to provide home loans to people without discrimination. So the lesson that from Black Wall Street and from these carriers is that we have to, by carriers I mean insurance carriers and the banks, that we have to support African American businesses. There was in Chicago Metropolitan Insurance Company, the CEO's name was George Harris, and he wrote that, he spoke during the civil rights era, and he said, you know what, we need to include businesses in this equation. You know, they need to be fully equal, just as we want housing. You know, we don't want housing discrimination. We want people to be able to get jobs. We also need to include business in there, but it didn't happen. He didn't get heard. And I think, you know, we suffered for that. He said, full equality includes the right to hire, not just to get hired, but to hire people, the power to own our own companies and not just to work for a company. When Black Wall Street was in its heyday, the statistics said that the dollar circulated 36 to 100 times before it left the Black community. And we need to foster that kind of strength again, whether these businesses are virtual or brick and mortar. And, you know, hopefully, whether it's through reparations, whether it's through companies supporting Black businesses, you know, after George Floyd and what we went through with COVID and the unequal impact on Black and brown communities, there was a real push to start strengthening Black businesses. And you saw Buy Black, Bank Black, and companies, Netflix, Pepsi, Lowe's, they all put money in to support Black businesses. And people started supporting Black banks. We have One United, which is, I don't know where they're out of. They're part in Los Angeles, and they have a location in Boston, but they're an online bank, and they saw a huge increase, tens of thousands of new people joining it. You know, and they're quoted as saying, you know, we're going to help close the racial wealth gap. So, oh, and also one other one, that's Greenwood Bank, that will be opening in July, which will be a digital banking platform. Killer Mike, former Ambassador Andrew Young, and a couple of other people have started that organization, and that will be starting soon. So just in summary, we have to support businesses in order to see the kind of communities that we saw in Black Wall Street. That's it. Thank you.
I think that's a really important observation. And, you know, we talk about representation a lot in courts and in, you know, juries and so forth. And I think that's true in business too. And I'm sorry, Professor Gantz, I think I said you were from University of Maryland. I don't know why I said that, but she is from, Professor Gantz is from Hartford, Barney School of Business. So
yeah.
It's like Connecticut, yes, Hartford, of course. Thank you so much. Now, I hope at this point we can maybe play the video, which I don't see a link to here, but do we have that available? Don't know if that, let me check with them and. Yes, we are. Ready. Thank you.
Black Wall Street and the descendants were robbed twice. There was the 1921 massacre, and then the laws that dismantled the rebuilding of Black Wall Street. That's what happened to my great-grandmother's businesses.
It seems funny to visualize a big fence right here now in a building. We lived with my grandmother when I was little until I was 7 years old. She always had this nice smile.
Yes.
She always had this nice smile. Leona Corbett was my grandmother, and she was also a businesswoman on Greenwood. Her building encompassed rooms for rent, shoe repair places, eating establishments, barbershops, and also a little market, a little side shop where you could buy a little bit of everything. My grandmother worked up until the end of her life.
I was so young when Grand passed. I was only 5 when she passed, but I have this memory. I didn't understand what apartment buildings were. I didn't know that there was a rooming house above. Yes. So we'd be in the kitchen and I would hear footsteps and I would think there was ghosts, and I realized I was like, well, what is that? What is that? And I honestly, until you all told me later that Grand ran a rooming house and I found out what that was, I was like, oh.
Did you think it was cool, like as a kid, like, this is my grandma's like business?
I didn't think anything of it.
Because a lot of people own businesses.
Yeah, well, a lot of people own businesses, and that's where I lived. That was just, I grew up there.
So Mama, do you remember ever going down and visiting or hanging out in the businesses that were in Grand's building?
Yes, because since I was a little girl, and there was a barber shop, I would walk by and try to flirt with the men in the barber shop.
I totally would have done that.
And I would go in and out of the stores all the time. Yes, yeah. And they knew me, and right. So they'd ask, "Does your grandmother know
you're here?"
You're here. Everybody respected her. My strong daughters came from very strong women. They don't acknowledge the Black community anyway, but they do not give the Black women enough props. Black women had to do a lot on their own.
Right.
And this morning was very sad because normally you can point to say, well, that used to be a garage. It's nothing to point to. It's not a business, it's residential.
Right.
Legacy was killed.
Yes.
That's what I feel like our legacy got cut off.
Yeah, it did get cut off.
It's that legacy, that generational wealth. We weren't given that opportunity, like you said, to choose what we wanted to do with the business. That is property, that is land.
If you think about it too long, it just makes you just cry.
There's this quote by John Hope Franklin. There are 2 ways which whites destroy a Black community. One is by building a freeway through it. The other is by changing its zoning laws.
The cutting off of the legacy, the cutting off of intergenerational wealth. That is what the 1921 massacre did to the Black community. And still some people were resilient enough after that to rebuild. And that was destroyed by redistricting, rezoning, eminent domain, taking property from businesses. I mean, that's what happened to my great-grandmother's building. The city bought it because everything around it was being gentrified. Kind of the common theme, unfortunately, that's happened in a lot of the Black communities across the United States.
We will never have a real scale of all the businesses and all the companies of Black Wall Street when it was absolutely at its best. Black Wall Street went on for miles and miles. Now it's a little block. There are Black-owned businesses on that street, but it's been gentrified. My sister and I talk about this all the time. What if the massacre didn't happen at all? Would this have been a business that kept going in our family? Could it have been a legacy? The possibilities are absolutely endless. Would Black Wall Street had an influence on the entire nation?
So the film is Descended from the Promised Land, The Legacy of Black Wall Street, and it will air, I believe, on the 26th. So our last panelist. Then Marie Combe is a professor and John Brown McCarty, professor of family law at Regent University School of Law in Virginia Beach, and has written several books in estate planning, success for women, and wealth books about family restoration and wealth transfer. And so she is here with one of her students, Peyton Farley, who's a second-year law student at Regent University, and we have another Katrina Sumner, who's on the video here, I hope, who is going to join us electronically, and she is a recent graduate of Regent University. So take it away.
Hello, everybody. Take a deep breath. And a lot, but a great day, but a lot. Thank you so much for inviting us today. We are really honored to be here. And our work is just a tiny little slice. But we're really excited to help create some change. I want to first thank Professor Bowman, who I thought was so young, she looked like a student. Thank you for all your work. And then I want to thank the Law Review folks too. I'm the faculty advisor for our Law Review at Regent University, and I realize how much work this is. So thank you for all your work. Yes. So like I said, we are both honored and excited to try to help create change. Our paper is called Empowering Black Wealth in the Shadow of the Tulsa Massacre. And we know it's just Tulsa Race Massacre. We know it's a tiny little slice of change, but it's hopefully going to make a difference. And boy, it took us 40 pages to talk about it. But anyway, the Tulsa Race Massacre devastated real people's lives, like you just saw, real people's lives. And our work suggests that the massacre and the wealth destruction that followed really present and represent a quintessential example of wealth destruction. Blacks being prevented from wealth protection and wealth transfer. Racial inequality in the 20th century seemed to manifest itself in that event, those 24 hours, those 48 hours in 1921, as Black wealth and Black lives were taken in hideous acts of violence. We examine how the laws of wealth transfer can potentially work to create cycles of inequality and unfairness. We feel like this is an important topic, although I guess it was just a slice of a topic, slice of the solution, but it's an important topic. And it came to me first when the EIC of our law review was in my wills class. And we were talking about estate planning, and he said, you know, no one in my family has ever planned their estate, and he is African American. And he said, I want to do something about that. And it triggered in me, I want to do something about that too. From there, every wills class since, I have been seeking students who care about this phenomenon. Today, I present to you two key students. Katrina Sumner, who is a recent graduate, and she's studying for the North Carolina bar, which is why she's not here, so she can keep studying. She's joining us virtually. And Peyton Farley, who is actually rising 3L now, that's a big deal, interning this summer at the law firm of Van Diebner Black in Virginia Beach. And she is with us in person today, and she'd like to take her skills and really develop estate planning, especially for Blacks in the Hampton Roads area through Van Diebner Black. Am I letting the cat out of the bag maybe a little bit? Anyway, each of these women are really important, and this is their project. They are going to talk to you today about what was most significant to them about the project and apply their thesis as a future attorney. So Katrina, you want to try to get us started?
Sure. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and I just want to say thank you for having me. One of the most significant aspects of this research for me from a wealth transfer perspective was seeing a correlation between the accumulation of Black wealth and then the intentional destruction of that wealth as a motivating factor for the Tulsa Race Massacre. I was so impacted by the stories of the courageous enterprising people who came to Greenwood and who built a thriving financial center only to be met with government-sanctioned violence that killed hundreds, left thousands homeless, and destroyed at least 35 square blocks. As we heard today, the fight to deny any form of judicial or financial remedy to the victims, when we have compensated other victims or told statutes of limitations, stood out to me as significant as well. Aside from the terrible loss of life and the destruction of property, one lasting economic consequence of the destruction of Black Wall Street was the inability of the residents to transfer their destroyed properties and wealth to future generations. It was a challenge to try to think of any tool of wealth transfer that might have helped to mitigate against potential massacre-related losses before Greenwood properties were destroyed. In hindsight, one tool that might have provided a remedy is a trust with a choice of law provision. These provisions are beneficial because they allow an individual to choose which state's laws will govern the trust. For example, in 1905, Illinois had an anti-lynching law which provided victims of mob violence and their heirs with a cause of action for damages against the city or county where personal injury, death, or loss of property occurred. So perhaps if any of the Greenwood properties had been in a trust with a choice of law provision that designated Illinois law as the governing law for those properties, maybe this could have provided much needed restitution despite the many efforts to prevent recovery. As we researched, it was so clear that the massacre prevented many residents of Black Wall Street from reaping the advantage of wealth transfer tools since their homes and businesses were utterly destroyed. Yet, tools of wealth transfer like wills, trusts with choice of law provisions, and transfer on death accounts like life insurance policies do benefit Black families today. We want to see as many families as possible take advantage of these tools so that the intergenerational transfer of their wealth can continue to empower future generations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to join you all this afternoon. For me, the greatest takeaway from this research opportunity has been the importance of having access to adequate legal counsel. By having the proper access to legal representation, a person has a better chance of protecting themselves and their property against harm, and if nothing else, has standing to seek proper remedies should harm occur. During this process, I was most impacted by the cycles of destruction deployed against Blacks to prevent wealth accumulation, whether it was using vagrancy laws, which hindered African Americans' ability to create wealth by keeping them in a state of servitude, or through the redlining efforts of the federal government several intentional barriers were put in place to reduce and prevent the creation of Black wealth. As I learned of the incredible resilience, and today continuing to learn of the incredible resilience of those who established and protected the Greenwood community, I began to, and I learned of the great losses of lives, of property, and of other forms of wealth at the hands of malicious mobs. I began to feel a real sense of responsibility to ensure that I use my legal training to educate and advocate for Black communities in an effort to ensure that Black families are aware of and have the ability to take advantage of all the resources available through the legal system to protect their wealth and their lives. Even today, as we've heard, 100 years later, the fight continues for adequate remedies to this tragedy. So one of our goals was to proffer a solution to how we can address the wealth gap that we see. And we saw, and as we talked about today, the rebuilding of these communities and the potential wealth that comes and the guaranteed wealth that comes as we rebuild businesses and create that wealth. And we wanted to proffer a solution to make sure that we're doing what we can to protect that wealth. And so our small solution to protecting Black wealth that we chose to highlight is the use of estate planning tools. And not only should estate planning tools be used to include a person's assets, but it should also address the potential medical needs and responsibilities of the testator as well. Through tools such as the Advanced Medical Directive, a testator can ensure that their wishes are not only well documented, but enforceable should that person become incapacitated. Advanced medical directives can also be used to appoint a trustworthy person to make decisions on the behalf of the testator should they become incapacitated, rather than rely on the government default rules. This allows for the individuals to select others they are confident in to represent them and protect them in their time of need. In addition, tools such as a will can not only be used to protect your property, but it can also be used to inform others of the testator's wishes on who should be responsible for the care of their children. Again, this puts the power back into the hands of the individual to make the best decisions for themselves and their families, which would minimize the risk of times of mourning or harm to be exploited as opportunistic gain for ill-willed persons, which happened many times before, during, and after this massacre. The law, as we've heard, is meant to serve everyday people, and this one small step is something that we believe can be taken advantage of by everyday people in Black communities to protect the wealth that they've accumulated and begin to see that generational wealth form. By increasing the awareness of estate planning tools such as those discussed today, we proffer that attorneys can play their part in assisting to remedy injustices like those experienced in the Greenwood district through educating and equipping individuals of these communities we serve with the necessary tools and resources to protect themselves in their time of need, as well as ensuring their hard-earned wealth is protected now and in the generations to come. It's been a pleasure speaking to you all today, and we thank you for the opportunity to present on this important topic. Thank you.
Hey, I guess
We're good.
we're good, and we're about 20 minutes behind schedule. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I was going to suggest that we just cut the breaks short because it is kind of tough to do that just because people start to get a little fatigued. But you know, if we could be everybody like commit to being back in 5 minutes, you know, that's for sure. Then that will get us like 10 minutes back. So thank you so much.
Bill Stevenson. I'm Chuck Adams. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Tulsa. I don't know if we can get started pretty soon.
Yeah, they said they're going to keep this right to 5 minutes. We'll see.
So do you want to answer questions like after you? Okay, I think, yes, Rorigia. Yes. Oh, hi. Well, welcome back to the next leg of our symposium. And I hope you've been enjoying the program. We have 3 presentations in this session, which will be 45 minutes long. So it'd be good that it'd be each of them about 10 minutes with about 5 minutes for questions, so we don't run, unduly over. My name is Chuck Adams. I'm a professor at TU Law School. I started in 1979. Seems like a while ago. And I've been teaching civil procedure and evidence for a number of years here. So I'm delighted to have you all here. And the 3 speakers that we have are Tom Holland, Gail Stevenson, and Roger Citron. Roger's zooming in, and he'll be the second speaker in the program. But the Tom Holland and Gail Stevenson are here live, which is normally wouldn't be unusual to have live speakers, but this year, this is the first time that I've been a live speaker all year. So this is something. Everything else has been Zoom. I'm not originally from Oklahoma, but I've lived in Oklahoma for many years. And so I've become acquainted with Oklahoma history, quite colorful and distinctive. And one major part of that is the Tulsa Race Riot from 1921. But that wasn't the only race relations problem in this region. We're going to have speakers on Elaine, Arkansas, which is Elaine's on the Mississippi side of the state, the other side of Arkansas from here. And I'd never heard anything about the race riot that they had there, but Tom Holland is going to speak about that. Tom Holland hails from Fort Smith, Arkansas, which is on the west side of the state. And his background is law anthropology, which is quite distinctive. PhD in anthropology from the University of Missouri, and JD from Hawaii, University of Hawaii. But he works for the Department of Defense, has worked there for many years, and in particular with identifying missing persons. So it's the major part of anthropology. And he's one of only about 100 board certified forensic anthropologists in the world. So that's his background, but I guess he's developed an interest in the legal and problems and the historical problems with this Elaine race riot. So with that, I'll turn the podium over to Tom Holland. I hope you enjoy his talk about an interesting aspect of the history of this region.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. Because I did go to law school, I learned the importance of a disclaimer, so I will say up front that the views that I'm going to express today are not necessarily those of the Department of Defense. Well, a really, really odd year. A pandemic that has touched virtually every family in the United States, racial unrest in the streets, cities burning, allegations of police malfeasance, troops finally coming home from one of the longest, costliest wars in US history, even allegations that Russians have meddled in US affairs. That was 1919. Aren't we glad we don't live in crazy times like that? I'm going to talk about the Elaine race riot. It was called a riot at the time. It was not a riot. It was also called an insurrection, uprising. It was nothing short of a massacre. No one knows how many. You heard about some of it this morning. Nobody knows how many people died. Estimates range from about 20, which is nowhere near accurate, to 800, which is probably nowhere near accurate. 200 to 400 is probably accurate. We know 5 whites died. We know them by name. We know them by name because of the subsequent trials that followed, but we don't know how many blacks died. The blacks were sharecroppers. The boll weevil had decimated the cotton crops of the South that year. Cotton was at an all-time high. The sharecroppers who in Phillips County, rural, very rural part of Arkansas, were hoping to get out of the peonage system. They were trying to form a union. They were meeting at a little church in a place called Hoop Spur on the evening of September 30th. As you heard today, shots rang out that night. No one really knows who started it, but we know who ended it. The 3rd and 5th Army divisions sent from Little Rock, many of them fresh from the battlefields of France, were sent by the governor to quell the uprising. I said we know how many whites died because there were over 200 blacks arrested. No whites were arrested. Actually, there was one white man arrested. He was the son of a Little Rock lawyer that the sharecroppers had hired to represent them in their claims against the planters. And Ulysses Bratton was his name. He sent his son over to Elaine to get some contracts signed, and he happened to be there when this happened. He was arrested on the charge of barratry, was almost lynched for it. He was spirited out of town. But everybody else who was arrested was black. 73 were charged with some form of murder, manslaughter, 2nd degree, 1st degree. We know about this case largely because of a seminal Supreme Court case called Moore v. Dempsey that comes out of it. And I would argue that it is one of the most important Supreme Court cases that you never heard of. And I'll go into that in a minute. Of the 73 who were arrested, 12 were convicted of first-degree murder. And they became known as the Elaine 12. They were divided into two categories. There was the Moore Six, named after Frank Moore, one of the defendants in that group, and the Ware Six, named after Ed Ware, one of the defendants in the other group. The jury, they were tried over a 2-day period. 12 men tried over a 2-day period. The trials lasted about an hour on average. The juries deliberated up to 8 minutes in a couple of cases. Generally, they were deliberating about 2 minutes. Had they not been required to actually leave the courtroom to go to the jury room, they wouldn't have even taken 2 minutes. Virtually no defense was offered. No opening statements were made on their behalf. They were given white lawyers, appointed white lawyers who had to live in the community. So there was virtually no defense. But the case that comes out of this, Moore v. Dempsey, I would argue, as I said, is one of the most important Supreme Court cases that you haven't heard of because of what it of the changes that it brought. It changed habeas corpus, and because of that, it opened the door for the civil rights era of the 50s and 60s. You would not have had the federal court's ability to intervene in the 50s and 60s had it not been for Moore v. Dempsey. The other way it changed the era, the 20th century, is it was the first case that the NAACP really got behind. And it put them on the map as a leading force in civil rights law. So let's go back a little bit. Civil War, Reconstruction. You have radical Republicans who are pushing for change, pushing to punish the South. You had a very conservative Supreme Court that was essentially blocking the efforts of the Reconstructions. And so what you see are a series of cases, beginning with the slaughterhouse cases. You remember your con law. The slaughterhouse cases, Cruikshank, United States versus Cruikshank. If you have never read Cruikshank, which you probably haven't because it flies under the radar in con law, you should. Cruikshank takes place in 1876 on the heels of the Colfax Massacre down in Louisiana. It's the case where the Supreme Court says the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to states, and it doesn't apply to private individuals. It establishes what comes to be known in 1883 in the civil rights cases. It comes to be articulated as the state action doctrine or the state actor doctrine. But if you really want to understand the reasoning, it's laid out in Cruikshank. Then there's some other cases. You get ex parte McCardle, ex parte Royal, if you remember, once again, your con law. But what all these lead up to is a posture of federal deference to states. The federal government took the position that states are dual sovereign system, states are in charge of their own business. We won't meddle in them. It was an early abstention doctrine. And that was the state of affairs in 1913 when a young girl by the name of Mary Fagan is found dead in a pencil factory in Atlanta. They arrest the manager and part owner of the pencil factory, a man named Leo Frank. Leo Frank is a Georgian's nightmare in 1913. He's from New York. He's a Jew. He's college educated. He went to Colgate. And he runs a factory, which is, there's a big concern because people are leaving the farms, and there's big concern about this industrialization and child labor. So Leo Frank is their worst freaking nightmare. He is arrested. He is tried in what can only be described as a circus. The crowd outside, this is in Georgia heat, is chanting, hang him, hanging him, hang him, so loud that when they announced the verdict, the judge had to close the windows because he couldn't hear the jury when they polled the jury. So he appeals it to the Georgia Supreme Court. Georgia Supreme Court said, well, wait a minute, you had a jury, you had a lawyer, you had a trial, sounds like due process. Right. His lawyers, he had very good lawyers. There was a lot of East Coast money pouring into this case. Leo Frank had very good lawyers. Lewis Marshall, for one, who was probably the leading civil rights attorney of that era. They felt good that they could win on appeal to the Supreme Court, so they filed a writ of habeas corpus. The court said in a 7-2 vote, no. Why? Because of this deference to the state. They said the state Supreme Court laid it out. He had a trial, he had a jury, he had a lawyer, he had due process. We're not getting involved. It's a matter of comedy. Or comedy, maybe. They said, we're not touching it. So that's the state of affairs when 1919 rolls around and you have the Elaine 12 sentenced. Now, as I said, there's two groups. There's the Ware 6. They end up getting a slightly easier route. They eventually get released after 3.5 years in jail due to a technicality. The jury was in such a rush, their 2-minute deliberation, that they filled out the jury forms wrong. Instead of, they simply said, we find the defendant guilty of murder. Arkansas law, you have to say guilty of what degree murder. So the Arkansas Supreme Court said, oh, God damn it. All right, give him a new trial, right? So it goes back for new trial. By this point, prosecutor in Phillips County is not very interested in pursuing the case. Some of his witnesses have recanted. By now, there are real lawyers, including one from Little Rock, a black lawyer by the name of Scipio Africanus Jones, who is just a remarkable man. He was born a slave, self-taught in law, becomes one of the leading black lawyers of his day, is friends with Thurgood Marshall. He takes this case on. So there's no appetite for retrying the Ware 6, plus why should we retry them? They're in prison anyhow. So the prosecutor keeps getting continuances. Each time Scipio Jones stands up in court and says, defense is prepared to proceed, because he knew the Arkansas law better than the prosecutor. Under Arkansas law, if somebody is not tried within 2 consecutive terms of court, they have to be released. So Scipio Jones showed up every time and said, we're ready to go on. The prosecutor didn't know the law, said, oh, we want a continuance. After 2 consecutive terms, they had to be released. So the Ware 6 get out, although they spent 3.5 years of their life in prison. The Moore 6, however, the jury took a little more time, 6 to 8 minutes to deliberate and fill out the jury form, and so they correctly filled it out. So there's no technicality. When it goes to the Arkansas Supreme Court, the Arkansas Supreme Court says, nope, they had lawyers, they had a jury, they had a trial, due process, let's move out, execute them. Scipio Jones and his team, his partner was a Confederate colonel, a retired Confederate colonel, so the obvious, a clear legal odd couple. They begin every delaying tactic that they can think of. At one point, they get a chancery judge, an Arkansas chancery judge, to issue a stay of execution. The chancery judge, in what is, just a tremendous example of judicial courage. A chancery judge, he deals with probate will. He knows full well that he doesn't have the authority to stay an execution, but it bought time. And it bought time to get an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, even though they knew the U.S. Supreme Court would toss it out following the Frank standard. Now, in Frank, it was 7-2. One of the dissenting justices was Oliver Wendell Holmes, who argued that, look, mob rule is mob rule. I don't care if you have a jury and a lawyer and a trial. Mob rule is mob rule, and the federal government ought to be able to step in. But that was the minority opinion. By the time this comes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, by the time Moore v. Dempsey was the warden of the state prison. By the time Moore v. Dempsey comes to the Supreme Court, there's been a change, though. Brandeis is now on the court, so you've got a liberal voice there. Taft is now the Chief Justice. Taft, who had a reputation for a very laissez-faire approach to law, also really, really wanted to be Chief Justice. And so prior to his confirmation, he lobbied the NAACP for their support. And so when he became Supreme Court Justice, he was somewhat beholden. And so when this comes up for trial, the arguments are heard in 21. What was happening in 21? Tulsa's in the news. Arguments are heard, briefs are heard in, are filed in 22, and the oral arguments are in January of 23. The same week that oral arguments are being held on Moore v. Dempsey, the little town of Rosewood, Florida is burned to the ground, and it's in the newspaper. So the effects of Tulsa, the effects of Rosewood are in the news. They've got an influence. You've got a more liberal leaning court. You've got these other cases that are keeping the awareness raised. And now the Supreme Court does a complete 180. Instead of a 7-2 saying we will not accept state habeas corpus claims in federal court, now there's a 6-2, we will. One of the justices was sworn in the day of the argument, so he didn't take part. So it was a 6-2 decision. And Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote the majority opinion, and he essentially paraphrased his dissent in Frank. So it's a beautiful example of how dicta becomes dogma in just a few years. He essentially writes the majority opinion to say, look, it is the federal government's responsibility to safeguard the constitutional rights of all citizens. That opens the door for everything that comes in the 50s and 60s. It was the federal government's ability to reach into state courts that changed the civil rights movement. And the other aspect, the effect that this had, is at this time, the NAACP had created their legal defense fund, but it had no money. Had no money, really had no lawyers. The argument, the Moore v. Dempsey was argued by Moorfield Story, who was a Boston Brahmin. He was elderly, he was in his 80s. He was highly respected. He was a friend of Oliver Wendell Holmes. He was one of the founders of the NAACP. But the legal defense fund itself really had very little in terms of resources. Du Bois used this case in article after article in the Crisis to raise money. They kept the Elaine 12 on the pages of the Crisis over and over and over to raise money. They raised more money for this case than they had ever raised before, and that's how they were able to fund the appeal to the Supreme Court. Following the success of Moore v. Dempsey, Lewis Marshall, who had been the lawyer for Frank and who was the leading civil rights lawyer in the country at the time, joined the NAACP's legal defense fund. 8 months later, Ossian Sweet's case in Detroit occurs. The NAACP takes it on, is able to sign up Clarence Darrow. So on the strength of winning Moore v. Dempsey, not only do they establish this precedent of allowing federal reach into state courts, but it puts the NAACP on the map as the force for civil rights that it became. And that's the Elaine Race Massacre.
we have any questions for Tom Holland about the Lane case and effect on habeas corpus law? Anybody? Okay, well, then we'll move on to our next speaker. Excuse me for a second. No. This one is a Zoom speaker, Roger Citron. He's from Touro College, teaches in the law school there. He teaches civil procedure and administrative law there at Touro College. And his talk is going to be about the boomtown, Oklahoma City, and its history, the town at the other end of the turnpike. So different culture than Tulsa in many ways, but still part of Oklahoma history. And the title of his talk is the New Ways of Looking at Oklahoma City and Legal Education. So with that, hopefully, oh, there he is, Roger Citron, make his presentation. Welcome to Tulsa remotely, Roger.
Thank you. I'm checking to see if I can share screen. It's not necessary, but it might be helpful. Does that come up?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's just a couple images that I'll do in my presentation, but first, thank you for accommodating me. I had a faculty meeting. It's the last faculty meeting of the semester at Touro. I assure you, I much rather would have preferred to be in Tulsa with the rest of you. So thank you for accommodating me. I want to thank Professor Bowman and the editors of the Law Review for allowing me to speak today, inviting me to speak. And this is an article that will appear in the Symposium issue. And let me start with, the sort of the obligatory disclaimer that of course we learn in law school, as was mentioned previously. And so I've never been to Oklahoma. And much of what I'll be saying today comes from the book Boomtown. That'll be one of the slides that I put up. It's a phenomenal book. And I've done a little bit of research while writing the article. But I want to begin with, in addition to teaching civil procedure and administrative law, one of the other subjects I teach is law and literature. And so here, Touro's out on Long Island, but I live in New York City. I commute out to the law school on the Long Island Railroad. And about 2.5 miles from where I live, this is in Riverside Park in New York City. It's the Ralph Ellison Memorial. It's a memorial sculpture, and it's marvelous. And the sculpture draws inspiration from Ellison's novel, The Invisible Man. And I took this photograph. My daughter and I, one of my daughters and I, we went on a pilgrimage to walk up to the memorial one day during the pandemic. It's about a 2.5 mile walk from where we live, because Ellison, born in Oklahoma City, spent much of his adult life in New York City, but Oklahoma City loomed large in his mind, in his memory, and certainly in his fiction. So we'll come back to him in a minute. The book that I'm talking about, as was mentioned by Chuck in the introduction, is a book by Sam Anderson called Boomtown. And I want to take a minute to say, so why did Sam Anderson, this is the first book he wrote. How did this end up, why is a book about Oklahoma City the first book he wrote? He's a very successful magazine journalist. And the story that he tells it in the book, and he tells it in book readings, when he talks about Boomtown is that he was working for the New York Times Magazine. He was a pro basketball fan, and in the first half of the last decade, the editor said, "You're a basketball fan. There's something interesting going on out in Oklahoma City with their basketball team. Go check it out and write something about that." And he really sort of fell hook, line, and sinker for Oklahoma City. It's true, a substantial amount of the book is about the Oklahoma City Thunder and pro basketball. But one of the things he saw was, and you can see from the disparate images on the cover, there's a tornado, there's a map of the state, people on horseback, the downtown metropolis that Oklahoma City is now, is that he was just fascinated by the history of Oklahoma City and how it all interconnected. And the claim that he goes on to make, why this magazine article turns into a book, is because, and here's the quote that I'm going to put up, and he, I can say this, he's kind of, he's an East Coast person. He says that, from a distance, Oklahoma City looked like almost nothing, but up close, it turned out to be about almost everything. The new basketball team was deeply entangled in every other aspect of the place: politics, history, economics, even weather. And then he says, and he makes this, says that, in fact, Oklahoma and Oklahoma City, but really Oklahoma City, it represents or presents certain fundamental tensions in the DNA of democracy itself. So let's bring it back to, now to sort of shift to law school and how this book might be relevant to the law school curriculum. I teach law and literature, as I mentioned before, and one of the things I think about constantly, in connection with courses like civil procedure or administrative law, doctrinal courses, is we do so much out of the case book. We do so much out of the case book and rely on the case books. Isn't there, or are there ways in which we can integrate, non-legal texts, be more interdisciplinary in how we teach even doctrinal subjects? And I really felt this strongly with all the events of 2020, some of which, of course, we're still experiencing and still living with today. There are moments, to use the phrase, when all of us are living in history. And I think in some ways we still are living in history. And I really sort of feel like it's incumbent for us to think about and revisit and think about, how we teach law, from this moment, going forward. And so that leads me to, if you will, the case for Boomtown, as a book that can be used in a number of different courses just to supplement what we do. The first story I want to tell about Boomtown is, I think it would be a great way to start the property course. Anderson, in the book, talks about the land run, which took place late in the 19th century in 1889. And he situates it that, there's a story there about after the Civil War, the United States, it's Native American land, but the United States takes possession of it. And then in 1889, at that time, the area is known as, quote, the unassigned lands. And in 1889, you know this history. I had to learn it in the book. You probably know this as part of Oklahoma civic education. In 1889, the land run takes place, the sound of the bugle at noon, and that's how the land is going to be distributed or assigned. The property is going to be assigned to those who now wish to live in Oklahoma. And so and what I think is, and I recall from my first day of property as a student, a long time ago, back in 1990, we started with, and I think this case is still used by many property professors, Pearson versus Post. right? Ownership of things. Whose fox is it? And I think that a far more relevant, compelling way to start the property course is with the story of the land run. And you can get into really first order questions about justice and property, not only with the fact that how the land was originally taken by the United States, but there is also, and Anderson talks about this too, who wasn't included in the land run in 1889. It was essentially an event for white people. And so, and it's complete chaos. He has marvelous anecdotes about that experience. And so at the same time, we can talk about, use Oklahoma City and the land run, or the book about Oklahoma City and the land run, to talk about things like the regulation or the allocation or distribution of property by government. We also would call attention to questions about justice. And so that's one way in which Boomtown, I feel, would enrich our study of property. The second, and this will take us back to let's put him up, right? There's Ralph Ellison. This will take us back to Ralph Ellison. Anderson tells interesting stories, I should say, the history of desegregation, really segregation and desegregation in Oklahoma City in the 20th century. Ellison was born in Oklahoma City. He left when he was 19 years old. But there's a marvelous New Yorker profile of him from the 1970s in which he says, I dream about Oklahoma City constantly. I think that his experiences growing up in Oklahoma City really informed, his fiction, his thinking. And so the first way in which, when I think of constitutional law and how to enrich it, well, Invisible Man was published, right? His extraordinary novel was published in 1952. And there's, you can go into the law reviews. There's a professor named Alfred Brophy who has done really interesting work on law and history and legal history. And he makes the point that you can understand Invisible Man as being part of the same sort of cultural legal moment as Brown versus Board of Education. And so that's one way in which Ellison's story is told in Boomtown. You can use Ellison and Invisible Man to enrich the study of constitutional law. I would add, it's only in a page or so. Ellison's biography takes him from Oklahoma City through Tulsa before and after the Race Massacre of 1921. There was a point where his mother decided that Oklahoma City wasn't the best place to live. She takes the family to Gary, Indiana. That's before the events of the Race Massacre. It doesn't work out in Gary, Indiana, but when they come back through Tulsa, the Race Massacre has occurred. And Greenwood is, of course, looks entirely different than it did when they were coming through. There's another person who is important to this story, and I think that, let me put him up, Roscoe Dungy. There he is. I believe he is seated at his desk. He was the editor of a African-American newspaper, the Black Dispatch, and he was a central figure in the history of Oklahoma City, especially when it came to racial equality and the struggle for racial equality. He, among other things, helped start in Oklahoma chapters of the NAACP. And so you may, con law professors know the story about the path to Brown versus Board of Legal Education, right? The case culminating in the ruling that separate but equal is unconstitutional in public schools. But two of those cases that are building blocks on the way to Brown come from Oklahoma, right? The Sipule case from 1948 involving the desegregation of the law school, McLaurin case from 1950 involving the desegregation of the Graduate School of Education. Absolutely, Dungy is a pivotal figure in helping to bring those cases. And so that's another way of understanding, the path to Brown versus Board of Education. The third way, law and politics, we know this in con law. We know it in other subjects, but we really know it in con law. They're inseparable, and that's absolutely true in connection with civil rights and the struggle for civil rights and racial equality. And so there's a third person from Oklahoma City that we meet in Boomtown. This is Clara Luper. And
Professor Citron, we're running out of time here. I'm afraid if you could try to wrap it up in the next couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Well, let me finish with Ms. Luper, and I'll yield the rest to the question, the Q&A. I apologize for going over. So Clara Luper, she organized sit-ins to desegregate downtown restaurants, lunch counters in Oklahoma City. One of the things that Chuck said was Tulsa and Oklahoma City, obviously cities in the same states, very different. Oklahoma City, very commercial-minded, very business-oriented. And the reason why I bring that up is because the sit-ins in Oklahoma City, I don't know how many people outside of Oklahoma know about them. They took place before the very famous sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina in 1960. Clara Luper took a group of young, teenage boys and girls, if I can say that, right? That they were teenagers, to desegregate Katz's Lunch Counter and other restaurants in Oklahoma City. But Oklahoma City, its leaders, conscious of negative publicity, wanting to avoid that, refused to confront. The white papers didn't cover these events. They were successful in desegregating Katz's and other establishments in downtown. And you see in their story the nexus between law and politics, especially in the struggle for racial equality. If I have time in the Q&A, I'll talk about the elective courses that Boomtown would help. I can take us all the way back to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but I've already taken too much time. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you, Professor Citron, for joining us remotely. Now I want to turn to Gail Stevenson. And Gail Stevenson is our next speaker, and she'll be talking about the effect of the Tulsa Race Massacre or Tulsa Race Riot on, well, how it led to the Fisher case involving OU's law school. And then that eventually went to Topeka, Kansas, and Brown versus Board of Education. And so she traces one of the consequences of the Tulsa Race Riot. Beyond that, Professor Stevenson is at the Southern University Law Center in Louisiana, and we're very happy to have her speak to us today.
Thank you. The horrific events of Tulsa 100 years ago were the catalyst for great changes in the American educational system. And the first two speakers have actually done a pretty good job of leading into what I'm going to talk about. Travis and Martha Scipio lost everything in 1921. They had come to Tulsa because of the thriving Black community. Travis was a pastor, and he had founded the North Greenwood Church of God in Christ and built up the church. They bought a home. They had furnished the home, and then the race massacre happened. Their home was burned to the ground. Travis was one of those people that our poet referred to as marched at gunpoint down Archer to the internment camp. And after this was over, they decided they had to leave Tulsa. They were now homeless, and they moved to Chickasha, where they started over. And 3 years later, their second child, Ada Lois, was born. Now, as Ada was growing up, her parents told her over and over and over about the race massacre. And her mother became a civil rights activist. The head of the NAACP, Roscoe Dungy, that was showing you, was close friends of the family. And Ada Lois read newspapers like W.E.B. Du Bois' The Crisis, which was always in their home. And she also witnessed racial injustice because Chickasha was a totally segregated town. The last lynching that took place in Oklahoma was in Chickasha, and she personally knew the man who was lynched. And so when the NAACP was looking for a test plaintiff to integrate the University of Oklahoma, Ada Lois stepped forward. So at the time of the race massacre, schools were segregated by force of law in 17 states and the District of Columbia. 9 years after the massacre in 1930, the NAACP received a grant that allowed it to hire an attorney to plan litigation to enforce the equal part of Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal. The plan was that if they could force the states to put up money for the equal education, they knew the states could never finance that. And so they thought eventually this would lead to desegregation because there's no way that they could support equal schools, black and white. And they started by focusing on professional schools, particularly law schools. Graduate and professional schools for blacks were described as so few and so bad. In 1939, only 7 black colleges in America offered any graduate work whatsoever. 9 southern states had no provisions at all for black graduate education. In 1945, the South offered white students 16 law schools, 15 medical schools, 14 pharmacy schools, 17 engineering schools, and 4 dental schools. But African-American students, if they wanted to go to professional school, there was 1 law school. That was it. So in 1934, NAACP, through the work of Charles Hamilton Houston and Thurgood Marshall, succeeded in getting a court order to integrate the law school at the University of Maryland. And Donald Murray was personally tutored by Thurgood Marshall, graduated, passed the bar. The next big case was Lloyd Gaines versus Canada. Now, we're not talking about the country of Canada. Canada was the registrar at the University of Missouri. And Houston and Hamilton succeeded in taking this case to the US Supreme Court and getting the Supreme Court to hold that states had to provide equal educational opportunities within the state for blacks, because what the states had been doing at that point was providing scholarships to out-of-state universities that would, permit blacks to attend. So Missouri responded by establishing a law school just for blacks at Lincoln and existing HBCU. But before a hearing could be held to determine if this new law school was equal to the University of Missouri, Lloyd Gaines disappeared. No one knows what happened to Lloyd Gaines. There are a multitude of stories. In researching my paper, I talked to all sorts of people in Missouri. Some people think he was killed by the KKK. Some people think that he took a bribe and moved to Mexico. And that's basically what Thurgood Marshall believed. Thurgood Marshall was really mad. And so he decided that for the next case that they took, the plaintiff had to be a perfect plaintiff, had to be someone who had a belief in the righteousness of the cause, maturity, emotional security, financial stability, because if you became the test plaintiff, you were likely to get fired from your job. And so you had to have some means of support. You had to have really great credentials. You had to be a good public speaker, and you had to have patience because these suits took forever. And Ada Lois Scipio Fisher was the perfect person. She had just graduated from college with stellar credentials. She really believed in the righteousness of the cause, having grown up hearing about the Tulsa Massacre over and over and over. She was married, her husband was in the military, so she didn't have to worry about the financial situation. So she was the perfect person. So the lawsuit took 3 trips to the US Supreme Court, and 3 years of litigation, but she was finally admitted to the OU School of Law. Now, they forced her to sit 4 rows behind the white students. They had a big sign across the back of the room that said colored over the seat where she had to sit. But the white students protested, and by the end of the semester, they'd taken the sign down and she was sitting on the front row. So unlike her counterparts in other states, she graduated from the school she sued to attend and practice law. She and Donald Murray were the only 2 people, and the NAACP brought suits in all 17 of the states that had de jure segregation, but they were the only 2 that succeeded and actually practiced law and graduated from the school they attended. Heman Sweat down at University of Texas developed bleeding ulcers and eventually had to drop out of school. Scipio inspired Silas Hunt, who had been a classmate of hers at Arkansas Pine Bluff, to do the same thing at Arkansas. And the administration at the University of Arkansas saw the handwriting on the wall from the Scipio case, so they went ahead and admitted Silas Hunt. But he was a veteran of World War II. He had contracted TB while he was in the military. It had improved, but when he went to Arkansas and had to take classes down in the basement by himself, they let him into law school, but they wouldn't let him into classes with the white students. The stress caused his TB to recur, and he died before he could graduate from law school. And over and over and over, these same sort of stories, terrible things happened to these people who were, trying to graduate from these predominantly white, or at the time, all white law schools. But Ada Lois Scipio persisted, and she graduated, passed the bar, and she became a media darling. She went all over the country with Thurgood Marshall, speaking, inspiring others to contribute to the cause and to volunteer to be the test plaintiffs. And the influence of the case went far beyond Oklahoma. The case was cited by the courts throughout the South in the cases integrating Kentucky, University of Maryland Nursing School, Louisiana State University, and ultimately cited by the Supreme Court as a foundational case in Brown versus Board of Education. So were it not for the Scipio family being burned out of their home in Tulsa in 1921, Martha Scipio might never have become a civil rights activist. Were it not for growing up in a family with civil rights activists and hearing the story of the Tulsa Massacre over and over, Ada Scipio Fisher might never have developed that finely honed sense of justice. And were it not for that sense of justice, she might not have volunteered to be the test plaintiff. Her courage and persistence and determination really moved the desegregation of higher education forward. Now, the University of Oklahoma has
created a garden, a memorial garden for Ada Scipio Fisher. And they have a stone there, and they put the scripture on it that says, "The stone which the builder rejected has become the cornerstone." And she really was the cornerstone for the desegregation of higher education in the United States.
Stevenson, we are running really pretty far behind, so I'd like to now turn to the next program if we could, without even a break. And so I want to first introduce the moderator, Kiva Terry.
I'm right here. I'm on the Zoom.
Remote.
I'm on the Zoom, Professor. Yes, sir.
I was looking for you. Thank you. So I'll now turn the program over to Professor Terry from Howard University, and the program will be concerned with Black Wall Street. She can tell you further about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted and grateful to be able to participate from afar in this very important symposium. I would like to extend a special thanks to everyone, all of the administrators, faculty, staff, and students at the University of Tulsa College of Law for all of their hard work in making this program possible. Of course, a special thanks to Dr. Bowman for her vision, to Adam and Sage, and the members of the Law Review and their faculty advisor for their assistance in this as well. Yes, this panel is entitled Black Wall Street. It's a business roundtable, and really to talk about what's happening today. And so I'm very privileged to be able to introduce to you three of the business owners who are conducting business on Black Wall Street today, as well as Professor Deneen Brown, who is a journalist for the Washington Post and on the faculty at the University of Maryland College of Journalism. And she's written extensively on the Tulsa Race Massacre and some of the economic and business impact in connection with that lingers and continues today. So first, let me just speak about the three gentlemen that you see in front of you, the business owners. So we have Dwight Eaton, who is the owner of Black Wall Street, the Liquid Lounge, Black Wall Street Liquid Lounge. We have Cleo Harris, who is the owner of Black Wall Street Teas and Souvenirs. And we have Chief Amishan, who is the owner of the Real Black Wall Street Tours. And so I will start. So in the interest of time and in the interest of technology, this won't be so much of a back and forth conversation. I think what I will do, if you'll allow me, please, is to just speak to what I would ask each of our panelists to talk about and to just share some words. So we'll begin with Professor Brown to just speak about some of her journalism work and her perspective as a journalist dealing with Black Wall Street business. And I'd ask each of the panelists to just talk about 5 minutes. And then I will turn it over to Chief and to Dwight and to Cleo. And I'll defer to the three of you to decide in which order you'd like to speak once Professor Brown concludes her opening words. But just to talk about, first, to just tell us about your business, right? What are some of the challenges, the opportunities that you feel your business has faced or is presented with? What are some words or things that can be done? We so often have white citizens who want to be allies, who want to aid in the advancement, and as Professor Adai said this morning, kind of in the protection of Black businesses and the protection of Black business districts. What can those white citizens do to kind of assist with this? And then what can all of us, right? All of us in kind of the larger community do in order to kind of advance Black businesses on Black Wall Street from the perspective of the business owner. So with that, I will turn the floor over to Professor Brown to give us some opening remarks about what she's observed as a journalist. And then, gentlemen, I turn the floor over to you to talk about, to kind of provide some insight and feedback from that perspective that I just said, from your view as an actual business owner on the ground on Black Wall Street today. Professor Brown?
Hello, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Professor Terry. It's great to see everyone at the University of Tulsa. This has been a great symposium and I'm learning a lot from the speakers. So thank you again for inviting me. I am Deneen Brown. I've been a writer for the Washington Post for more than 35 years. I was born in Oklahoma, 45 years after the Tulsa Race Massacre. My father is a descendant of Creek freedmen. He is from Holdenville. My paternal great-grandmother lived in Tulsa, and my paternal grandmother, Mama Helen, was born in the all-Black town of Boley. We know that many Black people fled Tulsa during the massacre, the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, for surrounding Black towns. I don't remember when I first heard about the Tulsa Race Massacre, but it seems like it's always been in the recesses of my memory. And when I lived in Tulsa as a teenager, the place always struck me as haunted. It had a heaviness to it. So many years later, after I went to college, graduated from college, I went off to the Washington Post. I landed at the Washington Post as an intern, and Ben Bradley hired me. So that's kind of my story. What I'd like to explain today in terms of how I got started reporting on the Tulsa Race Massacre, it began this way. This is the chronology. In 2018, I was assigned by the Washington Post to fly to Montgomery, Alabama to cover the opening of the Peace and Justice Memorial, which many people refer to as the lynching memorial. I had the pleasure of interviewing Brian Stevenson at the Equal Justice Initiative. I toured the memorial, which is on a grassy slope in downtown Montgomery. And you walk up the slope and you're confronted by these vertical columns on which are etched the names of thousands and thousands of lynching Black people who were lynched from 1877 to 1950. The names just confront you. The museum is designed to confront visitors with the names of the victims. So I wrote that story. It's haunting, it's powerful, it's tragic. And I fly from Montgomery, Alabama, back to DC, and then I fly from DC to Kansas, where I'm on the board of trustees at my journalism school at the University of Kansas. And then I drive from Lawrence, Kansas to Wichita to visit my mom, and then drive across, as you know, that Cimarron Turnpike, that tornado alley from Wichita to Tulsa to visit my father, who lives in Tulsa and also has a church in North Tulsa. And that day I say to my father, let's go have lunch on Black Wall Street and tour the Greenwood Cultural Center. So we go to Greenwood and we tour the Cultural Center, which, as you know, is a wealth of information and photographs, is very powerful. And then we go have lunch at Wanda J's right on Greenwood Avenue and eating fried chicken, yes, and fried catfish and sweet potatoes. And I look around and I see the minor league baseball stadium. I see the gleaming apartment complex. I see the yoga studio, the yogurt shop, the burger shop. And I think to myself, just as a reporter, I think to myself, oh my goodness, Black Wall Street, the site of one of the most horrific incidents of racial violence committed against Black people in US history, is being gentrified. As you know, in DC, there's a lot of gentrification going on. And I've written about that here in Washington, but to see it in Tulsa, to see it in Greenwood, to see it at the site of this massacre, which I know is such a tragedy in US history. And it's also considered sacred ground. It's sacred, right? As Chief knows, and Christy Williams. So after making that observation as a reporter, I fly back to DC, where I tell my editor, Linda Robinson, what I saw. And the Washington Post sends me back to Tulsa to officially report on the story. And during that trip, I spent all of my time on the ground with the Black activists who have been crying for justice for this site for dozens of years. I spent time with Christy Williams, who is an activist, a fierce, amazing woman, and with council member Vanessa Hull Harper. They showed me around Greenwood. They actually made me get out of the car and walk with my hands up down the same street that survivors of this massacre walked down to that convention center. Some people went in, men went in and never came out. They made me walk over the markers in the sidewalk where the businesses that were built, before 1921, it says were destroyed, and then there's nothing there. And then they took me to Oaklawn Cemetery, where they said, this is where scientists said there are mass graves. And Tulsa never physically searched for these mass graves. So as Christy and Vanessa were showing me around Greenwood, the story just clicked. I mean, it became very emotional story for me. And I knew that I had to write it with such power that people would pay attention to what was happening. So I wrote the story. It was published on the front page of the Washington Post in September of 2018. And a day or two later, there was a community meeting at which Mayor G.T. Bynum is talking about plans for development in Greenwood. And Reverend Turner of Vernon AME Church holds up the story that he had just read in the Washington Post and says, you would not have this land had it not been for the massacre. What are you going to do about it? And it was at that meeting that Mayor G.T. Bynum announces that he's going to reopen the search for mass graves. So that's how I got involved in telling the story about Greenwood. And since then, I've come back to Tulsa many times to report out the story and the chronology of the search for mass graves, but also to tell the story of Greenwood. And again, it all started with me observing the symbols and signs of gentrification at the site of a really haunting, sacred ground. And so with that, I thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to Chief.
I'd like to yield to my brick and mortar brothers and sisters, brothers first. Yeah, I'll always include women, I'm sorry. But I like to extend that to my brothers who have brick and mortar locations first.
Dwight, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take off. My name is Dwight Eaton. I'm a co-owner of the Black Wall Street Liquid Lounge, which is on the heart of Greenwood. Address is 10 North Greenwood. We're a coffee shop plus more. And of the like, we have quite a few discussions about, economic development, community events and so forth. And these gentlemen to my left are very active on our block in promoting the development of Greenwood. But let me give you a little bit of my DNA. My grandfather, name is Joseph Eden, and his family, his mother and father, relocated to Tulsa in the early 1900s, around about 1907. And I believe my grandfather was born in 1899 or 1900. Sorry for the inexactness, but whatever the case is. And my grandfather experienced the 1921 Race Massacre. Subsequently, his mother owned a business on their property, which is within that Greenwood sector. And they were a small grocery store on their property. Subsequently, my grandfather built his own barbershop post 1921 in the Reconstruction period. And his barbershop is called Eaton's Barbershop. And it was kind of the birthplace of the civil rights movement of that area. My father, which is in the very rear of the building, is 85 years old and will be 86. So he was a part of the post reconstruction of the Greenwood period. And he can speak to a lot of the historical facts and a lot of the political interests of that particular era. However, my grandfather, my great-grandmother was an entrepreneur. My grandfather was an entrepreneur. My father's an entrepreneur. And I too myself am an entrepreneur. So that DNA goes very deep within our family. And my siblings as well. I have a brother that has a radio station here called K-Boy, is an entrepreneur as well. So that DNA runs deep within our community. Now, we've been located on the block down on Greenwood starting in January 1 of 2020. We're in the Green Arch multi-use property right next to Lefty's. Some of our opportunities within the community, it's a mixed-use property. On the first floor is some retail use units and as well as apartments above. Now, if you really want to take a look at the dynamics and the demographics, I would say 60% of the tenants and residents that live in the building are white. However, 95% of our patrons within the Black Wall Street Liquor Lounge are African American. So I like to say, I'm not a speaker. These guys are orators and things of that nature. I'm a discusser. So I'll kind of deflect and kind of go back. Now, just about show of hands, how many of you guys ever heard of Holocaust? Okay, now, let's be honest. Prior to today, how many of you guys ever heard of the Elaine Massacre? Okay, very good, truthful honest. Okay, now, this particular shirt speaks to the Red Summer of 1919, of which Elaine, Arkansas was a part of. In 1919, there were over 24 similar massacres that took place in the United States. Now, no disrespect to the Holocaust, it's an atrocious event, but the Holocaust did not take place on this landmass that we call the United States. However, 80% of you people, 80% of the people in this room wasn't aware of the 1919 Elaine Massacre, which is probably 150 miles from here. The 1921 Massacre of Tulsa, 3 or 4 miles from here. So that lies the problem that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. We operate in Tulsa. Now, I can ask a simple question. It's real simple, and let's see. How many, just by show of hand, just anybody can raise their hand, name me 3 Black television shows. Name me 3. Okay. Rock, okay. Living Color. Cosby Show. Okay. Well, good try, but there are no Black television shows. It's television shows that have Black cast. Okay. So let's understand that that is a distinction that is prevalent today. And we call Black Wall Street for a reason, because we weren't able to participate in mainstream America. Historical Black colleges are present because of that fact. Black History Month is present because of lack of inclusion. We operate on Greenwood, and we're only patronized by the people of North Tulsa, primarily. There are people that come in and shop, but 80, 90% of our business are people from North Tulsa. So those are the struggles, and I'll be quick and then I'll deflate. I've been back in Tulsa as of August of last year on a very permanent basis per se. But I've been living in Houston for the last 40 years, and we're able to bring a particular group, a commercial group that has capability and financial wherewithal to do some economic development on Greenwood. We met with the city of Tulsa, with Bynum and their chief of economics, Cayenne, and the group out of Texas with a well-known person that has what you call a money bag, capability and so forth. We're looking to develop on the Greenwood district. However, through the politics and the land hoarding of the city of Tulsa and TDA, they could not find any land to adequately develop on. And this is as of February of 2021. The Fintune project has been released. The project north of Vernon AME has not been released. And these properties that the city has held for the last 20, 30, 40 years, you know, through the gerrymandering, cannot be released. Will not be released for the development by people within the community. So those are some of the impediments, that people that look like us have within the district of Tulsa, specifically Greenwood, that we face on a day-to-day. So from that perspective, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it on to Mr. Cleo. Pops, my father, he's well known in the community. They call him Papa E.
Thank you. I had not anticipated that I would ever speak to a body dealing with laws. We are a nation of laws that are supposed to dispense justice. Reminds me of this. One night, I was awakened, and a story came to me, and I never thought it would be apropos in this august body of people. It was of a cat walking down the street, and there was a dog in the yard that saw the cat. Needless to say, we know generally what the reaction is. And of course, it held true. That the dog got up, chased the cat, and caught the cat. But the cat lost the fight because the dog was too powerful, and his big, powerful jaws came down on the shoulder of the cat, and he ran off. The dog ran off. He said, I don't want to go to jail for killing him. I just wanted to mess him up. And the cat goes home to Catsville, dragging a broke shoulder. And the cats in Catsville said, man, what happened to you? He said, I was walking down the street, minding my own business. Dog ran out of the street and grabbed me, broke my shoulder, but I'm going downtown and filed charges on him. And he did. When he got downtown, he found out the judge was a dog, The jury was all dogs, and he was a cat in an all dogs court looking for justice. And he is still looking for justice.
Is that it? I mean, I really can't come back on that one. Pops, let me pull this back some. Papa Eaton, I've been knowing the Eaton family ever since I was a little boy. I talked to Dwight, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he was, asking me if Chief was gonna be there, and I said, I don't know. I hope he is. But I said, we need a backup plan. I don't even have to speak, but it would be real nice to have Papa Eaton, even if he's just sitting in the audience. To have him in our presence, you really don't know that we have a gem. He was born here. He was raised up on Greenwood Archer. He's one of the last civil rights leaders. I come to know him personally, trying to start a printing company, a t-shirt business. And when I met him, the first thing he said, sweat equity. I like sweat equity. But anyway, we grew, and I told him everything is going to be all right. And this was probably 5 to 6 years ago, before this got popular, the 1921 Race Massacre, not riot, massacre. I've been in a riot. Graduate from Memorial High School. I chose to go to Memorial because I wanted to break some tradition in that area. Most of my family went to Booker T. So I know what a race riot is. Predominantly white in the early 80s. I was in one of the first race riots at Memorial, 1982. So I know what a race riot is. Nobody died. Massacre, you die. So from that to understanding what he has taught me, to just speak up and tell the truth. And that's what I'm here to do as a businessman, as a social activist, as a husband, as a father, as a friend, is to tell the truth. And so I appreciate Papa Eaton for coming because it's always an honor to listen to the stories. The story he just told you about the cat in an all-dog court, I've seen the t-shirt. He actually has a design of that, which was done, I think, back in the 80s, Pops. Was it done in the 80s? So, that things like that affect me. I'm standing on his shoulders. He's standing on the shoulders that came before him. And so I just want to encourage everybody, not to just clap just to be clapping, but to really pay some honor, not homage or praise, but honor, because we don't know how long he'll be here. And he's told me, Cleo, I'm in the last quarter with seconds, not the fourth quarter, seconds. And so I want to honor him now. And I think we all should honor him because he can tell you some serious stories that I can't even begin to, bring to your attention. So I just want you to know, love you and appreciate you and thank you for your wisdom. And we gonna carry this thing on.
Gentlemen, before you go, and gentlemen, before you go, in that
Birthday on May 26th, it'll be 86.
I don't think I can handle too much more emotion this week. You know, just 2 days ago, I was walking into Congress with 107-year-old Viola Fletcher and Papa Red, Uncle Red. And so it's been a pretty intense few days. And to have all these intimate relationships with people who are descendants and survivors. And being a descendant myself, this has been, I'm at the tipping point, right? And I'm sure, you know, you have to smile to keep from crying at that point. I'm glad you all got a lot of caffeine in front of you. I'll probably never say that again, including myself. I almost never drink coffee. But I'm grateful to be in this space. In 1993, I was a pretend student at TU because I had friends who were students at TU and I needed access to the library. I've always been that person. I own a company called Little Africa Market. My tour company is the Real Black Wall Street Tour. I started that tour out of necessity because I've read every book pertaining to this topic, journal, dissertation, everything you think of, I dug into it. I'm a board member for the Center for Public Secrets, and we are very deliberate about accessing vital court records and documents that have been hidden, that are, you know, blotted out. And it's tough. It's a tough process. So I started the Real Black Wall Street Tour because I wanted people to feel like, I wanted the tour to do what books were not doing, right? Make it tangible to the average person. You should be able to read a book and feel like you actually just experienced the place somebody's talking about. So when I said, you know, in order to do this tour properly, I don't want to just read about Sam and Lucy Mackey's house that happens to be the Mabel B. Little house now. I want to know what it looked like before it became the house it is now. So I went and started looking up photos like this. The original Sam and Lucy Mackey house, which is bigger than the one it is that they have on Greenwood now, right? So if you say these people lost 1,100 homes, the average person is thinking, oh, 2-3 bedroom home with 2.5 baths, maybe. You're not thinking a house like this with this veranda and this immaculate home. I mean, it's extremely beautiful. What we do is we marginalize what this is. You'll seldom hear me say Black Wall Street. And the only reason I don't is because people tend to think linear, north and south, east or west, very linear approach, right? You're thinking 33 blocks, you just walk down the street and that's it. No, we're not talking about that. We have to really examine how we tell these stories. Oh, that's my cue, commercial break. We have to learn how to tell these stories in a way that makes it tangible for people to understand. So if I use terminology like I used before Congress, and I say Holocaust, and you know the definition of Holocaust, you'll understand why I use the term as a descriptor for what happened in 1921. If I use ethnic cleansing, you'll know why I use that descriptor. If I use genocide, you'll know why I use that descriptor, right? It's about us applying the right terminology. I've always protested riot. Like, look how many decades ago that was, and we understand why it was called a riot. Why are we still using the language of the past when we're trying to get justice in the future, right? And my grandfather was a plaintiff in 2003 on the case that Professor Ogletree and Johnny Cochran brought. I was at TU almost every night as a security guard for Johnny Cochran. And I listened to all of the conversations, all of the going back and forth, and was just mind blown. And I was hurt because as a descendant, I didn't even know that my grandfather that he experienced this. Nobody ever told us this. I experienced Greenwood, but I didn't know nothing about this event. And the anger that I felt in knowing, it helped me understand why they never talked about it. Because they knew we would be so incensed and so angry because we've spent decades in school systems thinking we haven't done anything. We haven't created anything in Oklahoma. What have we built in Oklahoma? We're going to leave Oklahoma as soon as we graduate because you don't feel like you have a legacy here. You don't know, you don't have a narrative. And this was our way to say, this was my way of saying, how do I make this history bigger than life? How do I show that what we're experiencing today, there is no past. It's only what we've experienced is concurrent. There have been concurrent events. So you can't say, oh, that's all in the past. No, there hasn't been a past because there hasn't been a break, right? And if you don't have a break, then you don't have a past, you just have a compounded series of events. So when I tell this story about Greenwood during the tour, I talk about pre-statehood, Jim Crow, which we give way too much credit to. And I say that only because I'll just be blunt. It annoys me like hell. It annoys me to hear that Jim Crow is the reason Greenwood was productive. The reason it annoys me is because we already had 27 Black towns pre-Jim Crow. So it doesn't add up, right? Like, what? Jim Crow was just a stimulus package. No, it was a stimulus package. It backfired. It was like, oh, we're gonna punish you. Really? This is gonna work really good then, because now we have to, we accept it. We accept the offer, right? And we built with the offer. I want people to, and this is another reason why I call it the real Black Wall Street tour instead of the Black Wall Street tour, because I felt cheated. I felt like we owe society the truth. I believe in historic justice. I believe in these ideas like what really built Greenwood. It wasn't money. It was a cultural mindset. It was communalism. It was cooperative economics. It was all of those things that make people, it was a place for us to be whole. So when I tell this story, I talk about the Renaissance of Greenwood, right? The economics behind the Renaissance of Greenwood and its redevelopment. But I also talk about the fact that only 40% of the original inhabitants actually returned to Greenwood. So when we say Greenwood rebuilt, only 40% rebuilt. And that's just an estimate that we've done in our research, that we figured out in our research. So I just want, I'm grateful for everyone who has stayed in this space as long as you have. I looked at this agenda like I should have been here all day. I'm kind of offended, but anyway, I appreciate
Chief,
your time.
before you finish, Chief, let me ask you a question, and I would love to pitch this to Cleo and Dwight as well, about what can we do today? What can individuals do today to help advance the Black businesses and the Black business district in Greenwood? What are some concrete action steps or items that would be helpful to moving and kind of protecting and advancing the Black business districts, and specifically in Greenwood today? If Dwight and Cleo and Chief, of course, I open the floor, but I would love for the audience to kind of think about some concrete things they can do to be helpful in this effort.
Well, we have to know why we haven't. Like, why are we in this situation? Why are we in this predicament? We can't talk about I can't even ask you to do something. You're not educated on what the problem is. Why is it we don't have Black businesses in Greenwood, right? What happened just a few months ago? You have serious rate increases in your, just a few months ago. Problem is, why is it we don't have Black?
Okay, I'm gonna move on before any more technical difficulties come up. Next person that I want to introduce is Professor Kristen Ordle. She is a PhD from the University of Texas, Austin. She teaches classes.
Just a few months ago.
She teaches classes on the Civil War and Reconstruction, as well as African American history, the history of race and gender in America, and the history of sexuality here at the University of Tulsa. She's the chairperson of the Department of History. She writes about how race and gender influence social and cultural relations in the 19th century, especially during the Civil War. And so without further ado, Kristen Orr.
That Dwayne and I stand between you and the wine, so I'm going to try to go as quickly as possible. Thank you, Professor Bowman and the law students. I know this was a Herculean feat to pull this conference together in such a short amount of time, and you've done a wonderful job. Thank you. My talk is going to take us back in history, and I kind of think I should have maybe been a footnote at the very beginning, but and we're going to try to answer the question, why Tulsa? Why did the Tulsa Race Massacre occur here? How did Black folks come to live here? Why did their presence and success engender so much white racial hatred? My colleague Jacqueline Dowd Hall, who's a professor at UNC Chapel Hill, proclaimed that, and I'm quoting her, "No Southern state has more cross-cutting mixtures of red, black, and white, a more violent heritage of appropriation, or a more multicultural or multiracial past than Oklahoma." Hall's observation resonates with me. I'm a transplanted Kansan, and like Professor Hall, who grew up in Oklahoma, as a girl in Kansas, I never knew much about Oklahoma history outside of its association with the Trail of Tears and the Land Run, both of which helped craft its popular image as the land of cowboys and Indians. But where do African Americans fit into this picture? The history of Blacks in Oklahoma remains hidden to most scholars and citizens of the state. For example, when I attended a Society of Civil War Historians conference in 2018, and I told a colleague that I was working on an article about the Underground Railroad in Indian Territory, he gave me a puzzled look. Like me, before I started researching this topic, he never knew that in the 1840s, Black Indians harbored fugitive slaves from Arkansas, trekked across Texas, and founded a maroon colony in Coahuila, Mexico. This often paradoxical and complex racial past, where some Indians enslaved Africans, where at times Black Indians looked down upon Southern ex-slaves, and where whites oppressed all non-whites, but sometimes classified Indians as white, is a history I would like to briefly chronicle today, 15 minutes or less. But before I do, I need to say a few words about terminology. First, I will use the words Indian and Native American interchangeably. The former term seems to be used by Indian peoples themselves, while the latter is more commonly used by scholars. Second, the phrase Black Indian is a comprehensive term that refers to Indians of African descent who belong to one of the 5 tribes before their removal to Indian Territory. And finally, a number of the primary sources I cite in this paper include offensive words and phrases that I've chosen to sanitize. These terms were commonly used at the time, and we should recognize how they promoted racial hatred in the past with an eye to eliminating their usage in the present. The history of African Americans in Oklahoma begins as early as Spanish exploration, when Africans accompanied men like Hernando de Soto on their trips through present-day Arkansas and Oklahoma in the 1540s. But the first significant population of Blacks arrived roughly 300 years later with their Indian masters, when the 5 tribes, the Seminole, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Cherokee, were forced to leave their homelands in the Southeast and settle in Indian Territory. As historian Celia Naylor notes, the collective suffering of African Cherokees and Cherokees all along the Trail of Tears had not generated enough of a sense of humanity, equality, and freedom to change the power dynamic. Those enslaved before removal who had survived the horror of the passage to the West remained in bondage after their arrival. Indian slaveholders, often comprised of the mixed race elite of each tribe, passed slave codes soon after their arrival in Indian Territory. Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, and Creek lawmakers all prohibited enslaved people from reading, from gathering in public places, and from attending church services without their master's permission.
In addition, any unauthorized mobility characterized one as a fugitive and came with stiff penalties enforced by slave patrols. While all of the 5 tribes condoned chattel slavery, the form and function of that peculiar institution varied. Many of the Black Seminoles, for example, lived in separate villages from their Indian owners and farmed their land communally, having only to pay tribute to their masters in crops or livestock at year's end. In contrast, one of the largest Choctaw slaveholders, Robert Jones, maintained a strict regimen with his 500 enslaved workers who labored on 5 separate plantations. One lawyer and land speculator remarked that the Black workers on Jones' plantation were, quote, treated like dogs, end quote. Like white Southern slaveholders, Indian masters wielded their power with varying degrees of authority and violence, but all enslaved Indians strove to resist this power. Between removal and the Civil War, enslaved Black Indians took advantage of the porous borders that surrounded them and seized the opportunity to resist their masters by running away. Runaway ads abounded in local territorial newspapers, just as they did throughout the South. Cherokee slaveholder George Murrell advertised the escape of his trusted coachman Spencer and offered a $40 reward if Spencer was delivered to his plantation at Park Hill in the Cherokee Nation. In the ad, Murrell suspected that Spencer might have sought refuge in the Creek Nation, presumably with the Black Creeks. Indeed, the attraction of separate Black Creek and Black Seminole settlements in the region proved vexing for Indian slaveholders, and activity on the Underground Railroad in Indian Territory only increased as the nation inched toward the Civil War. When tensions over slavery exploded on the national level, Indian nations split into factions as well. In the summer of 1861, the Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole tribes all signed treaties with the newly formed Confederate States of America, while the Cherokee hesitated and attempted neutrality before ultimately allying with the rebels in October. Although the leaders of these tribes might have supported the Confederacy, Black Indians and their allies in each tribe often resisted, and some members, like the Creek leader Apothaliohola, fought against Confederate troops. After several Union victories in the territory, the Cherokee Nation divided their allegiance. Chief John Ross and Thomas Pegg shifted their support to the Union, while Stand Watie pledged his loyalty to the Confederacy, eventually becoming the last Confederate general to surrender in June of 1865. In the end, according to historian James Houston, the Civil War was a disastrous experience for the 5 tribes, but their loss of sovereignty would open a window for freedom for enslaved people. The treaties of 1866 that officially brokered peace between the US and the 5 tribes mandated Black emancipation. All the tribes, except for the Chickasaw, agreed to impart freedom and citizenship rights to Black freedmen. Although the Choctaw took nearly 2 decades to fully implement the treaty, and the Cherokee placed constraints on their freedmen's rights. A group of Cherokee freedmen petitioned the US Congress and protested their exclusion from annuity payments mandated by the 1866 treaty. They wrote, "This hardship is the more trying and unjust in view of the fact that as slaves of the Cherokee Indians, the unrequited toil of your petitioners went toward upbuilding the millions of Cherokee national wealth, while your petitioners and their ancestors were totally denied reward." Nonetheless, most freedmen in Indian Territory enjoyed the right to vote and to own land at a time when few African Americans could benefit from emancipation in these ways. Further south, in places like Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, formerly enslaved peoples began looking to the promised lands in Kansas and Indian Territory as the civil rights gains made during Reconstruction were nullified by the institutionalization of Jim Crow laws and the ubiquity of racial violence. A trickle of Southern Black immigrants turned into a steady stream by the late 1870s and early 1880s, when these exodusters, as they were called, settled all Black towns like Nicodemus in Kansas, and then moved to Indian Territory, where they founded the cities of Boley and Langston, among others. Men like Edward McCabe, who spearheaded Langston's development, looked toward the newly created Oklahoma Territory, which had split off from Indian Territory in 1890, to build a racial utopia for African Americans. His boosterism, along with other Black newspaper editors, promoted the settlement of between 7,000 and 8,000 African Americans who moved to Oklahoma Territory in the 1890s alone. The Langston City Herald promised its readers that they would find, quote, freedom, peace, happiness, and prosperity in Oklahoma. And the Boley Progress asked Southern Blacks, why not go to a country where the door still stands open and where you can enjoy all the rights and privileges as a citizen of this country? Unfortunately, the door to freedom closed rather quickly for these Black newcomers, as resident Black Indians, members of the 5 tribes, and whites all discriminated against them. Black Creeks and some of their Creek allies opposed the allotment process that had freed up lands for Black settlement in the first place, and many of the Black Creeks disparaged the newcomers, calling them states Negroes and intruders. A radical cultural divide separated the two groups because they often spoke different languages and practiced different religions, in addition to having varied access to land and citizenship rights. However, as the 19th century turned into the 20th, mixed race Indians and whites increasingly identified Black Indians and Black Southerners as the same peoples. And one Black settler remembered, quote, we were Negroes then. The racial discrimination that African Americans fled in the Deep South already existed in Oklahoma. While Black Indians might have technically earned the right to vote and own land after the 1866 treaty, Cherokee and Choctaw leadership, for example, repeatedly challenged the right to exercise these rights and often used violence to deter Black participation in politics. In 1879, the Cherokee Advocate published an editorial that argued against allowing their freedmen to serve in the Cherokee National Council, claiming that the freedmen, quote, lacked the capacity to make laws. Even when they were allowed to vote, Cherokee freedmen complained that they were pressured to vote for particular candidates, and if they refused, quote, the Indians would shoot at them. Similarly, the Choctaw freedmen complained that their leaders would hold elections without informing the freedmen of their occurrences. And in 1898, when the Choctaws were to vote on the Dawes Commission recommendations, Governor McCurtain of the Choctaw Nation issued a proclamation denying the ex-slaves the right to vote. Eventually, the Choctaw tried to expel all Blacks from their nation, and one local paper announced in 1891 that anyone who employed a colored servant would be subjected to a $50 fine. If the Indian leadership appeared unwilling to share citizenship rights with Black Indians, most white settlers in Oklahoma were virulently opposed to Black rights and to the stream of Black immigration from the Deep South. After Black newspapers trumpeted the promised land of Oklahoma, white newspapers warned their readers of the impending Negro domination and raised the specter of miscegenation to incite fear in the white community. In 1894, one Democratic newspaper accused a neighboring Republican editor of promoting, quote, N-word equality, and asked, has the editor a daughter? Or as he was, we believe, but recently married, suppose we say a sister. Would he be willing that sister would welcome at her home a Negro suitor? Would he like to see this intimacy continue until it has its usual culmination in marriage of that sister to an African? Continuing even beyond this point, would he be proud to have the mulatto children of his sister calling him uncle? End quote. Another paper warned that there were 200,000 Southern Blacks being organized in the South for settlement in Oklahoma, and worried that in addition to the 6 Black towns already established, that upwards of 60 more colonies would spring up in less than 60 days. White hysteria fueled racial violence, and one white settler outrageously proclaimed, "Dead N-words make an excellent fertilizer, and if the Negroes try to Africanize Oklahoma, they will find that we will enrich our soil with them." This was in a newspaper. Unfortunately, these statements were not mere bravado. According to a report published in the Chicago Tribune, in 1896, 10 lynchings occurred in Oklahoma and Indian territories, placing the region just behind Louisiana and Alabama in numbers of lynchings that year. Local newspapers carried stories about alleged Black crimes, especially the rape of white women, which triggered community response. The Veneta Indian chieftain argued, "There is no punishment that can be meted out to the Black brutes that prey upon defenseless women that is commensurate with their crime. Mental anguish is foreign to their brute natures, and any physical agony that may be inflicted upon them is infinitesimal to the fearful agony endured by their victims." End quote. Black residents confirmed that the threat of lynching had curtailed their rights, and one Black settler from Boley complained, the ballot box has been taken from us, and our peoples are treated so cruel and lynched for most any little frivolous crime." Many Black Indians and settlers spoke out against white violence and vigorously asserted their rights, even in the context of this culture of fear. Beginning as early as the 1870s, Black, Choctaw, and Chickasaw used language from the recently passed 15th Amendment to demand that the Indian leadership recognize their citizenship. One petition to the US Congress protested Black people's continued persecution by Choctaws on account of our race, color, and previous condition of servitude. Similarly, a Cherokee freedman appealed to his fellow Cherokees' sense of justice when arguing on behalf of his rights. He wrote, "I look around and see Cherokees who in the early days of my life were my playmates in youth and early manhood, my companions. And now, as the decrepitude of age steals upon me, will you not let me lie down and die, your fellow citizen?" To increase their chances of success, some African Americans formed organizations like the Negro Voters Protection League to combat voter fraud and intimidation. And groups sprung up across the territories in places like McAllister, Guthrie, and Muskogee. These organizations led the fight against segregation in Oklahoma and Indian territories and began passing, as these territories began passing laws enforcing the separate but equal clause of the Plessy v. Ferguson decision. The Black press continued to serve as a mouthpiece for civil rights. And in the wake of Plessy, one editor argued, "Every man realizes that separate institutions mean inferior institutions," while another paper asked its readers to boycott a saloon that refused to serve Blacks, saying, "Every Negro should see to it that no man prosper by drawing the color line." While Black activism delayed the implementation of Jim Crow in Oklahoma, by the eve of statehood, most public spaces in the region were segregated in practice, if not by law. And as Oklahoma officially entered the Union in 1907, its first legislative act codified segregation in railroad cars and waiting rooms. Indians, however, were classified in Article 23, Section 11 of the new state constitution as white, and therefore not expected to ride in colored railroad coaches. In a bizarre twist that helps us visualize the increasing polarization of the state into Black and white worlds, a mock wedding occurred at the inauguration of the state's first governor, Charles H. Haskell. In this mock wedding ceremony, Governor Haskell, a white man, quote, dressed in formal trousers and a black suit coat, took as his bride Anna Traynor Bennett, a woman of Cherokee descent who wore a floor-length satin dress. As historian Sarah Deutsch points out, cowboy married Indian, Oklahoma Territory married Indian Territory. African Americans were not invited to this wedding, but they would continue to carve out their promised land in the red dirt of Oklahoma. And while their history was buried in this red dirt and burned down in Greenwood in 1921, it is slowly but absolutely coming into the light.
Thank you so much, Professor Wordle. Next up, I want to introduce Dwayne Dickens, who is the Director of Culturally Responsive Practices here at Tulsa Community College. He has a PhD in Curriculum and Social Foundations from the Oklahoma State University, and his work primarily focuses on African American male persistence in community colleges. Please join me in welcoming Dwayne Dickens.
Well, this is a privileged spot to know that as soon as I finish, you get to go somewhere else. And so privileged, I remember years ago when I was younger, I would be the last person on the program because it was supposed to be exciting. So I loved to speak at that time. And they put me at the end because it would be a little more exciting and it would hold the attention. I've gotten older now. I don't know what that means anymore. But what I will note is the thing about being at the end is that everyone has said or touched on a lot of what you're going to do. So I'll make a note of the items that have already been covered, and I'll just touch on those and move through them quicker rather than repeating them for you, since I'm sure you know everything. And so I don't want to bore you with that, but I do want to begin with a question. What happens when the shoulders of the giants on whom you are supposed to stand have been erased or significantly distorted? I want you to think about that question. And when you think about that question, that is one lens for the voices when we talk about Greenwood, when we talk about Black Wall Street, when we talk about African Americans. That question becomes in the history books. It becomes the silencing of the giants on whom they are to stand. It is also the silencing of the voices on whom all of us depend on, especially when I look at it through the lens of being, I am the chair of the curriculum team for the John Hope Franklin Center as well. And when we look at that lens from what John Hope Franklin says, it's as a historian, he says, if you don't know someone else's history, you do not fully know your history. So if the giants on whom you are to stand, on whom all of us are to stand, has been silenced, then we don't fully know who we really are. That is the question. And so I'll point to an article that was written in 2016 that talks about the violence of post-racial memory and the political sense of mourning that should accompany that. Alfred Frankowski pointed out that social forgetting is far more political than we might initially think, since it includes not only what has been forgotten, but also the way in which events are remembered. Very important point here that the distortion of history is also the interpretation is really important for those of us who are trying to understand today what happened in 1921. The reason that we're here today is to talk about the centennial commemoration. But if that history has been distorted through the interpreters, if it has been erased because it was burned down, if it has been erased because we had several decades of we can't talk about it, It's a taboo subject. We're afraid of passing it along to the next generations because now they will hate each other because hate prevailed for an 18-hour period, as well as periods before that and after that to lead up to it, and then heap more harm on a situation later. There's this post-racial memory that is important to be aware of and to make sure that we try to shore that up by knowing the history as directly as we could. So I watched the trials over the last 2 days where the three known survivors were at the Congress area and they were telling their stories. And I bring this up to talk about the history of what we forget. Their presence after there were other people who had gone to Congress before asking for reparations, seeing individuals who are 107 years old, 106 years old, testify to what they lived through. It's hard to erase the memory when a direct person who has experienced a harm tells you, this is my experience. But I want to point out that when we look at history, we ask ourselves the question, who writes the history? And how does that harm the interpretation of the history when that is the only narrative, the only historical record? It means for me as an educator, it should mean to each of us as those who want to be part of the healing process, it should mean to us that we need to find more direct experiences to uncover, to unmask, as we wear masks now today. We know when we wear a mask, what happens? You don't really know who the person is. I've walked up to so many people in society, in just regular grocery stores, and I call them by a different name. And I have to apologize. Unfortunately, everyone's like, I know, you don't know who I am. And that is true. And I've had people come up to me and say, oh, I thought you were someone else. Well, when we look back at history and someone has written the history from their perspective, I am not even going to argue that the perspective was intentionally wrong. That's a route, that's another discussion, when it's intentionally intended to harm or misrepresent. But I'm going to say, if a misinterpretation happens because of someone's experiences, I cannot call that experience wrong. They did the best that they could based on their lens, their values, their communication skills. And when we read it, when we take that as the sole truth, that is potentially a violence, a trauma infliction on the past that repeats the trauma of the 1921 Race Massacre against those who lost their lives, against those who lost their sense of pride in who they were, against those who saw their dreams burn into flames. So we can't be considered a person who's done something wrong when I hear the interpretation and I believe it. But what we have to do, so I want to always project to where we need to be. We want to have critical thinking that tells us to go search for other stories. Look for other narratives that may fill in the gaps where one person has it. Henry Giroux is another person who talks about this violence of forgetting. And it's interesting that it's framed under violence, this silence. Because it's a violent act that we're talking about, forgetting perpetuates the violence, or misrepresentation or erasure is another form of violence. Henry Giroux says, unfortunately, and this is another 2016 article, unfortunately, we live at a moment in which ignorance appears to be one of the defining features of American political and cultural life. Ignorance has become a form of weaponized refusal to acknowledge the violence of the past and revels in a culture of media spectacles in which public concerns are translated into private obsessions, consumerism, and fortuitous entertainment. So when we look at that, why is that even an important point? Education is supposed to be something that allows us to understand the past, understand how it applies to our present, and how it can better shape our future. But if the past has been clouded by media misrepresentations, whether intentional or not, but also a much more important consumer perspective that if I don't look beyond the first narrative, if I don't look at to the left and to the right and to the top and to the bottom, dig deep to question, I am part of the violence of forgetting. And that is never a position that I want to be. And so additionally, Giroux notes, it's not schools that are the site of this struggle. Education in this regard not only includes public and higher education, but also a range of cultural apparatuses and media that produce, distribute, and legitimate specific forms of knowledge, ideas, values, and social relations. This is why the laws that affect education are so important. When we see these laws that we attempt to legislate, we should see a problem. There may have been some laws, I would have to study the history, but what would have happened if I think about my science classes, and we have stories about the world being either round, the planet being round, or being flat. What if we legislated today that you cannot teach that the world is flat? What would this do in terms of teachers who are trying to get students to understand the historical context of when there were theories and how scientific method allowed those to think at one point the world was flat? That was the prevailing theory, which is a speculation based on looking at the habits, the patterns of the past, and being able to use that to predict the future. If we had made these laws, and probably did, knowing us as humans, that if you tell everyone that they can't teach that history, the scientific method, the questioning method, the critical thinking process would not allow for people to say, well, the world is spherical, the world is, it's ever changing, our understanding of ourselves is ever changing, but it progresses, it becomes part of the process, but not the defined part. And legislation, as we all know, takes a lot of work to change. But leave education to educators who are showing all of us how to do critical thinking. We as voters need to be quite diligent in looking at the laws that keep us from using the past, using the frailties, the predilections of the past in a way that we don't understand, that we need to revisit the past and question it to move forward in better ways. So this goes to the point that in Oklahoma, people came here to pursue a dream. They came here for a Black state, they came here for Black towns, they came here for a town within a town, Greenwood. It was destroyed but rebuilt. The dream continues because others are still there to remember. They're still there to say, I know of certain individuals. And I just want to share a few examples of what we know. Mary Jones Parish. I was a typing teacher in Greenwood before the riots. Shortly after the riots, I published a book of my recollections called Events of the Tulsa Disaster. When I looked out the window of my apartment building on the morning of June 1st, I saw armed white men gathering near the granary. I left the building, running north on Greenwood Avenue, away from the machine gun fire. I saw the airplanes coming in and thought it was World War I over again. The National Guard might say they came to protect the citizens of Greenwood, but by disarming the Black men and not disarming the white men, they allowed destruction, looting, and burning of our community to happen. When we were brought back to Tulsa by the National Guard, we did not enter through our section of town, but they brought us in through the white section, all sitting flat down in the truck, looking like immigrants, only that we had no bundles. Dear reader, can you imagine the humiliation of coming in like that, with many doors thrown open, watching you pass, some with pity and others with a smile? We were stopped at Exposition Park. Here we saw hundreds of our group huddled in like so many cattle and guarded. There were to be seen people who had formerly owned beautiful homes and buildings, and people who always worked and made a comfortable, honest living, all standing in a row, waiting to be handed a change of clothing and feeling grateful to be able to get a sandwich and a glass of water. Soon we reached the district, which was so beautiful and prosperous looking when we left. This we found to be piles of bricks, ashes, and twisted iron, representing years of toil and savings. We were horror-stricken, but strangely, we could not shed a tear. For blocks, we bowed our heads in silent grief and tried to blot out the frightful scenes that were ahead of us. That's a memory. This was the first account that was written 2 years later after the 1921 massacre. We have to dig deeper by going to as many sources that document the record. We can go to YouTube, very easy. We need to go to these places and find those original records. Know for yourself what individuals who experience the trauma say. Don't rely on a summary, one summary. Rely on collected understandings, put your experiences within it, and then move forward with, what do I do about this? How do I become part of the repairing and become part of the healing? So I want to just indicate some of the silencing efforts that we see today. When I was watching the presentation to Congress, I was reading some of the notes. Some people still denying that it happened. Denial is one of the big silencing weapons. And we can say that is not true. We can point them to the newspaper accounts. We can point them to the 107-year-old, 106-year-old victims. We also have the burned items, asking people to produce evidence of things that were burned or destroyed. You know you cannot produce a title for something that was burned. You know you cannot keep a house from burning or rebuild it and say it will not burn as long as someone does not light a fire to the house. Social customs that tell us do not talk about it. We have to actually say, I'm sorry, but I'm not really sorry. I must talk about this hurtful matter so that we can move forward. And we have to make space for that. If you're in a position of power, then your job is to make space. Wanting to forget 100 years ago what happened because we have such big issues today. That is a sentiment. I read it this week, looking at the trial, I keep calling it a trial, but essentially that's what it felt like. The victims, the survivors were sort of put on trial. And when you look at the recording notes, the comments, some people are saying, why are we still talking about something that was 100 years later? You're in this room and people are asking you, why in the world did you sit here for a full day about something that happened 100 years ago when we need to figure out how to move past the pandemic. People are asking those types of questions, but again, we have to make space. Legislation that makes instructors question whether they should teach something that's uncomfortable. The very point of this cognitive dissonance that was talked about earlier is that we have to make things uncomfortable for people to grow. You don't grow in comfort, you grow in discomfort. So how do we share? And then I'm really almost finished, but the way you can do this is help me finish by just smiling and nodding your head and be like, I think he's going to be finished. But sharing the family knowledge, share the knowledge with your family, share it with your children. Don't let them depend solely on the educational system. Your value of it, ask them questions about it. Have you heard about this? Take them to let them see it. Invest in, become part of, volunteer to work with museums, tour groups, look at the monuments, go to the stores, promote the stores. So fortunately, all of these things have really come up, interestingly. And they didn't ask me anything about what I was talking about today. Read books, look at the articles, write some articles in places where you are honored, in places where you are respected. Write an opinion piece about it. You don't have to be the expert, but you're an expert about what you've learned. So share that. Share that. Look at some of the web-based application resources. Get to know the survivor stories and their descendant stories. Make sure the schools know this, but most importantly, and I want to leave with this point, recognize that we the people are the most important element in moving forward with reconciliation, moving forward in this healing process. And I wanted to choose the preamble, to just remember the preamble of the Constitution addresses. This is what the preamble says. We the people, of course, I know all of you as lawyers or law, you know this by heart, but I still have to say it so that you can have an ending. We the people signed in convention September 17th, 1787, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States. And so I say to you today, we are the people, and we are the ones who need to commemorate this 100 years, and we must go forward and give honor to the giants on whose shoulders we stand, but we must know who they are. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. You're welcome to go ahead and
Okay, so a lot of people had said thank you to me today, but you know, my mother's from Kenya. I'm an immigrant, so I'm African American by birth, but I come from immigrant stock. And in my mother's language, we have two words that I really think epitomize today's events. Those are kujichagulia, which is working together to make something important, and ujamaa, which is collective economics. So this is not Warigi Bowman Enterprise. This is all of us bottom up, volunteer, ground up team. everybody, a million people worked on this, and I probably left someone out, but I think we have Crystal Rutherford, Matt Castile, Shannon Provence, Lynetta Achiabe, Paige Francis, our IT people who kept things moving today when things were falling apart. Our administrative staff, we definitely would not be here without Cynthia Yassine, who did POs and helped us get through the university bureaucracy, Kim Wise, Jamie Lewis, Deborah Ricketts, Lori Hahn. We had a communication staff that publicized this, and Morgan Holmes, Mona Chamberlain, alumni, Christy Blystone, administration donated money. We had people from outside of TU who helped us. We had filmmakers, journalists, catering, even tent people. Then we had faculty, Mimi Martin, Kelsey Holder, who is really good about telling me when I was getting on her nerves in a nice way. Isla Haas, Matt Lampkin helped with press. Betsy Rosenblatt kept me organized. Megan Donald helped me with bios. Karen Grundy also kept me organized. Robin Sherman ran our Black Wall Street committee. Ronnie Ahmet helped put together the historian committee and got us our filmmaker. Johnny Parker raised money. Chuck Adams, our moderator. A lot of students. I'm not going to read through this because it's a long list, but Adam Heaven, Sage Martin, Tyler Stevens, Matthew Blewett, and Michael Lewis are definitely on the honor roll. So I just want to thank everybody. There's so many people involved. So please come to the tent outside, and we have wine and beer and Black-owned business providing charcuterie. Very fancy, so please enjoy. Should I click leave webinar? Probably. How do I?